Okay, laptop, 63, right? Or not 68? Okay, I'm in. Yeah, I got it. All right, thanks, Bill. Have a good day. Bye.
Testing. Testing. One, two, three.
Mics are all on.
Mics are on.
Okay. Good morning. It's 9:08 a.m. I'm going to ask you to rise, please, for the invocation to be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to the Texas flags. And is there somebody that would like to lead us in prayer this morning? Okay, thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. Let us pray.
Lord God, Heavenly Father, we ask you again to be with us today. Help the Commissioners Court, the judge, the commissioners. That we're here today to hopefully make the right decisions with the right things. We ask you, Lord, to pray for all those people that are still sick, those that are still suffering. Pray for those families that have lost loved ones. Pray, God, that this virus will go away soon so we can control it better. We're blessed to be here every day. We're blessed for your blessings. You've given us these blessings every single day, and we thank you for that. Lord God, I ask you to continue to help us to move on forward and reach out to help those that need help. I ask you to continue to pray our families, our employees, this community, and this nation. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, good morning. I'm going to, for the clerk, it's 9:10 a.m., and the date is August the 12th, and we are at Commissioners Court on the third floor at 901 Leopard, Nueces County Courthouse. All commissioners are here and present, and therefore I certify that a quorum has been established. I don't think Tim is here for a safety briefing, but I'd like to designate that Tyner Little will call 911 in case of an emergency. And of course, as you know, we do have AED devices on the third floor. And of course, in case of fire, please follow the instructions that are given to you. And do not take the elevators and muster outside in the parking lots on La Pan. And of course, I will continue to remind everybody that safety is of the utmost importance with regards to COVID-19, and keep doing all the great messaging that you're doing as leaders in the community to make sure that people are continuing to wash their hands and keeping proper social distance and wearing their masks. At this time, I don't have Edward. It seems so strange not to have Edward in the back of the room handing me the public comment, but I don't see anybody in the hallway. Deputy, is there anybody in the hallway? Nobody. Okay, thank you so much, but there might be somebody on the phone. There's a couple of names that I see, and so we're going to wait patiently to see if a few might want to make public comment. And I'm just going to give Tyner the flexibility here to check. Is there anybody, Tyner, that you see that has raised their hand?
Yes, I received an email message overnight, and I do have Joshua Hunt
All right, Joshua?
on. I'm going to ask to unmute him.
Joshua, we're going to unmute you, and then just so you know, public comment, we won't be able to respond back, but we are listening very intently to your comments.
Yes, ma'am, I understand. Can you hear me well?
Perfectly, thank you. You may proceed. If you would just identify yourself and your address, it's for the records more than ourselves here.
My name is Joshua Hunt, live at 1196 Live Oak Drive.
Thank you.
First off, thank you for the prayer. I appreciate that. I would like to share my beliefs that I oppose the beach closure of, well, not closure, vehicular access closure of the public beaches in Nueces County. I believe myself and my family, a lot of like-minded individual responsible families like to enjoy the beach. The reason we like to go there is to social distance. We like to get away from people. You know, we can't do that, you know, in very many places at this time. We like to exercise. We We like to fish. That's how we get our groceries. And when the first beach closures came out, July 4th weekend, we were okay with that. Everybody wanted to stop the spread. I agree with it. Okay, that's fine. Then it went all through July, and then now all through August. I just strongly oppose that belief. And I just wanted that to be on my public record for y'all to understand that there is people out there that would like to go enjoy the beaches responsibly. And I think there's a lot of people like that. I don't think that being lumped in with people that don't do that is fair as a U.S. citizen and somebody that's going to be a responsible adult.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
And I thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your valuable comments. Tyner, is there somebody else? I kind of see another name.
I'm showing
Vladimir?
Vladimir. I'm going to ask
Okay.
to,
Just double check it before that it's public comment.
I don't recognize the name, Judge. Vladimir Derkach.
Mr. Derkach, are you here for public comment? If you are, would you unmute yourself and just acknowledge by saying yes?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. If you would acknowledge your name for the record, sir, address, and then we'll give you a chance to have public comment.
Yeah, my name is Vladimir Derkach. I live at 6101 Choctaw Drive.
Yes, sir, you may proceed.
Yeah, I just want to echo some of Josh's comments. I'm definitely against the closing the beaches to vehicular access. It doesn't make any sense. It's not up to the local government to determine what's safe for us and what isn't. There's plenty of space on the beach for everyone to social distance. Those that are most vulnerable can make that decision for themselves to stay home, but those of us that like to enjoy the beach responsibly, that is our right to access those beaches. And by accessing it only for walking, it's actually making the problem worse because people are congregating in the parking areas. And like we saw in Port Aransas, it's actually causing safety issues with parking on the streets. So I would like to get a commitment from the judge that we don't extend these beach closures past the 17th, because they've been closed for the last several weeks and we're not seeing any difference in case numbers. There's no evidence that closing the beaches helps prevent the spread of COVID-19. And that's just ridiculous. So I know you all said you can't respond, but I would like to see a statement and a commitment from Judge Canales that we're not going to continue infringing on our rights, and that once this recent closure expires, that we'll be free to access the beach.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate them. Is there anyone else that would like to make a comment at this time? What I can do, since Mr. Derkach is listening, we have an agenda item where we discuss COVID-19 response, and it'd probably be more appropriate for me to discuss items at that time regarding beach closures.
Judge, I do see
Vehicular access to the beach, I should say.
there is an Esther online, or there used to be.
Okay,
I do not see Esther anymore.
okay,
There is a Keith Kurth. I'll go ahead and, I think he may have spoke last time, but I'll go ahead and
I
ask
think
to
you might be
unmute.
right. Keith, would you like to make a public comment at this time? You don't have to,
I'm
but
just
if you
here-
do.
I'm just here to attend this week, Judge. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I like that people are watching. It's good. Good civic involvement.
Judge, I was notified by text that Lynn Angerstein
Yes, from
through
the port?
Maggie is going to call in. If we could just wait a few moments and let me check for any other.
Sure, sure. I just want to make a comment while we're doing that about technology. You know, everybody's had to adjust and change to technology being a part of our lives, and I would just ask that we have continued patience. I know it's frustrating. All of the the nuances of WebEx and GoToMeetings and Zooms and all the platforms. They all have different ways of accessing, and Tyner didn't realize this was part of the job description, so he has been doing yeoman's work. But I think that you'll see in the budget that we've made a very smart transfer of moving somebody from IT inside court administration so that we can have somebody dedicated to this type of facility who just really, this is all they do. But you take your time, Tyner, because
Okay. So-
none of us up here want to reverse roles and be in charge of that
So-
mouse.
So Judge, we have a Wilson J5, and I've asked them to unmute.
Okay? Is that a, oh, okay, so Mr. Wilson, would you identify yourself for the court's record? State your name and address, and then we would invite you to make public comment.
Hi, my name is Jacob Wilson. I live at 2301 Basin Street.
You're welcome to proceed.
I would just like to kind of echo what Vladimir Durkach said, and I also would support reopening the beaches. I agree that I don't think we have any evidence that closing the beaches is doing anything to support the flattening of the curve, and I also think that it's infringing on our rights to go and use the beach, and when everything else is closed down, that doesn't leave us a whole lot of options of going outside rather than going out and using the beach. And when we are all congregated up at a parking lot or within walking distance of that parking lot, I think it is making the problem worse of, if you want us to spread out and if you don't want us in close contact, let us drive down the beach and drive away from other people so we can, set up a camp, way far away from other people rather than, all clumped up right next to the parking lot. I don't think you're going to stop people from meeting. If you close down the beach, people might just go to their friend's house and have a barbecue. You can't stop people from meeting altogether, but you can at least give us a chance to spread out when the beach is open and we have that public access.
Thank you so much for your comments, and all of the comments are taken very seriously and very appreciated.
Okay, Judge, I see a plain Melissa.
That might be our Melissa.
Well, there's also a Melissa Mungia
Oh, never
here as
mind.
well.
Okay, Melissa, are you here to make public comment? All we have is your name as Melissa. If so, you don't have to, but we'd ask you to unmute at this time.
Melissa,
Hi, I'm just Melissa. I'm here to watch.
Okay, thank you.
Because it's concerning our home on Stonegate.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank
So
you.
that-
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Melissa,
Mute Melissa.
there's an iPad 5.
Okay, at this time, and you'll have to do it carefully, but if there is anybody left to make public comment, would you unmute at this time and let Mr. Little know? Okay. I think we've had the opportunity to hear from public comment. I just want you to know, I did public comment yesterday at the city council, for those of you listening and for those of you that made public comment today. I personally believe that it is such a cathartic process to be able to come and tell your elected leaders what you think. I thought it was so important that I signed up for city council and did that yesterday. And I just want to tell our commissioners that I love our process, the way we do it here. I hope that you feel that you are not only welcome in your comments, but that you are respected, that you are treated with dignity, that your input is incredibly valued and is not taken in any way except for with a grateful sense of your civic duty. And I did not feel that way yesterday. I'm going to be honest. And I told the mayor, the way they receive you on the phone and the way they hung up on you after your 1 minute, it was awful. I felt awful. And I'm sorry to say that, but they need to improve that system over there. I hope that you feel differently for those of you that made public comment. And as I said, for those of you that we don't address directly here, please look for item number F1. When we do get into that discussion of F1, I hope to help address some of your concerns.
Judge, we
Is there
had
one
two,
more?
yeah, we had two people join by phone,
Okay.
and I'm going to ask a phone number.
And what about Ms. Angerstein? Is she
Yeah,
ready?
I'm thinking hopefully one of these is hers.
Okay, let's
So-
double check. Let's do it.
so,
first one.
I've got a phone number ending in 879. I'm going to ask them to unmute.
Okay.
Phone number ending in 879.
Caller, would you identify yourself?
This is Dr. Jacqueline Phillips.
Hi, Dr. Phillips. Welcome.
Hi.
Are you going to give public comment, doctor?
She's for Amistad, right? Amistad.
I'm calling to comment on the Amistad budget.
Okay, we're
I was
almost,
asked for-
okay, yeah, we're not quite there yet, but we'll get to you. Thank you for staying on, and if, we'll get to you first, since we want to get you back to work. We just have a little bit more housekeeping on some public comment.
Okay.
I can be on my way to the building right now. I just wanted to call in to make sure I didn't miss anything.
Oh, yeah, no, we won't let you miss it. Thank you, doctor. You're
Okay,
so
I'm going to
good.
mute
Okay,
that.
go to the next caller.
Okay, there's a phone number ending in 623. I'm going to ask to unmute. Could you please?
Identify yourself, 623, caller ending in 623.
It shows.
My phone number ends in 4623.
Okay, ma'am, welcome. Would you state your name for the court's clerk and your address, and would you like to make public comment?
Yes, I would like to make public comment.
Yes.
My name is Lynn Angerstein. May I begin my public comment?
Yes, please proceed.
Good morning, Judge Canales and Commissioners. As I said, my name is Lynn Angerstein. My address is 3706 Amanda Lane. I'm a resident and a homeowner of the 32-lot Stonegate subdivision that's on your agenda for consideration today. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak in public comment, and I would also like to thank you for the consideration of the agenda item B1 by the Public Works Department to recommend acceptance of the maintenance of Amanda Lane Road. Judge Canales, I'm glad to see you're well and healthy. Commissioners, I appreciate your time and attention to this brief public comment. Commissioner Vaughn, I especially would like to thank you for your attention to the calls of my neighbors on this item. Thank you and stay safe.
Thank you so much. We've got one more caller.
That's a phone number, Judge, ending in 872.
Okay, caller ending in 872, would you kindly unmute, and we're ready for you if you would state your name and your address and your public comment.
Yes. Yes, my name is Alex Schaefer, and my address is 3417 Monterey. And I would just like to say thank you to the court for everything that you have done through COVID times. I know, Judge, that you have gotten so much pushback on closing the parking for the beaches. All I can say is I believe that you have made the right decision, and you need to hear that sometimes too, because after 2 weeks after every holiday, we did have major outbreaks. And while people may not be realizing or seeing, keeping the beaches, shut down some is helping, what we can for sure see is not keeping them shut down has caused a lot of problems. And as far as the few people that have called in and said, the government doesn't have the right, all I can say is, yes, they do. What about seatbelt laws? That is to protect the people. So in my mind, as a citizen, I feel like you're going along the lines of that, and everybody wants to give all their input on what they want to do responsibly. But if people were doing it responsibly, we wouldn't be having cases exploding 2 weeks after every holiday. It's not just the locals, and the locals need to realize that people are coming to our beaches from other places and bringing their COVID to us. So it's kind of difficult to be responsible when everybody is 1 inch away from everybody else. And I know that we've all seen that on Facebook and with our own eyes, and very few, if any, masks. So, I just want to say thank you for not doing the necessarily popular thing, but doing the right thing to protect the people, because I honestly don't feel I've ever met a county government that cares as much as you guys do. So again, to everybody else, please remember this is a really, really hard job for these people right now, and the judge and the commissioners are working hard, I feel, to protect us all, even if we don't get to have all the fun we want. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tyner, I think that concludes it. I'm looking as well with you.
I don't see anybody else, Judge.
Okay, if for any reason anybody has missed the opportunity and you were on the call between 9 and 9:30, if you would call our offices at 888-0444, and we will make certain that you have that opportunity. But we're going to proceed at this time, given that we have done our due diligence to make sure everybody had their opportunity to be heard. Okay, and so at this point, so Dr. Phillips is on her way here, so we're going to wait for her, okay? But we're going to, and I'd like to do what we did the last time, which is wait for our COVID-19 response to be the last, so that we can basically get through the court's business first. And that'll help us, because we'll wait for Amistad's, and that kind of corresponds. So there's an
Well, they're on
approval.
the agenda, regular agenda.
If you want to do that in the future, we can do that. I did, with the direction of the court, did item 2 there, so y'all could always be able to talk about Bob Hall Pier if you wanted to, the parking lot, the drainage, and that
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Yeah, no, that's so good. Let me get through some of the housekeeping things, and then we'll come right back to that. When Amistad gets in, I'll put it back in order.
You did, I think, mention to the people online that you were going to respond
Yes.
under that COVID item.
Yes,
and so
I just would
doubt
like
they're
Dr.
gonna hang-
Phillips to come. I'm just going to wait for Dr. Phillips to be here.
Okay, because I mean.
She's on her way.
We can, but it wouldn't take, I mean, I don't know how long those people have to sit on and listen.
Well, let me get through the consent agenda, let's get through the minutes, and I'd like to make sure that, remember, I've got a few people on as well, like David Quinn from Power Pool
But you know,
and
Dr.
Corn Ferry.
But Amistad's got its own agenda item too.
Right, I'm gonna put them first, the minute she comes in.
No, I was just thinking maybe to let these people hear what your response was, and, because I wanted to respond
Number
too,
2.
so. I wanted to
Right.
make some comments when you did, and I didn't want them to have to tail off because they had to go to work or whatever, so.
Right. I appreciate that. Okay, so I'm gonna take, at this time, I still wanna do the housekeeping of the consent agenda and the minutes. So let's do G1, and then I'll come back to F. Let's do G1, which is the approval of the minutes. And these court minutes, thank you. I'll take a motion
So moved.
and a second. And these are from July 29th. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and then on the consent agenda, are there any?
Judge, I think it was July 29th and July 31st, just
Oh,
for the
goodness,
record.
I see, thank you. Two sets, you're absolutely right. The motion will be for both July 29 and July 31st, I assume.
Yes.
And then the second would be the same, and then all in favor of both signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you for the catch. On the consent agenda, I've got bills.
I would move acceptance of all consent agenda items unless someone has something to pull.
Yeah, sounds good.
Third.
I'm going to pull J just to talk about it just for a second. A through I. Do I have a motion? Motion and a second from Gonzalez? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, and then on J, I just wanted to note that every time we do a project where we use COs, we always like to identify it for the court. And so I didn't want that to miss your, awareness. and I think this is very important. You'll remember a year ago, the sheriff came to us and along with his investigators and said, look, this is very important to have a evidence storage room. We were able to coordinate with the sheriff's department, coordinate with an architect. The reason we did that is it requires a dehumidification so that you're dealing with wet evidence, that is blood evidence, and the chain of custody and making sure that that evidence gets all the way to court is critical. It's how you catch bad guys and make certain that that evidence stays preserved and is used in a court of law. And so, anyway, every time we get these little wins, I want to make sure that there's some acknowledgement. I mean, this is an important project for the sheriff. I think he would agree. And we are finally ready for construction. And the group, I'm not familiar with them, but Next Construction is the name of the group. So I'm excited to make this approval, and I'd like to make a motion and ask you if you have any comments. Okay, motion, second. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. And, okay, and then she's not here yet, but what we'll do is let's start with Hannah. We've got Melissa Munguia on the line, and let's take F2, discuss Hurricane Hannah recovery, including items related to Bob Hall Pier, parking lots, roads, drainage, infrastructure. This is going to get involved. We're going to talk about some restrictions to access on beach because of Hannah. And so for the audience that was listening earlier, you might find this interesting. This has nothing to do with COVID-19, but it has everything to do with our second disaster. And it still, unfortunately, does impede your access to the beach, but it does so because of a public safety concern with regards to debris. So let's have Melissa give us that update, and she's on the phone right now. There she is.
Good morning, Judge
Good morning.
and Commissioners. Hope the day is serving you well so far. So just a quick update on Hurricane Hannah recovery, as we are in recovery mode now. I think the biggest thing right now is Bob Hall Pier. So what we are doing starting today, we have a representative from Crowder Gulf that is driving in, that's going to be doing a snapshot cost estimate for us on what the marine debris cleanup is going to cost us for Bob Hall Pier. So they will be here, probably come in late this evening and start that process tomorrow. So I'm hoping by, by Friday, we have a good cost estimate. The other thing about Bob Hall Pier and getting that estimate, and we might not even wait for that estimate, is the next step for us in the disaster declaration for Hannah is our moving forward to the governor with what's called the disaster summary outline. This can be submitted now that we've gathered as much information on damages that we have. We can submit what would be a preliminary disaster summary outline. So we can go ahead and move forward with submitting that. I feel like we're really close to getting the cost estimate for Bob Hall Pier. So I feel like just holding until Friday to be able to capture that large number in our disaster summary outline would be very helpful, in conjunction with a letter that will come from the judge that goes with the disaster summary outline. So that's what we've been working on. All of our partners, the port, Robstown, other folks have been submitting their damages to us. We've been collecting them. Dale's office has been working hard to put those numbers together. So that's where we are at as far as trying to assess Bob Hall Pier, just the marine debris cost part of it. We're also looking at some of the other things that need to occur, whether or not we need divers to enter the water to assess the structure under the water line, as well as some other surveys that might need to occur. So that is all going to go towards the cost, and all of that can continue to be added to the disaster summary outline, which will be then sent to the state repeatedly until we've got all of our costs captured. So just based on what I've said, does anybody have any questions right now?
Yeah, it's a good time to just stop and see if anyone has any questions. Again, just for the audience, and there's two different roads. Road A is the road that is shoreline debris removal. And that's going to be tackled by the General Land Office, and we are in constant contact with them. And we know who's going to do the work, and they're working on the amount of money that's going to cost. But that is not in our hands, but it is in the General Land Office's hands, and we are constantly working to get updates so that we can bring you that information. What we were told yesterday is that they are in process. So look for it to be very soon, imminent, but we don't have anything to tell you that there is a go yet. And that is what happens after a disaster. There is a tremendous amount of process that goes along with, triggering these contracts and getting the work assembled and paid for. On the marine debris removal side, that's our business, and that's what Melissa has just outlined for you. And there's also some other opportunities to discuss. I know there's some, but it's limited. Discussions with the General Land Office about the survey that needs to be conducted. We mentioned that to you at last court. And that survey is required also by contract with the General Land Office. And so it has to do with making certain we know where our new dune line is, where our vegetation line is, and also really takes note of the erosion that has occurred. So,
Judge, if
anyway, any
just
comments?
just more of a comment. I want to thank you, Judge, for including me with on the phone call yesterday with the GLO and Representative Hunter and yourself. The frustration that I feel on the beach is in many facets, and this is just adding to it because I don't understand why the General Land Office, and I don't want to be too critical because I think they're trying to help, but it's frustrating when I don't know, I counted 2 weeks into this, 2.5 weeks into this, and they haven't really mobilized their contractor or anything to get this beach debris cleaned up. And so we, as a county, are taking some brunt or some beating for that because people just think it's our beach, or county beach, and we should be cleaning it up. And it's not that simple. It's the GLO's responsibility to clean that debris up. The GLO has indicated they'll get on it, stay on it, rah, 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 but the frustration is that they haven't, and they should have, and they should have had pre-positioned contracts in place, and those should have been enacted, and I hope that we can get better response from the General Land Office. I know we have a great relationship with them, and just as if they were frustrated with us, I would have no problem with them, articulating that frustration, and I'm frustrated with them right now because that hasn't moved like it should have moved. And it's not as simple for us to just go out and do it because then we have to pay for it. We're not going to get reimbursed. And right now we've got our plates full with plenty of things we have to pay for that we can't go and just, fund them and hope that we're going to get reimbursed for it. So my hope is that, and I know we as a county have stayed on it, so this is just more of a venting than anything else, I guess. And sometimes that's kind of what I have to do. So that's what I'm doing, but I do appreciate our efforts. I think we've done everything we can we as a county to move the process forward, but we've got to have help from our partners, and right now we've got to have the GLO step up. I know State Representative Hunter, like I say, was on that call, and he articulated his plan to stay on them and to kind of laid out to them what he needed from them, and so I think we've got all the pressure points we can. But it is frustrating that debris is not where it should be. So, but again, that's not aimed at anybody other than right now the GLO. So thank you very much for the time to address
Sure.
that.
And stay with me here. Stay with me here on this thought, Melissa. Go ahead, Melissa. I'll let you. I'll come back
No,
in.
I just wanted to say that's a valid frustration, Commissioner Chesney. And I wanted to ask Judge if you thought this was a good time for me to discuss the disaster project management team and that concept, because they would be somebody that would make sure that those projects that are outside of our reach are on track as well.
Yes, it would. Do you mind if there's people on the phone that are interested in access to our beaches? Can we address with you right now the issue around Bob Hall Pier? And no matter what happens with COVID-19, for my folks, the good citizens that have they're here on the phone with us, and maybe others that are listening. There are some areas around Bob Hall Pier that are very dangerous, and they have been deemed so by ourselves and the General Land Office. And so there's going to be some access roads that are 100% down because of that fact, because Hannah has created that concern and issue for us. I also want you to know, and this is a place I like to go, in fact, love to go, Padre Island National Seashore. They are also closed down for the same exact reasons. And there were other access roads that are closed, again, have nothing to do with COVID, that are all Hurricane Hannah driven. They're going to stay in place because of either construction or maintenance due to Hurricane Hannah. And what I'd like to do for you and for me and for everybody who just needs some simple roadmap is to be able to produce a map that gets on our website as maybe by this afternoon. We're working on it because the maintenance changes daily, as so you can see what is Hurricane Hannah shut down, and most likely will be this way for the next few weeks, according to Padre Island National Seashore and Scott Cross, Director of Coastal Parks. So I want you to know that we have challenges because of a double disaster. So for all the folks that called in earlier, this is my opportunity to tell you that I'm just like you. I love to fish. I like to social distance on the beach. I'm at the beach every weekend, although you wouldn't tell it. I have no tan, but I'm old, so I'm trying to hide behind hats. Don't want too many more wrinkles that I already have. But it's a place of wellness for me and my family. I get it. I'm so in tune with it. I hear you, and I feel everything that you feel about not having access. And so what I want you to understand is that there's going to be two schools of thought, and I'm going to address both of them in different agenda items. Right now, I'm addressing the safety issues regarding Bob Hall Pier and pins. Now I want to talk about Access Road 6 all the way to pins. That is not in our jurisdiction. A lot of that, well, some of it is, but southernly, as you move southerly, which is kind of the most beautiful area from Bob Hall Pier, you have a debris line. For those fishermen, it looks like a weed line of debris. It is shocking. And I'm going to try to post some of those pictures on our emergency management Facebook. But here's some good news. On August 22nd, we have a 4-H outstanding rock star young woman who is putting together a beach cleanup so that we can get back on the beaches south of us from Bob Hall Pier. And I'm going to need everybody's help and cooperation, because if we drive on the beaches over there, you're going to take that debris and you're going to sink it into that sand. And we're not going to be able to do proper debris removal. And she has gotten all kinds of help and coordination, and I think it's the right thing to do to get us all those beaches opened up south of Access Road 6. And that is so close, you can almost taste it, it's so close. So I want you to know that most of the access problems we're having are equally COVID as they are Hannah. And Hannah isn't going to get better even if I lift my order. I just want you to know that. There's going to be several weeks where we need to get teams in there to do the things that you know are necessary as a beach lover. As somebody who understands nature, if you cared enough to make public comment, you love that beach like I do, and you'll know that we need to get that beach cleaned up and it needs to be surveyed. And the reason that survey is so important is because the erosion is so damaged. Your beach is no longer the same beach you remember pre-Hannah. And so even though we want to social distance and we want to get people spread out, Hannah has made it more complex. And so I just want you to know that I've charged Melissa with this very difficult duty of getting this map for us and really designating what areas are really just stuck in permanent, well, it's temporary, not permanent, but for right now, they're in a category of unsafe. And I hope that helps those folks that made public comment understand that that's 50% of the beach closures right now. Melissa, go ahead. Well, on disaster management.
So because we do have, like the judge mentioned and everybody knows right now, we do have a double disaster that's occurring. So we have so much of our team that needs to be committed in so many different directions that for Hannah recovery, we want to be able to successfully recover. We want to be able to get the reimbursements we set out for. We want to be able to repair ourselves in a way that sets us in a better position for the future. And that's also a way for us to acquire additional funding, is if we add mitigation to our recovery efforts. So those will continue to move forward, but having a dedicated team that can manage these projects and manage the grants, not manage the grants because we have a great grants administration program, but they're going to be supporting that side of it by keeping our projects on target, online, and keeping them connected with where we're at in the grant process or the recovery process. Now, it's going to depend on what we have available. This is why we're trying to get these disaster summary outlines in so that we can reach, the state is trying to reach a threshold of 39 million so that we can get what is called the public assistance program activated. So this particular team would be working with us diligently to make sure that we're both reaching our goals, but ensuring that nothing's being missed, and also that we're coming out of this as resilient as we can with the most success when it comes to reimbursement. So this team would be dedicated to those projects, which allows our team to continue on all of the different response that we have, all of the operations that we have going on. Hannah is now in recovery mode. COVID is still in response mode. So we have testing operations, we have the COVID clinic and the isolation facility. We have all of those different projects, operations that are still occurring that our team really needs to continue to focus on as well. So this is about bringing in support, assistance for us to ensure that we're not divided in too many directions, that we miss something critical. So this is backup for us. And so I just wanted to bring that up because this particular team would be, that person that keeps us connected to the GLO's process and where they're at on debris cleanup for the beaches, and keep us posted with what's happening there too, and make sure that Commissioner Chesney, with your frustrations, make sure that we're in line with them, and our process and our progress should be, motivator for everybody to continue to work forward with us. So that's what that is about. And then right now we have, Michael is working on putting proposals together or collecting proposals for those types of teams, teams that have been used in these areas before, teams that we, from companies that we already have contracts with for different things like Tetra Tech or Tidal Basin. We're looking for the best team for what our needs are right now, and that process is in the beginning stages. So I wanted to bring that up just on the back of what Commissioner Chesney had said, just because that would be a huge success for us, because we'd have somebody dedicated to keep their eye on all of the projects and the deadlines, and the other people that are involved in our recovery as well. Did you have any questions, Judge?
I'm going to open it up to the commissioners at this time. Commissioners, do you have any questions regarding Bob Hall Pier and any type of issue that would emanate from that? I know Jacobs Engineering was approved last time. Maybe it would be good next court to come have Jacobs give us a report or just give us a status. Maybe they could have them, we could have them come, Melissa, next court.
I'm sorry, just a question. Mr. Kurtz had mentioned to me before, and I don't know who he had reached out to. Maybe he can answer it. He's got a large group of folks that wanted to do some beach cleanup.
Oh, great.
And indicated that he was having trouble getting connected
Mr.
there.
who?
Mr. Kurtz, who.
On the phone?
And I think he's still listening.
I think it's
know he'd mentioned
Kurth.
that. Kurt, I apologize.
Kurth, Kurth is what I recall.
And
Kevin?
so how do we hook him up
Okay,
with the right
if you're
folks
still
to do
listening,
that?
I'm gonna, so, I'm actually, the young lady that's truly amazing, her name is Jules Gilliam. And I'm looking for it real quick, like, if you'll just give me 1 second. she has created a really great Facebook post. She's got a flyer. She's going to do a press release. And I don't know why I'm struggling. Forgive me. Just give me a second, Brent. I'll find it and I'll send it to you. But what I want you to know is that this beach cleanup is super organized. And in fact, everything I threw at her, she says, I got it. What about this? What about water? What about security? What about an EMS, just in case someone gets heat exhaustion? I'm just so proud of our 4-H team for our rural representatives here. I mean, look at the rural 4-H kids really kicking in on the beach. And so we will get you guys hooked up. Adopt a
think-
Beach is not working right now because of COVID-19.
And I think what Keith has indicated to me was that they organize hundreds of people every year to do these beach cleanups. So it sounds like they've got their own little, so I mean, does he just need to get in touch with Melissa or Scott Cross? I mean, obviously they have to have the ability to have access to get
So
onto the
just-
beach to clean
Yeah,
it.
why doesn't he just call my office, 888-0444, and lets you and I visit, and we will get you hooked up with Melissa. And like I said, we have this one set up for August 22nd. We can join forces. Trust me, the debris line is so vast, you're going to be shocked. And so there's probably not enough hands. If we needed to do it, have 2 shifts. I told Jules it's so hot, we'll want to start in the morning. So I think she's got us scheduled from like 8 to 11:30. And then, but if we wanted to do an evening, you can kind of start from 4 to 8 till the sun goes down. We could maybe work that as well. But we're going to need definitely cooperation from the citizens. If you drive on that part of the beach debris removal will not work. It just will not work. It will make everything go underneath the sand. So I think that there is a way that we can join forces, and I can't wait. I mean, this is what we want. And then once that area is open, then it will be a good area to be able to move on. Just so you know, we're working with Clayburgh as well, County Judge
and
Madrid.
I'll just get him to, I think he's on there, I think he's still listening. I see his face on the screen
Okay.
here, so.
Unmute him?
Yeah, if you want to unmute him and he can, or whatever, I just want to make sure he gets hooked up
I
because
think-
he's indicated he's had a hard time doing that, and I want to make sure he's
Well,
able to do that.
Okay, I don't know,
Keep-
like I said, if you were calling the Adopt a Beach program that our community has, I know that they weren't doing any beach cleanups right now, so that might have been why, but, yeah, I mean, we welcome you, we welcome your team, and it sounds like we're all in it for the right reasons, so let's work together.
He's probably screaming, unmute me, I want to say
I
something.
know, I don't know, I'm not in charge of it.
Can you unmute him just for a second, Tyler, is that okay? Since it's.
Yes, I'm clicking, I'm asking him to unmute. He may not be monitoring right now. Oh, here he goes.
Judge Canales, this is Keith Kurth.
Hey, Keith.
Okay, yeah, we've got hundreds of people. We work 7 days a week to get the beaches clean, and we do it every year. So we've had issues getting on the beach because we do need vehicles with trailers so we can pick stuff off the beach and haul it off.
Right,
But
right.
that's how we do it, and we just walk down one step at a time, pick everything up.
Yeah, well, we're gonna, hopefully you heard that number, it's 888-0444, and just, there's a lovely lady named Margaret, most likely that'll pick up if you call shortly, and she'll get all your info, and we're gonna get hooked up. So, like I said, I'm struggling right this minute to get the beach flyer, but we have a beach flyer already put together, but you can piggyback on that effort, or we can do a separate effort if need be. There's so much work to do, and we'll work with you and all of the rot vehicles. And like I said, the General Land Office has approved this cleanup, and of course, we invited them to come out with us too.
Okay, I will call you
And
today, Judge.
and I'm holding up the signs to say social distance. That's gonna be my job, apparently. So, and there's a right way to do it, and I know we can do it right, so. Okay, Melissa, is there any other opportunities to make comment with regards to what's going on? We've got a ton of work. There's a lot of paperwork. Melissa and the whole team is working overtime, so thank you.
I didn't want to, it's difficult, and there will be moments where it's difficult, like what you're discussing now with the beaches. It's going to be difficult to separate COVID efforts from HANA efforts because some of them will be overlapping. So I didn't want to jump ahead. I'm not sure if in this discussion we've just had, if you wanted also for me to speak about the beach parking lots and the effort in Port Aransas.
Yeah, I think that would be excellent since we're still talking
beaches,
except for that. Hang on one second. If there's no other issues with Hurricane Hannah, recovery, and again, we're really just scratching the surface. I am going to get us this disaster management team to help us with the pre-application process in hopes that we can meet that threshold. We're going to know very soon. I hate to say this, but it's kind of bittersweet. If we make the threshold, it's because, Commissioner Chesney, we need a new pier. And so it's kind of bittersweet to think that the way you make your threshold is because your pier is not structurally sound anymore. And so we won't know until this week, but that's kind of how it's going to end up. So the disaster management team will trigger that contract with County Attorney Jimenez. I already sent her most of the, not most, but some of the information, and we'll be introducing that team to you hopefully by next court. So now I can finish with that, Melissa, and I'm going to pivot to item F1, which is COVID. And we'll let you do that piece of it, and then we're going to go right into the Amistad part because Dr. Phillips happens to be in the room, and I want to respect her time. So let's do
I'll
COVID.
Focus just on our efforts
Yeah.
with working with Port Aransas.
Right,
and
and then
we
we'll
can
come
on
back.
to Dr. Phillips if that's okay with you.
Perfect.
So right now, Port Aransas is short on being able to handle the issues that are, the cascading effects, if you will, of not having vehicles allowed on the beaches. So one of the things that we're assisting them in doing right now, they've identified the beach access points, and off of those beach access points, they are constructing. Currently, we have Juan Pimentel with Public Works out there assisting in this process as well, and making sure we have the resources we need to do it, as well as the personnel. So we're creating parking lots essentially right off of, so once you enter the beach, drive onto the beach, that's going to be a closed off parking lot. And what this is really doing is this is taking the cars that are parking up and down the streets in Port Aransas out of the way of emergency response vehicles. So the creation of these parking lots was due to a safety issue. We have selected, I believe it's 6 that Port Aransas selected to create those parking lots off of. And then of course from there it would be no vehicular access still. But that's going to help really eliminate the buildup that's happening on all the roadways and fire and EMS vehicles not being able to fit in to the different roads to respond to calls. So in that, or to be able to do that, I should say, there's a joint effort that is happening right now to ensure that Port Aransas has, again, the resources to do that, just the help to lay it out and make it happen. And so this is something that we can include in the map, in the overall map that the judge was talking about earlier, and also add exactly where the access points are. You have the roads that are closed and the areas that are closed due to HANA damage and safety issues, and then it'll also identify the ones that are open and do contain parking lots as well. So that would be a great visual for not only ourselves but the public as well, to see exactly where and what is happening on the beaches with this as far as safety issues and accessibility. So I believe over the span of today and tomorrow probably we'll be laying out these parking lots. We're also working on new signage that's going to be needed. Instead of saying that there's no parking there or vehicles allowed, we now have to have ones that kind of explain the parking lot. So, but this should really take a huge burden off of the streetway parking that has been causing EMS and fire a lot of issues with responding. So I think that's a great testament to communication and teamwork. So if we have something in place that is causing a jurisdiction to have struggles, if we can communicate that with one another, there's a solution to everything. So sometimes we just have to put our brains together to figure out what the best thing to do is. These parking lots aren't going to probably hold all of the vehicles, but we'll be able to identify additional areas off of the beaches that vehicles can park as well. So I just wanted to at least bring that up, because I know we've talked a lot about beaches and access today. So
Right.
that one will help people get a little bit closer to the destination that they're wanting in their vehicle with their supplies with them, a little bit closer to the beach. And I hope that alleviates the issues that some people have with carrying their things onto the beach, and it makes the overall process a little bit better. It certainly makes it safer. And our biggest hope and Port Aransas' hugest concern was that it was causing pedestrians to cross roadways that were dangerous. So it's about getting a traffic plan together. It's about communication so that we can make sure that we are guiding people safely to still be able to. We're taking all of these measures, just for those of you that spoke earlier. We really are taking a lot of measures right now to continue to allow people on the beaches safely. So maybe we have to take out the fact that you drive on the beach, or now in this case we're bringing parking lots to the beach, which makes it a little bit better, but it causes a lot of additional resources that are needed, a lot of additional effort. But all of these actions that we're taking are in an effort to make sure that you can still go to the beach and that it's safe for you. And so I hope that you can see over time, especially when we produce the map for you, you're going to see where the dangers are and the justification for closure. And then you're also going to see the access points that are open in all of those areas that we're making sure to man and make safe, so that, again, you can still continue to enjoy the beaches here in Nueces County. So I just wanted to be able to at least address that right now on the back of our beach conversation. I don't know, commissioners, if you have any questions right now about what we're doing.
I do, yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
My concern over this is, and maybe I'm reading too much into it, but with all the work being put into this, with the extension till the 17th, it unfortunately sounds like looks like there's going to be another extension, because we wouldn't.
You need to stop right there. That's what we call objection, Your Honor. It calls for speculation. If you have a comment, let's not make it about my mindset at all.
But I can, Judge.
No,
Can I just say
we're not going to talk about extensions.
I let everybody talk except I get interrupted on everything.
No, you're not allowed to get into mindset or speculation.
Okay, then I'll take back my speculation.
Okay.
But that's what it seems like. I can say that, and there's nothing wrong with this. This isn't a court of law, Judge. I get to say that. It's not a court of law. And so that's what it seems like. If that's not correct, great, then address that and be happy to go forward. I want to finish mine first. My point is if we're doing all this, and if that is where it's going, and if all this effort is being made, then I would hope, even though I advocate for a different vehicular access point, and I think we should have a full access. If that's not what's happening, and if we're doing all this work in Port A, then my hope would be that we would look at doing something like this at the least, not the most. I still think we ought to have vehicles on there, but if that's what we're heading towards, then I would hope we would look at this not only on Port Aransas, but in city and county beaches too, at the very least. And again, I think we ought to let the vehicles back on. But if that's not where it's headed, then I would hope we would look at doing something like this everywhere to get people some access, because in those same areas in the city of Corpus Christi, people are walking a half mile, they're backing up. They're very intense situations there, and there's a lot of crowding and a lot of things that are going on there that it's hard to socially distance when you're parking along these streets, these beach access roads 4 and 5, and then walking into the beach. So all I'm saying is, if that's where it's headed, and if it's not, then great. That would be great. If that's where it's headed, I would ask that it be looked at everywhere at the very least. Again, I don't want my comments to be misconstrued. The judge and I disagree on this respectfully, and we'll probably continue to disagree. All I'm saying is maybe there's some middle ground. Maybe there's something that just doesn't take all the vehicles off the beach. Maybe we have to design parking lots on our beach for a while, whatever. I will spend 100 hours helping if we're trying to figure out how to get people's vehicles back on the beach. I will do it. I will be involved in it. I will spend time. I will come up with my commissioner's money if I need to, because I feel strongly and passionately that we need to have some way for these people who have mental health, they want to get on the beach, and the data doesn't suggest to me that these disease experts don't indicate to me that the beach is an unsafe place to be. If the judge feels that we need to do something to limit, all I'm offering is suggestions other than a total vehicular ban. Let's look at this everywhere, and maybe there's something we can come up with that will balance what the judge feels is needed with what other people feel is needed as well. So,
Yeah. And I think there was
I'm not trying to
Melissa
I'm just
wants
trying to, I'm just trying to say, if this is a long-term thing, if it's not, okay, if it's a long-term thing, please look at these kinds of things at least on all of the
Yeah,
beaches.
I think there's a thank you in there somewhere, because that's what we've been doing. What Melissa is reporting to you is how we are working with your specific precinct and the jurisdictional entities that are in your precinct, i.e. City of Port Aransas, very well. Melissa and Rick Adams, her counterpart in emergency management, along with myself, Mayor Bouillon, David Parsons, Chief of Police Burrows, Bobby Sherwood, Constable, and others, have had very productive and constructive conversations. As I told them, and as I repeated yesterday in the press briefing, when there is an issue of public safety, not only are we going to respond to it, which is what we have done, but we're going to create solutions together. Port Aransas has been 100% supportive since actually before July 4th. And they were supportive.
Port Aransas mayor, not Port Aransas judge. I mean, don't imply the entire city of Port Aransas is supportive of this.
The city of Port Aransas has a mayor. His name is Mayor Bouillon, and he is the decision maker when it comes to emergency management decisions, along with his emergency manager coordinator. And the city manager also runs the city, and he also was supportive of these actions. So what I'm relaying to you are the facts. And the facts is that in emergency management, there is a command structure called incident command structure. And when we have disaster declarations, it is your mayor that makes the decision. So I will make certain that you understand that your mayor in Port Aransas, along with his emergency management coordinator, Rick Adams, along with the city manager who helps run the city, that emergency management team has been very supportive of all of these actions, and in fact, specifically asked me to consider these actions before I even considered these actions. Port Aransas is a unique, beautiful resort, I would almost say, picturesque community. And it has different parameters, both geographically and coastal, that require this type of effort and resources that we've placed in it this week. From manpower to traffic plans to making sure that the orders can still be enforced.
And Judge, can I just say, and Commissioner Chesney, I know that, when you look at it, it seems like a tremendous amount of effort, which would lead you to believe that the plan would be to extend the orders. But what we were looking at, and what Mayor Bouillon was looking at was how the current situation didn't work. It was dangerous, and his concerns. And what we did was look at how, because we have a weekend coming up before the end of the orders. So all we focused on was not what we need for the extension of orders. All we looked at, and it doesn't matter how many resources it takes or how much manpower or hours it takes. We're just doing whatever we can to make sure that Port Aransas is safe and the citizens and visitors are safe until the 17th. That was the goal and everything that we're doing right now. I know that it probably looked to you like, well, if they're putting all that effort in, they must be extending the orders. But I just want to clarify that none of our action had to do with whether or not we extended orders. but rather how we can help Port Aransas keep their community safe until the 17th. Just to clarify for you, that's all.
And I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Judge, may I make a comment?
Of course.
I spent a lot of time yesterday afternoon making calls of people that were concerned about this, and I understand the concern, and I think the judge does too, and I'm not going to read her mind, but I believe from the beginning it was done because we had such an influx of people from other cities, and I think that she was trying to stop that, but the beaches weren't closed. We just didn't have the vehicles on there, and I understand that frustration because when you're trying to walk across sand, pulling an ice chest and pulling a child from a long distance is difficult. And from talking to some of them yesterday, there is a concern about traffic, trying to get around the traffic because there's no crossroads. So I don't think, from what I'm hearing, that there's any intention of doing anything yet. So I would ask, Judge, that if it's a possibility to make some kind of compromise, I love the idea that they're letting them on the beach to park in different areas, because if they can park in different areas, they won't cluster together. And because I know it's so important. And the good thing is that summer's almost over and school's beginning, so a lot of people aren't going to be going to the beach like they were. So I'm hoping that there is some kind of compromise that can happen.
And that's definitely why I think that we said there was going to be, I like using phrases that people can understand really well, and we called it a lookout point. And we were very, very thoughtful about what that lookout point would look like on a calendar, and we chose the 17th. We also chose that because it got us 2 weeks, completely 2 weeks inside the month of August. And we know anything we do for 2 weeks affects our hospitals literally for the next month. And so we had a very deliberate discussion with our medical health providers that are dealing with COVID. We only have 3 major ones here in our community. One is pediatric, and we don't have a tremendous amount of volume, although we have some, but not a tremendous amount of volume of pediatric patients with COVID at this time. So the 2 main healthcare provider systems, Christus, SPAN, and HCA, both were involved with discussions with me and with our emergency management folks, which include our health department, as to what they needed to see to not just flatten a curve. Flattening a curve means going this way. We wanted to bend that curve, and we wanted to see hospitalizations drop significantly by 20%. We wanted to see ICU rates drop significantly. We wanted to give these people a break and a breather because we could not sustain anymore what was happening. But I was sensitive to the fact that there were people who owned homes, people who had condos rented for the whole summer, people who had short-term rentals, people who live in Port Aransas, and the locals that pay taxes and use the beach. And so the compromise was really almost from the get-go. It was, we want to make sure that beaches are open. We want to make sure that people who live on beaches and who rent these rentals can utilize the beach. But yes, it was a completely deliberate. When you close access roads, you're telling people from other communities, hey, we don't want it to look like it did on Memorial Day, because nobody argues that the beach per se is bad. Everybody agrees that interactions that are into the tens of thousands at gas stations, grocery stores, convenience stores, small business, on the way to and from the beach cause a tremendous increase in COVID-19. And that's what we were going to want to limit. And so, yes, I prefer thinking that 300 cases a day are much better for our hospitals than 600 cases. And I want to transition to Dr. Phillips, who's here, and we can always come back. But for those of you that enjoy the data points, I want to share with you something that doesn't make me proud to say about our beautiful state. And that is that we have eclipsed New York. We have more cases than New York has had at 517,700. We've had 9,220 deaths, which represents 1 in every 56 people who have a positive case. We are in the top 10 of Texas counties with regarding deaths. That means Harris County, Dallas, Bexar, Tarrant and Travis, and Hidalgo, El Paso, Cameron, and then Nueces All of those communities I listed above are in the million-plus range, with the exception of Cameron, which I believe is around 420,000, about 60,000 more than we. And so those two ratios weigh heavy in my mind. If you recognize that Texas is now third in the nation and has passed New York by almost 100,000 COVID cases, you might ask yourself, well, what about us? Texas is a big state. What about us here in the Coastal Bend? Well, consistently for the past 4 weeks, the Coastal Bend has been in the top either 1, 2, or 3 spot for everything, for literally deaths, for hospitalizations, for positivity, and for ICUs. And so when you see, as a county judge in charge of emergency management, that your state is in crisis, your region is the hotspot of that state, and then your county is the top in that region, and you do nothing, well, I might as well take off the emblem that says emergency management from my jackets, because that's not a manager who's dealing with an emergency. That's a do-nothing judge, and I will not be that person for this county. So I did try to strike that compromise, and as I told Mayor Bouillon and the entire, and just so you know, Commissioner, there were multiple city council people on that call, and they can attest to what I said, which is, if there is a problem with safety, I want to help. If there is a need for manpower, I want to make that call. If we can do it better, we will. The goal has been from the get-go, how to help reduce the spread of COVID-19, because we did not have any tools in our toolbox other than the obvious, which was, how can we make 25,000 cars become 5,000? And that's what we did. So these parking lots, they are for you, Port Aransas, to make sure your citizens, which are our citizens in the county, can be safe accessing their local beach. But it's not meant to be a all call to the state of Texas, because the coast is still not clear. And we want to take that bend, and I want to drive it all the way down. And I want to make that beach an amazing place for wellness. And if we want to do something about wellness, then I'm going to ask you to refer to a future agenda item when we talk about the hospital district and their budget, because mental health and opioid addiction starts with a comprehensive plan that's been set forth by the Meadows Foundation. And I promise you, what we need most of all for mental health doesn't happen on a beach. It happens in a detox unit, in a sobriety center. It happens in suicide counseling and prevention. It happens with a learning resources center and a massive jail diversion overhaul. That's how we're going to help mental health in our community, and I think we all are committed to that here in this court. And beaches are part of our community that we want back, and I can't wait to be able to lift those restrictions, because that will be a great day for us all. But make no mistake, there was ample justification. There was ample discussion and collaboration with our General Land Office, whose job it is to make sure that there is no unreasonable restriction to open beaches. So if you have more interest, please tune in on Friday afternoon, where Dr. Bird and the Texas A&M team will be presenting the latest data with regards to transmission rate, infection, and apologize for that. That's our senator calling us. And you can see how the Coastal Bend is faring. But when we stop being number 1, number 2, number 3 in the state that's already 3 in the nation, then we can start talking about making things better for other people to come in and be 3 deep on the beach. In the meantime, my goal was to take care of us. And us means the local people who have homes, who have short-term rentals, condos, the local citizens, people who do want to go fish. That's why those piers were open before Hannah messed that up. It's why we've done everything we can to make sure that open beaches stay open. But I think that there is a real disconnect between what you don't see, which is inside those hospitals, and what feels good. And I'm trying to find that balance. And that's what that's all about. And so what you can look for is a continued thoughtful, carefully planned order or lifting of such, or replacement or an amendment of such next week. And if you ask me when I make those decisions, it's when the data comes in at the end of each week, because that's the right time to make those decisions. And I get just as many supportive phone calls as I do negative ones. In fact, probably way more supportive than negative. And I care about each and every one of them, even the ones that don't understand and use both foul language, inappropriate commentary, downright ugliness and hatred. I love America, so I guess I have to love those comments too, in a strange way, because they have a right to do it. But what we don't have, I think, enough of is understanding of one another. And the one thing I need to be crystal clear on is that there is authority, and it's been emphasized by our Texas Supreme Court. I don't have the site, but the authority is there to make the decisions that we need to make. And one thing I'd like to make certain is that this court not only respectfully disagrees if they need to, but that they emphatically tell their constituents that that authority is not only real, but it's important to respect. You can disagree, but you must respect it, because it can cost you your life in another incident of emergency if you don't follow that authority. And so it's really important to make sure that while you disagree, Commissioner Chesney, that you respect that this court through, really, that the statute under the local government code 418 gives us the authority to act in this type of manner. And
Judge,
so,
you've not heard me one
no,
time.
I want you
no.
to emphasize it to the public,
Well,
that's all.
I have, and I think that it's inappropriate in some of the ways that you have been addressed, and I'm sorry that's happened. I just think that there is a lot of frustration, and I think that there's a lot of data to the contrary about beaches that say it is a safe place to be, and I think there could have been ways in that month period of time to not have a total vehicle ban and to have some of these ideas that have come out now. And my response is just simply, we have miles and miles and miles and miles of beaches. I think 95% of the people on the beaches do it the right way. And let me tell you, I'm not concerned about the tourists right now. I'm not advocating for tourists. I'm advocating for our local people. If there's a way to, if you believe that we need to keep the tourists off because you think that was the problem, that's not my objection. And I want to be clear on that. Mine is that simply, I think there are ways to open that beach to vehicles that, as you say, with thoughtful reflection and things of that nature that we could have done in the past month, that might have tempered some of the frustration and some of the and balance the safety. COVID is serious. No one takes it lightly. If they do, they're foolish. It's a terrible, horrible disease. But there are also miles and miles and miles and miles of beaches, and it's so easy to socially distance out there, and 95% of the people are doing it the right way. And for the 5% who aren't, then we should penalize those people. We should kick them off, or we should ticket them, or whatever. If they're not following those rules that they're allowed to, then there should be consequences. So again, I don't question your authority. No, I think some of the way that people have treated you is reprehensible. I don't appreciate it. I don't like it. I don't like it when someone does it to me. Believe me, I've had my share of, I've gotten some of those too because they think I'm doing it, even though I don't have the authority to do anything. So I haven't appreciated being called names either during this process. So that's not appropriate. And so I just want to be clear. I don't agree with that, and I don't agree with, and I do think you have the authority to do it currently, and so I'm not challenging that. You know, unless someone else does, that's not my. I don't have.
No, I appreciate.
But just since you referenced me, I just wanted. I don't want you to think that I'm going out there saying you don't have the authority.
No, I appreciate that.
I didn't think you did. Quite frankly, I come back and challenge the authority.
I know you
But
would.
You know I would, right, in a respectful
I know
manner.
you would.
But so that's enough, I think, for now. I mean, we
Yeah,
have
I
a
think-
difference. I think I appreciate that you're trying. I know that. It's hard. It's a hard deal. But I do think there are ways to open these beaches up carefully, and I think if you need help with any of that, and if you want to consult me on some of that, I'd be happy to visit with you offline about it, because I do think there are ways to do this that can simmer things down and keep people safe. It's not about just the pressure. I get it. You got to balance people's outrage with people's safety, and that's a tough balance. I get it, but I think there are ways to do that.
Right. And just as a final thought, yes, balance is important, but, you know, safety comes first. That's the bottom line, and saving lives. And people have asked, well, who are you listening to? I'm listening to the doctors. I'm listening to the doctors in our backyard who manage our hospitals, who put themselves and their entire staff in harm's way every day. And when they ask to please keep the numbers as low as they can be, and we have data that shows when we have no vehicular restriction, the state of Texas doesn't respect that the coast is not clear, and we get 140,000 vehicles. And when we have vehicular restriction, we can basically see like around 95,000 over the course of the same interval. We can show this by cell data. We can show how social distancing in practice sounds good on the beach. It certainly can be done, but it's not done. And we have drone coverage that shows that. And so, again, we were in a major crisis in the month of July. Major. Everything you could possibly dream, it's like the worst case scenario happened to us in the month of July. And so when the doctor said, we need 2 more weeks to get this, we think we see something good happening, okay? And tomorrow you're gonna see curves that show this, all right? It's not great because people are dying every day, and that's terrible. And our ICUs are not exciting at 120, but at least it's not 157. And at least our hospitalizations are not at 400, they're at 250. And so when we see it going down, we know that we've done something to help. It's not the only thing, but it's one of the tools that we had. And so you asked for a good response, and I hope that for the people, Vladimir and Joshua and Keith, and forgive me, I can't remember the other person, I hope that that gives you, I'm certain it's not the answer you want, but it's important to me and to Kenneth Siago, who emails me every other day. I hope you're listening. This is my opportunity to share the response with you. It's honest, it's real, and for what it's worth, I believe very passionately in what I'm doing is helping. And I can't wait to have a better day very, very soon where we don't have to have these types of discussions.
Judge, I just want to thank the gentleman that called in because they were very respectful.
They were.
And they disagreed, but they were respectful. And sometimes you don't get that, as you know, you get the other calls as well, and the kind ones are hard to come by sometime.
Right.
But I think we all need to remember that this is something new. This has never happened to us before.
Right.
So you're learning as you go, and you can probably write a book when it's over.
I'm certain I would. As I say, I'm fair game. Anybody says anything any more ugly about my kids, and I'm gonna come
I
unleashed.
want to say one thing, I think that what we're doing somehow is working, to a certain extent, because, in the last week, the health department has not had no drive-throughs. The calls have been from 900, 1,000 to now 100, so something is working. Maybe every little bit here, a little bit there, whatever. The mask, maybe the beach, whatever, something is working, and when I hear that the calls are down that far, man, that's good news to me.
Yeah, something big is happening.
So, and then the deaths are, though Texas might be up there, but Nueces County, we're very fortunate, we're blessed that our death hasn't been as high as could have been. So, one's too much, but still, we're blessed to hope that we've been able to control some of that. And thanks to everybody in the front lines, the doctors and the nurses and the hospitals and the health department. So I just want to say something out there is working, and maybe my working slow, but it's working. We just have to keep on pushing forward on whatever works.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have Dr. Phillips here, and she's been patiently waiting. She's getting to see government in action. But she's really agenda item number 3. But having said that, I'm going to move her up because truly, it makes perfect sense. And if you need more information from Melissa on COVID-19, and there might be, let's have it right after Dr. Phillips. But talking about the COVID clinic is really part of F1, and it's also A3. So I'll call A3 for the clerk, just notation, just so we know where we are. And Dr. Phillips and I met via Zoom the first time. They've invited me and other electeds to participate on Nueces County Medical Society forums months and months ago when we first had the outbreak, and that's how I met her. And it's hard to believe it's just been 5 months, but I feel like if there were a soul sister, I would want her to be mine. I've never met a person who's so dedicated to saving lives and to going above and beyond as Dr. Jacqueline Phillips. And I told her, she spells her name just the way I spell my daughter's. And there's something about this woman that's extraordinary in times like today. So I want to welcome one of my heroes to court and ask her to do an Amistad Community Healthcare Center presentation.
Yeah, I just want to say that this is an agenda item that I put in the agenda.
Yeah.
Of course, I hadn't added the plaza there, but it's there, and we can give us an update on the plaza. But I think that the proposal the reason I put the proposal on there because I'm really amazed at that proposal, man. It is an awesome proposal, and I don't know why we hadn't jumped on it to really take on it on a full basis at La Amistad, because that's really where it should have been in the first place, I think. And I know it was submitted to somebody at one time and was submitted maybe to the hospital district. But, I got a copy of it, and I started looking at it, and I said, wow. I said, this is really something we needed like 2-3 months ago, and if they can hit the ground running with this here, why are we not?
Well, that proposal was for a different clinic completely. It was for a clinic at their property, and it was a rental piece of proposal.
That's why I'm getting to, but it's good. It should be at their property. I think this clinic should be at their property. I think it should be, and it's not they got a module building. It's not really, we call it a trailer, but it's a module building that they already got. It's a nice building. If you go inside the building, it's real nice. So it's not really a trailer, it's a module building that's set up for COVID. And I think they jumped a lot of hurdles to, after, I think they talked to Johnny Hemp about doing something like this, and they jumped a lot of hurdles trying to get to this part here, putting this thing together. And I think they did a lot of work putting it together. And, this is a 1-year project, a 2-year project, and I really, Doctor, I really appreciate all this that y'all put into here. That, thinking of everything you can do to help the hospitals. And I still think it should be the hub for all the referrals, coming to Amistad. Since you have the clinic there, you have the COVID clinic there, the modular unit that you have. And you also have Robstown that you can expand if you have to expand. So, and I don't know anything about the clinic because I don't know what's going on at the clinic. But
Well, why don't you let her tell us about it?
Yeah, but let me finish. Let me just finish. That's what I wanted her to know, because I want her to know what I need, what I want to know. Okay, so and I know that you're doing some work at the clinic, and I understand that. And I know you divided your team in 2 parts. We go to the clinic at certain times, and you let me stop. But to me, I think that. I don't know what I'm not going to ask you something. What your goal was at that point, but when you did this was really at La Amistad, not at the clinic, right?
Okay.
Can I guess let me start with how this idea kind of came to being and how it evolved.
Okay, hold on, Doc. Is Ken on the line by any chance?
He should be.
Kenneth Waller, are you on the line, Ken?
A number ending in 397?
397?
Yep.
Okay,
Is that it?
he's on the line listening.
Is that him?
Can you sure he's on, can you check, see if he's listening, Tyner?
Is that Ken, number ending in 397? You're unmuted.
I don't think so.
Okay, just go ahead and keep
Okay,
it
go ahead,
muted.
Doctor.
Keep it
Appreciate
muted for right now.
Appreciate it.
Okay, it's muted.
So, my name is Dr. Jacqueline Phillips. I'm the Chief Medical Officer at the Amistad Community Health Center and the Interim Program Director for the Internal Medicine Residency at Bay Area Medical Center. This project was born out of a need from the Nueces County Medical Society to link patients from post-acute care in the hospital to outpatient care. The Nueces County Medical Society had developed a phone call tree and had some volunteers that had signed up to be on a phone tree to receive referrals. But because of surges and because of anticipated patient volume, they were needing to have extra help. So I was approached to ask if the thought of an outpatient clinic dedicated to solely COVID care would be something that would be feasible. At that point in time, Amistad was still participating in our patient care, and we still have 12,000 people that we are providing primary care to. And this is on reduced hours and telemedicine visits. So the concern was that Amistad would wind up delaying some of the care of our own patients. So at that point in time, I had discussed with the Nueces County Medical Society setting up a completely separate clinic composed of volunteer physician and nurses in order to help with this. But and that was when we had met up with the judge to ask about further help with this. A solely volunteer clinic posed its own logistical issues. So the logistical issues included, where would we have prescription pads? What name would it say on the prescription pad for us to write a prescription for a patient? If a patient had an x-ray, where would that x-ray report be faxed into so that it could be interpreted and taken care of? Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't want to interrupt, but I just want to make sure everybody has a copy of the proposal. It's part of your agenda. Things should be agenda items. So, and just in case you want to follow what you're saying. But thank you, doctor. I'm sorry.
So there were multiple logistical issues. How would medical malpractice be covered? How would follow-up appointments be scheduled? How would these patients be connected to us? And how would we be able to provide safe care? The next solution was to discuss with the hospital district. And that was utilizing Amistad as a main site. However, the concern is when you have healthy patients coming in for follow-up of their diabetes or patients that have cancer coming in for follow-up of hypertension, they do not want to be in the same waiting room or be seen in the same exam room as someone who is COVID positive. The judge had graciously offered us a beautiful building to utilize as a satellite site. And when we reviewed this building, the initial thought was that there was going to be a lot of time and effort needed to be put in order to get this building up to par, so to speak, and that we needed to have some type of operations made right away in order to deal with the surge that was coming. So in this proposal, you see the phase one of getting together a separate clinical space. That way you're not doing exams in somebody's car or in the parking lot. If they need to have a physical exam done, they're given dignity and they're given comfort by being able to be in an air-conditioned structure, albeit a mobile medical unit or a trailer. This was a temporary solution to bridge us to, if there was high volumes of patients coming in, that we would be able to transition, a building would be able to get ready, a building would be able to be functional, and then if there were high volumes, in the interest of safety for the staff, that we would be moved to the Physician West building, in the interest of safety. So, that being said, I think Judge Canales surprised us all when she was able to get a building fully functioning within literally a matter of days and over a hurricane weekend. So it was very impressive and not something that we expected. Part of this proposal had also included the formation of a gap insurance policy. Nothing as a physician tears at you more than talking to somebody who can't breathe and who has a low pulse ox and can't afford for an oxygen concentrator, and you tell them, I can't help you, I'm sorry. So part of this proposal also includes the ability to at least get the bare minimum life-saving needs of some of the uninsured patients met. Within the proposal, there's also an estimate of what the volume would be. And I want to preface this with, I tore high and low literature. I called up people in New York and New Jersey to assess what the outpatient need is, and nobody has really been tracking this. And I called to several clinics and other healthcare entities in town to find out what the outpatient needs are in some of the primary care clinics, in the other FQHC, and within some indigent centers, to just see exactly what is the volume of what it is that they're seeing. Nobody on the outpatient area is really keeping accurate data for what is coming through. So I had to base the numbers of, they're really guesstimates just based off of percentages, and it's really based off of what I would anticipate from what clinically was happening in China, which there's a slide on that, but 81% of patients are either have mild or asymptomatic disease. So I would assume these people may just call to speak to a nurse and just ask questions. The other 19% of that 19%, 5% would be in the hospital. Those would be people that would definitely have to follow up. And the other 14% would be moderate to severe symptoms that maybe don't warrant hospitalization, but they're going to need to see a physician. So a lot of these numbers are just, they are guesstimates just based off of the information that I had. So it's the most educated guesstimate that I would be able to propose to someone in terms of what the need would be. And the numbers that you see of those patients there is actually based off of 2 weeks of data from July 1st to I think July 15th or 16th. So in the end, the purpose of the COVID clinic is to provide care with no out-of-pocket cost to the patient for COVID, whether that be speaking to a nurse or getting medical care from a physician and preventing the hospitalization that could come. And it is meant to enhance the safety of the patients that are already going to their outpatient physicians, and you don't want to risk cross-contamination by having a COVID positive patient going into a clinic and then exposing a cancer patient or a diabetic patient. And when we had arranged this budget proposal, it was based off of a 2-year proposal with the idea that we did not have the capabilities or our own building in order to do this right away, but we needed something. So we would set up a trailer and we would measure what was coming in and what our need was. And our hope was that it would meet our need. And then once a surge or once there was an increased outpatient demand, that there would be a building that was already ready to move into, and we wouldn't be, I don't know what the saying is, behind the 8 ball or in front of the 8 ball. I don't, something with an 8 ball. But, that we wouldn't, we wouldn't necessarily be caught without a safe place to treat patients, because it's a risk to everybody that goes into the room with the patient.
Doctor, what I hear you're saying, that probably what you're doing now, I mean, everything could have been worked out at your clinic or at the module building you have. And if there was an overflow, I figure maybe the clinic would have been an overflow. We I guess they got it ready, would have been an overflow. And I guess we're still leasing the clinic. It doesn't make any difference if we lease it or not, but if we can work, I think everything in your area, because of reducing the staff, because you got your staff working, and you use your module building, because I know you had some expenses on that module building, you had almost $60,000 to get everything ready. And I don't know if maybe we can get you reimbursed for that, I think. I mean, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But I know the hospital district at one time was willing to help.
Yeah, Commissioner Gonzalez, I've let you go down this train, but let me just stop you and say, this proposal that you're seeing, so what we've done is work with Amistad together, and what we have is really what this proposal is. It's a functioning clinic that is a better location because it offers better safety features, including but not limited to an entire separate area where doctors can enter and exit. They can don and doff their PPE. There's a biohazard, a way to dispose of the biohazard material. There is an opportunity to have security, but not have security in contact with the COVID-19. All of this is available because we have different space. In a modular area, it's fine if that's all you've got. But what we proposed was we took this proposal and we made it a reality in a better location where the county and emergency management could have a piece of the pie. And the reason is because when we create a partnership, then we can get a CARES Act reimbursement. Amistad is a federally qualified health center. They get their own money. You're not going to get them reimbursed for this. They've already gotten their reimbursements. We needed to supply personnel that Amistad did not have, but that she helped identify for us. We are working with Amistad to put this paper in action. What this paper does, it says, here's what it can look like if you want it to be more permanent for 1 year and in a 2-year facility. But trust me when I tell you that everything that you're seeing here is a result of the county working with Dr. Phillips. This isn't new to me. This was done for me. In other words, this was done.
Well, it's new to us or to me.
Well, it's not new because it was brought forth, and what you're doing is going backwards in time instead of keeping us.
I never saw it before until I got it from somebody else, so I'm telling you, if I would have seen it, I would have probably questioned it. Would say, great, this is great. I like this proposal. I really do. I mean, it's just, in phase 2, it says that you got clinical support, you're gonna do data mining and ongoing reporting. you know, and you're gonna do community partnership, you know, outreach, non-medical and medical, you know, and you got track and tracing, and, I mean, if y'all gonna do that, and this is great, I mean, this is for the.
It's great and it's happening. What we're telling you is it's in practice right now. Nothing here is not happening. Everything is happening right now that you see here. How long it goes will be dependent upon the dollars that are available to us. But everything you see in this proposal is taking place right now.
So right now, Amistad is not doing none of this at Amistad either?
So most patients are through the Physician West site. We do occasionally have coming to our clinic patients that we have screened prior to their appointment. They lied at the screening prior to their appointment. They lie at the door, and then they're found to have a fever or they're coughing. So we're able to deflect them at the front door to the trailer and notify the care team, so that instead of not getting an appointment, which is a fear of a lot of patients. I mean, there's a lot of patients that I talked to at the COVID clinic that they tried to call up their physician and they were just told, hey, listen, you know, I don't feel comfortable treating this. So they come to us, and instead of somebody being turned away at Amistad, we're able to deflect to a safer place.
This is what I'm getting at too, that if you're the hub of this, you know, that wouldn't be, people won't be turned away. And I think that, you know, also that you would be recruiting patients, you know, the clinic, you know, you need a patient, you need more, you know, regardless of whether indigent, regardless whether Nueces aid, you know, and I understand that probably the hospital district could reimburse on some of those, you know, so, and I think, you know, whatever else we need on this project here, Judge, I mean, I'm sure, you know, I know we talk about reimbursement, but sometimes, you know, I heard Johnny Hip yesterday, I really appreciate what he said, that we're not about reimbursement, we'll help you, we have to help, you know, and I heard that before, when we're talking about $3 million, that, you know, it's not about that, it's about serving people. So, you know, I just want, you know, again, I wanted for you to come here and explain this, and Ken, I was hoping he'd be here also, because, you know, whether you're doing it or not, I mean, I just want to let you know that what you put together here, Doctor, is something great, something we should have started a long time ago. You know, and I really appreciate all the input that you got into this. You know, and everything you're going to do here, you know, we don't need three different teams or 3 different components. You know, well, all we need is your team to be able to do this thing here, and you select, I guess, the staff that you want to work on this, you know.
Go ahead. I want to make a comment. So this proposal, I mean, we made this with Judge Canales. And, you know, I know that she was part of the planning of it pretty much every step of the way. I was kind of like a little fly texting her over every single little detail, but, you know, it's.
Well, I wanted clarification for myself, you know.
I do think, you know, also to say that, you know, Amistad can handle this 100%. Thank you. Thank you for your confidence. My concern is, you know, we don't want to be like the hospitals where, you know, everything could be handled, but then it got out of control. Sure. And doctors got sick and nurses got sick, and then we were super short-staffed. So it's also a combined effort with the Nueces County Medical Society. When I tell you the drive to join, to help, to want to help their community and to jump on the front line of their community, and these are not all primary care physicians. These are people that are like, well, I'm an ophthalmologist, sure, I'll sign up and come in to do it and follow a protocol. I mean, I think that speaks volumes to the community, to the medical community, to actually come together, you know, with Amistad, because we do have the infrastructure, or most of that infrastructure, to make this fully functional, till all of us come together and make it a reality.
And
So,
and I don't mean for you to take 100%. I mean, I thought at one point there would be an overflow, and then you're right, you probably needed, a second building, but, but if you're doing all this already at the clinic and, and I hear you saying some patients go there, well, you guys are not there, but there's somebody else there that says, we can't treat you, you have to go to Amistad. So you see, that patient's been going back and forth. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't know if
but
it's happening or not.
no, it's not, because when we started this endeavor, it was 10 doctors who were willing to give their time, and they were from all over the community, including Driscoll. In other words, look, Amistad is great. I already gave her the best love I could give her walking in, okay? I love them.
Got my love too.
But the issue is not just about Amistad. It's about the hospitals plugging into this clinic. It's about Driscoll and having a pediatric component. It's about the private hospitals, HCA, coming in. It could even be outside jurisdictional, where we had a DOD medical personnel come in and fill in.
And that's what I'm saying, she could be the hub,
Well, right, but what I want to share with you without going into hours worth of it, there's 100 details, and I welcome sitting down with you and explaining it, but there's a reason we did it this way, and it wasn't to short-circuit Amistad, it was to give them the lead because they were willing to do it. But it cannot just be them, because it doesn't work best that way. It doesn't work that way best for the money, and it doesn't work that way for the opportunity to have longevity. But
So do we get them reimbursed what they spent already, Judge, for the module and all that? I mean, I know they did that because Johnny wanted
yeah,
to put
just so
something
you
together.
know, I will give you Amistad, if Ken were here, I'll have to call it up, but just so you know, physical therapists in our community got more money than Nueces County did. Amistad got plenty of dollars, millions of dollars. I'll pull it up right now, see what you got. Give me a second. I got it yesterday.
I'm not.
What I'm saying to you is that as a federally health qualified center under the CARES Act, they got tons of money to do what they needed to do, just like the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation, just like, literally, like from physical therapists all the way up to HCA and Christus got an appropriation of funds. What we're doing is we're saying, keep doing that work, and this is going to be different. And we're going to keep the research data that Dr. Phillips says, hey, we're not doing that great as a country keeping this data, and it can be very beneficial to us. What's going to happen here in South Texas is that we're going to wind up having this as a gateway to really having public health being, I think, looked at
What was the financial
here.
agreement on this one here?
What is the financial agreement? Well, we provided the entire clinic cost-free to them, including all of the IT needs. We spent over several $100,000 on just getting this clinic operational. All of the medical PPE that they need either comes from sources they have or the RAC. I mean, they haven't paid for anything with regards to the clinic itself, but they are using a lot of their software, a lot of their portals, and their staff. But we are keeping an allocation to anybody that gets paid, and we're going to take care of those costs.
And will we get reimbursed, I think is what I was asking?
That's exactly how we'll get reimbursed if it flows through us.
Okay.
And that's why when I sent to the city on that 60/40 allocation, there's a big piece of it that represents the clinic. They want to know, and as of yesterday, I was advised that Tatum wants to get all future expenses pre-approved now. So I will be bringing the clinic to Tatum next week to make sure that all of these expenses are pre-approved.
So my question would be, probably the last question, I hope, is that the budget they put together here for her team, like, is that what we're gonna pay them, or? I know you put the clinic, I know they've done everything else too, and they got a clinic too, and they got the module, but the services they're providing, do they get anything as far as reimbursement? Or, I mean, there's gotta be some cost besides the clinic, I mean.
I know that there is a proposal that we're being asked to put together for personnel costs
Right.
to be reimbursed.
And that's 700,000?
Well, it runs, that's the estimate, but Ken has basically has something pending before us, and it's going to get approved because it's basically all the personnel that he needs. The hospital district can be a great backstop. So let's say that we don't get approved. Well, then the hospital district could be, I mean, that's already in keeping with,
Right.
with
And they said they
the
would do
stuff
it, so
that they do.
That's a good backup.
But I think that, that really what you want to do is run it through the processes that we have, because that's how we're going to get reimbursed. And I just pulled it up, so let me look here. So Amistad's allocation under COVID, okay, it was not millions of dollars. You got a total of,
You wish, right?
I know, that'd be so great.
okay, you got 200, the total was 1.5, but that's because the AIDS Foundation got 145,000. You guys got 246,000. And you also got, that's one tranche of money. Then you got 734,000. So they're getting different tranches on different dates. So on April 6th, Amistad received 734,000. And on May 5th, they got 246,000. And on,
I think part of that 776 was actually the small business
the PPP,
PPP
Yeah, the
loan in order
734.
for us to maintain our staff.
right, keep paying people. So everybody's kind of got their ways of getting
Try to
funded.
make sure, doctor, you get, you get some help or whatever you need, so.
Yeah.
you know.
Well, let me tell you, they're not getting paid what they should. I mean, a lot of what they're doing is for free. They're very much working under the Good Samaritan. And, but for them, it's not about the payment. They actually took the Hippocratic Oath and meant it.
Judge, can I ask?
Yeah.
I really appreciate what y'all do. I had no idea that you had over 12,000 primary care for patients. I think this ended up as it should have, because the fact, to me, y'all have so many things that you're doing, and it was amazing that she could get a hospital really together in 2 weeks. So something that stood out to me, and you talked about uninsured, and I'm not real familiar with all of this, but you said uninsured, and it sounded like maybe they don't get everything that they need if they're uninsured to take care of them. It sounds like you're doing everything you can, but are there things they need that they actually don't get?
Yes.
Can you explain?
So if a patient needs DME services, or if a patient needs medications, a lot of those costs come out of pocket to the patient. I've been able to discuss with some companies and wheel and deal and get decreased prices. That way it becomes a little bit more affordable. I know normally oxygen is $195 a month. And I've been able to get somebody to agree to $115 a month. But $115 is still a lot of money to somebody that can't afford to pay out of pocket. Some of the medications, prednisone is cheap, and we have tons of prednisone, and if they need prednisone and can't afford it, we can just give them prednisone. That's not an issue. But some of the anticoagulants, like Eliquis or Xarelto, run a cash price of $450 per month, and they need a month of it. So we were able to get a price of around $14 per month in order to make it more affordable. And then the cost of labs, we had discussed getting a D-dimer. A D-dimer was going to be too expensive to do in-house. And we have a nurse who, she is a certified phlebotomist, so if she draws it and then drives it over to the hospital for a stat D-dimer, it becomes significantly cheaper. I think it's only a couple dollars to the patient. So, I mean, we have done everything
Yeah.
that we could do to make everything as really as affordable as possible, but even then, I mean, we don't have, we don't have the funds to be able to tell somebody, okay, listen, I'm gonna pay for your oxygen this month. If I do that right now, it's gotta come off my debit card, which is fine.
And I know
But I
it's-
can't do that for everyone. We have had some people that have been very generous and have donated money, have pledged to donate money. And then the Coastal Bend Community Foundation, they donated us money so that we could just purchase about 200 pulse oximeters. And if you can't afford $20 for a pulse oximeter, I just hand you one. And that's a life-saving little device. So, I mean, we're just trying our best to keep people
And I
alive.
know y'all are doing everything you can. It's just, it makes you just sick to think that people go without in this country when they don't have the money to do it in their life. And I don't think the normal person thinks about that.
Right.
And it's just a shame.
But we are honestly, the first step was, we had goals. And we got very lucky, because luckily we had started ahead of Hannah, but we.
Judge, and I think in the hospital district, actually make a country, provide something, a support.
Right, so we have, that's what I was just about to say, so we're working on the gap funding. We are also working with, we need basically 3 things. We need pharmaceuticals, we need x-ray, and we need lab. And those pieces are coming together very nicely, and we're already, like I said, I know it's.
And that's part of the scope of services, right?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, everything you see here is in action. We're just doing it in a different way so we can get reimbursed, we can find the best sources of money. And although I don't want to make any promises, I met with the International Medical Corps, Dr. Phillips, this week, and they are preparing to assist us for the fall with items, and they're going to work through Christus Spawn. And again, why do I need Christus? Because that is our nexus between the county and indigent healthcare. But it would be about equipment. So I'm actually gonna ask you to give me the wish list, and then I'm gonna say, International Medical Corps, we need 100 pulse ox, we need 100 dedimers, we need not 100 dedimers, we just need one. But whatever we need, we want to make sure that we get it from the best sourcing. And Commissioner, it's easy to just tell someone, you pay, but it works better if you leverage from different resources. And that's what emergency management is doing by being a partner with, and just so you know, we haven't mentioned them, but Dr. Dante has been phenomenal. Dr. Wilmot, Annette, this is a city-county health partnership. The city may not know it, but they're in there with us, And Annette is very much active in getting, and let me tell you one thing, we don't have sufficient time, we want to get her back to patients, but they're so thoughtful. We're actually looking for respiratory therapists who have already had COVID-19, so that when they come into the hot zone, they've already been exposed to the virus, they've already recovered. We're being that careful and that thoughtful about how we design this. And the way it worked in 2 weeks, getting it up, is we had an EOC meeting, like we do every morning at 10. And this meeting, I said, and Melissa said, hey, for 2 weeks, everybody's job is to get this clinic open. Juan, you work on plumbing, so-and-so, you work on signs, so-and-so, you work on security, you work on safety. That's how it got done. So everything came from emergency management, because this is a response to a crisis.
So we could have started with them first and then jump over there, we had to, so.
Jump over where?
To the clinic. I mean, they could have started on my style a long time ago doing this,
Okay, Commissioner, that's not exactly right.
then-
They've started as fast as they have been seeing people, but.
I know they have, Judge, I know they have, but, yeah, they have, but then, now they have, let's split Tim here, because you got Timo here, right? So, I don't know, with different days, but I'm just saying, and regardless what it is, I mean, I'm not gonna worry about the overflow, but and we don't have an overflow right now, thank God. But I just want to say, although we say we want to involve different agencies, and we don't want to say you pay, well, sometimes we don't, we always say you pay, you know, we've heard that before, but anyway,
I think the concern, the initial concern, and like I said, we still don't know what's coming. We don't know what's gonna happen 2 weeks from now. But when we were initially setting up this clinic, the anticipation, based off of calculations, was we may wind up having about 300 patients per week calling into the clinic for appointments. And then if things kept on escalating, that it would go up to 400 and 500 per week, which then you need more than one doctor, you need more staff, you need more phone lines, you need more everything to handle that volume. Plus the fact that Amistad, like I said, we've been operating on a slightly decreased schedule just for patient safety, but in order to keep our continuity patients coming in, that it would have quickly overwhelmed our system if we were getting around 300, 400 phone calls a week. And these are not patients, you know, a COVID patient cannot wait 2 days to get an appointment. They have to call in and they have to get an appointment that day. Because you don't know if their pulse ox is 80%, you don't know if their pulse ox is 98%, but they have to be seen that day. So, you know, yes, it's Amistad was seeing patients before this COVID clinic came into effect. I mean, a lot of my patients have COVID. A lot of my patients have died from COVID. I go on my computer every day and see who died and who's in the hospital and who's calling me because they're COVID positive. So I do have a large panel of patients that are, I mean, it's my zip code. You know, those are the patients that are getting it. But like I said, you know, we truly have no idea on the outpatient arena what is needed.
thank you, yeah, thank you for the report, I really appreciate that, and I think you kind of really opened up a lot of eyes here, and we, you know, clarification from me for one, I appreciate that, you know, and, but, you know, hopefully, anything, I know the judge is gonna work on it hard, and I know anything we can do, we'll do it, you know, I think you need
Can I
help.
close out with some feel good?
Sure.
Sure.
All the time.
I like to close out with feel good. So, you know, with the theory that, you know, patients that call need to be seen right away. 4 o'clock on a Friday, just like the worst time. That's always when it's really bad. You're trying to leave when you want to start the weekend and you get a phone call. It was a patient who he had said he had just been discharged. And the hospital had not set up his oxygen. Could I please see him right away? So we put him onto the thing, we did a telehealth call, and he was very hypoxic, got his hospital discharge paperwork, and found out that he left AMA, which is against medical advice. He was supposed to stay in the hospital, and he signed out of the hospital to leave. He neglected to let us know about that because he was fearful that I would refuse to see him. And he was concerned that he would die that weekend. And we were able to turn around and get him oxygen and get him taken care of. Later on that, a couple days later, I find out the reason why he left AMA, because there's always a reason. He had a small child at home, and he is the sole caregiver for that child. And he could have no way in order to take care of his child. And he was concerned that he would be in the hospital and would die. And he didn't know what would happen with his daughter. So we have saved his life. He is at home, he's on oxygen, he's breathing better. called him to do a follow-up visit, and it turns out his daughter is now sick, but because we have a pediatrician at the COVID clinic, she is hooked up with him. So we were able to turn around something for not one, but two people. So that's, you know, that's why something like this is so important. You know, I realize that it's not a lot of people. I realize that, but if you save one person, you save the whole world.
That's right.
So, I'm sorry I'm getting
One at a
all
time.
weepy.
All
But
right,
that's
you're doing a good
a
job.
feel good.
You're doing
No,
a good
it
job. Doing a good
to
job.
It's huge. And just so you know, I do these press briefings, you know, every week. And we are working on, for tomorrow, some really nice slides to highlight the COVID clinic. But I also want you to know, it's like you have to be very careful. You have to test your systems. We actually tested the clinic with non-COVID patients first to make sure that we had a system that would work. The last thing we wanted to do was to bring COVID patients in and then say, uh-oh, this is a terrible, this doesn't work over here. So we did that. And also, we've allowed a week plus to pass to make sure that the systems are still working, the telehealth is working, the last thing, again, we want to do is bring someone who's asking for us in their most desperate hour of need, and we're diverting them from the emergency room, and then not be able to have it work. We will message, and let me tell you what's going to happen when we message. They're going to be flooded. So far, I haven't gotten out there and say, call 4444444. We haven't done that yet. We're about to. And when we do it, the 7,000 people that have COVID right now within their 14-day incubation period, we're getting about 2,000 to 2,500 new cases a week. And it takes 14 days for that cycle. But if you get sick, you can be sick past your 14 days, okay? You can even be sick after you've recovered. You get these late-term effects. So we have to figure out how to do this right to not overrun the system that we have. And that's why the county's involvement is really important, because we could roll it out. And so get ready, because we're gonna roll it out, and it'll be a little bit of a stress initially, but we think that y'all are ready for it. And we want to take those stories and make them commonplace, because that's the reality of what you're saying, Commissioner Vaughn, is that there are people that do not have access to quality health care. And that's where this clinic is filling this gap. And so we're grateful. We're going to continue to help. It's not a money thing. It's just doing it right thing. We have the dollars through the CARES Act to help, and that's what I told the city. And they agree. They just are slow pokey. But we've got the dollars as backup. I know we do. And we just got to keep on that mission. So, any other questions from the left here to Commissioner Modis or any? Okay.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you so
Appreciate it.
much. Believe it or not, on the line is the CEO for HCA. And so I'm mindful that we want to make sure that, we're respecting these folks' time who are first responders and on the front lines. So it kind of still goes on with the COVID theme on our response, but it's item number 6 on the agenda. And it's discuss and consider approval of the hospital district's action to establish, develop, and maintain a COVID-19 related alternate care site at Corpus Christi Medical Center Northwest. And I won't read the rest of it, but it obviously has the government codes that are associated in Texas Health and Safety. And so we've got Johnny Hip on the line, who I'm going to let introduce the project. We've got Eric Evans, who is the CEO. And in advance, I'll let you know that I've had the opportunity to tour. Commissioner Vaughn has had the opportunity to tour. And if anybody else needs to go out there, we can make those arrangements.
Judge, can I just ask a clarification on this?
Sure.
This is a discuss and consider. I don't know do we have the terms of the contract to discuss and consider?
Go ahead, Laura. Use your mic, Laura. Sorry. Right there. Is there not a mic on her? Yeah, come up here and just give us the layout.
And I guess the follow-up question is, if we don't have it, how do we make a decision if we don't know what the financial term?
Well,
of the
you have an
contract
so it's an up to amount that the hospital district voted on, I guess, a week ago to approve up to $3 million, even though the proposal is really about $1.5 million, I think, for the items that are of need immediately.
But then there's the ongoing maintenance, but the day rate and all that, and
Well, the day rate is something that, quite frankly, your hospital district would take care of. I mean,
but we have to sign the contract.
well,
The-
go ahead.
I'm just,
Under the law, basically, when they're using non-tax funds, they have to go through the Commissioners Court for approval. They have to approve it first, and then they bring it here, and the court will up or down, and if you don't like the price or whatever, then they go back and negotiate or whatever. But Johnny can explain a little bit more as to the actual terms of it. We don't have a contract yet, just the action itself, and we'll bring back obviously the contract.
It's sort of like we normally do, authorize the county attorney to work with Johnny Hip on our behalf. I'm pretty certain that the board of managers of the hospital district authorized Johnny to do the same. And so it's really just it's getting you to understand what came before the board, what their approval was, pitching to us, and now we're going to authorize.
Approve that action.
Approve that action and give her the authority to
Okay,
bring it
so-
back to court.
So we're not, so I'm trying to figure, okay, so we're not authorizing by this action, in other words, what if we don't like the final deal? Right?
Well,
In other words, what if we
that's
don't-
coming back to court.
Yeah,
Okay, so-
let Johnny explain the terms or the action that they took, and then you can basically take a vote on whether or not you agree with them or you don't agree with them. If the majority says we don't agree with them, then he's gonna have to go back.
Well, I don't know.
To the
See,
board.
I don't know what I am, I'd like to see the final terms.
Well, you got to
Well,
get her, you're going to
give him-
authorize to get it going.
No,
You're
yeah, I
going
just
to, you're
wanna
going to
put
say
that on.
whether or not you.
But
you
wait
wanna-
on Johnny to tell you the actual recommendation of the board
Right,
first,
and-
and then you can decide at that point.
And unless something has changed from yesterday, what I was under the understanding is the final terms were still being negotiated. Is that right, Johnny? Or have you negotiated?
Yes, Commissioner, that's correct. And if I may proceed, Judge, I could probably shed some light on this if
Go
I can
ahead.
proceed.
Go ahead.
Go for it.
Commissioners and Judge, good morning. The reason we have this agenda item in front of you today is the first of a two-step process. This is in front of you today to approve generally the notion of establishing an alternate care site, and to approve the district potentially using its non-tax funds to do that. So the second step would involve bringing a tri-party contract between Corpus Christi Medical Center, the county, and the hospital district back to the court that lays out the actual details and negotiated items about how the alternate care site would be paid for. So today is an action item only in the sense that the court needs to consider and consider approval of the district moving forward with an alternate care site, and second, give its sense of approval for using the district's non-tax funds to pay for that. We're in the process of working through the details of how the ACS would be set up and how it would be paid for at Northwest. And I can't share any details with you about that yet, other than we're steering toward keeping it under $3 million. And the actual elements of how we pay for renovation and preparation of the rooms and how we handle readiness fees and standby fees are still under negotiation. The hospital district board approved this probably less than 10 days ago, and I'm proud to say that Corpus Christi Medical Center, Mr. Evans, has been quick to respond to working with us to move forward on this project. And so I'm envisioning that we would be able to have potentially by our next board meeting next Tuesday on the 18th, potentially a bulleted term sheet of what the transaction would look like, short of having an actual agreement, but that those bulleted term sheets would be circulated after our board looks at it to the court, and then we can have whatever feedback and discussion before we move toward an actual written document. So we feel like we're moving very quickly in terms of developing the agreement, and I think you're going to hear from Mr. Evans, who's on the line, that they are already underway in renovating that facility for both their needs and ours. And so I just want to highlight the fact that this is a two-step process. The first step today is to approve the notion of going forward with the ACS and to approve use of the district's non-tax funds for that. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we'll circle back at the appropriate time with the tri-party contract between the court, county, and Corpus Christi Medical Center, detailing how all that would be paid for. And as I mentioned, Mr. Evans is on the line, so maybe between he and I, we can answer any questions, Judge and Commissioners, that you may have at this point.
Okay. So let's hear from Eric. Good morning.
Could I ask Johnny questions, or do you want to wait, Judge?
Let's just get Eric to
That's
get
fine.
Eric, good morning. We're going to ask you to unmute here. Just give Tyner a chance to get that organized.
He's ready to go.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So maybe just give us your 30,000-foot assessment of the benefits of this unit and why you think this location is so perfect. And specifically, the question that came up, I guess it was yesterday in a budget workshop, was, hey, I mean, why would we need this if there's, beds that are available right now? And I think that, too bad we don't have Dr. Consuelo here, who would put us all to shame, right, on the need, on the idea of what it really means to be in a pandemic, and who survives is dependent upon who organizes themselves in the best possible way for success. But since he's not here, let's get him back on another time. Will you try to do your best to espouse the virtues of why you've made this decision to say, hey, I'm here, I'll answer the call?
Sure. Can you hear me, Judge?
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead. You're good.
Okay. So I think, when we looked at this, the census, we were probably at about a 200% capacity in our ICU, and as of today, about 150%. We continue to have, very blessed in that the numbers are coming down, but just because there's capacity within the system does not mean we're still not within one of the largest pandemics in world history. So, in discussions with the hospital district, with you, Judge, and the different commissioners, the ask was, could we come up with an alternative care site to help relieve the system? And we had an asset in Northwest that was perfect for this, in that we could get it up in a timely manner. And so we proceeded to do that, and with HCA's funds, we set up a site that we moved our rehab out to Northwest. It opened up 15 additional medical surgical beds at Doctors Regional to allow us to care for COVID-positive patients. We also put 7 observation beds online, which allowed us to, we had several holds out there for our emergency department to keep them there on site, to allow EMS to, which are precious resources at this time, to keep them out there, not have to transport. So it came to light that this could be an alternative to the memorial site with a smaller investment, like Johnny had said, about $1.5 million. We could get 30 beds online and come up to some type of agreement with the county to be able to house COVID-positive patients. I heard you talking to Dr. Phillips earlier. Certainly support that effort, because people are still going to have COVID. We anticipate, while we're seeing a decline, there is no vaccine. We anticipate there's going to be a surge at some point. Again, similar to what happened in Houston, went down and went up. Who knows what happens when we open up schools? Who knows what happens going forward? So just like when a hurricane comes, you want to prepare for it. Thankfully, the last one that came through, and we opened this up during the hurricane, by the way. We got all this done in the middle of Hurricane Hannah. So you prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And so in the emergency operations and in planning, it's prudent to have a site like this. We can't do a tent in Corpus Christi because we do have hurricanes. And so, the northwest site could handle this emergency now, but also we could develop a relationship going forward with the county to say, what do we use this site for? So I think it was prudent, it was expeditious, it's fiscally responsible, and I think it's the right thing to do for us as a company in partnering with Nueces County and the citizens of Corpus Christi. So hopefully that answers your question, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you. Johnny, there's a question for you Commissioner Chesney has. Go ahead.
Johnny, thanks. I want to thank the board and you for coming up with this site. I think it saved hours and hours of debate, using an alternate site other than Memorial. I think that was going to be a difficult deal just because of the temporary nature of that. So I really appreciate the board pausing, looking, taking a look at all this. I like the site. I think it's a great pick. My question to you is, and Derek also, is I'm trying to understand, and if you could shed some light on it for me, the data that I keep getting from you at my request, and of course been getting on the fact that we have hundreds of excess licensed beds. I keep hearing staff is the problem, staff, and boy, I tell you, we've had some great people coming in from the state and feds. I know the judges worked hard, and Representative Hunter and Herrera and everybody's really been working hard to get those staff in here. So I need some light shed on why the board felt we needed extra beds in light of what seems to be, from the data, we have hundreds of unlicensed beds, or of licensed beds that are currently in use. So could you shed some feeling on that, Johnny? If you and also Eric, that would be great. Either one of you would, both of you could answer that. Would be great. Sorry, go ahead.
Commissioner, thank you for that question. The hospital district's board simply responded to a request from the emergency management committee to make available additional beds in the community for the local hospitals, the acute care hospitals, meaning Spawn and Corpus Christi Medical Center, and mostly those two, to have a mechanism available where if they needed to move patients out of their facilities to make room for additional COVID care, that there was a place in the community that they could be moved to. And so these are basically post-acute beds that the patients are stepping out of the hospital in sort of a step-down arrangement, but that their care is, their medical needs are still such that they can't be at home and that they can't be at a nursing home yet. So the whole mechanism and genus of moving forward with an ACS on the hospital district's side was in response to a request to do so. And so there was, as I've said to you all in an earlier board meeting or earlier Commissioners Court meeting, the hospital district board did not feel that it was in a position to challenge that ask, because they are not in a position to know all the details and all of the things that are necessary. So the district board worked on that request for a number of months, as you all know, probably since from April on, trying to work through how that request might be best honored. And sort of the logjam, if you will, broke when Corpus Christi Medical Center stepped forward and said that we believe we have something here that can be made available to you to address your need. So in terms of Commissioner Chesney of answering the question about the bed needs and capacity and all that, I'm probably going to defer that question to Eric. He might be able to best answer that, and I think he's somewhat touched upon that in his opening comments. So, Judge, if I could turn to Eric.
Sure. So you've been providing Commissioner Chesney the data on licensed beds?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think that
For the whole court.
Okay.
Yes, the
So-
commissioner had asked us to
Right. So
compile some initial information, and then he also asked us to
Provide that to the whole
update
court.
that information each week and distribute it to
Right.
you. And we have been doing that
Right.
either on Monday,
And-
Tuesday
And
of
do
the
you
following week.
coordinate with the RAC on those numbers? Because your numbers do not distinguish at all, for example, the trauma numbers. They're not the same at all, and they don't, all they have, how are you getting those numbers? Do you coordinate with Christus, with HCA?
Judge, we get the information from two sources. The first one is from the state for the number of licensed beds that are assigned to each
Right, hospital.
facility in Corpus.
Correct.
And then we use the RAC report to put those two numbers side by side. And so we did not have the ability from the state licensing information to break out what beds were available for
what?
COVID patient stuff, because those are day-to-day decisions
Right.
that are being made in the hospital. So the closest we could get to that number is to compare what the numbers that the RAC was reporting to the licensed beds, so that we were comparing apples and apples. The state doesn't break out beds in terms of COVID in their licensing
Right,
information.
that was my point, yeah.
And the RAC information does do that, but in order just to keep the two as close as a relationship as we can, we only compared those two information because the comparative data from the state licensing agency did not provide enough detail for us to break down what beds were available for COVID in the hospitals and which ones weren't. And to add to that, the hospitals on a day-to-day basis make a decision about what beds are allocating to COVID and other services. And so it was a very fluid kind of comparison. So we tried to take that comparison to the most conservative point of just comparing licensed beds with the number of available beds that the hospitals were reporting to CBRAC.
That's right. That's correct, because the idea here, and we'll ask Eric, is that in the perfect world, and they tried this, but it just couldn't happen because we had too many patients at one point in the hospital, is they tried to have a clean hospital, if you will, where they didn't have COVID patients, but that wasn't able to be achieved, both at Christus Spawn South and at, I think HCA had Bay designated. But at any rate, Eric, will you help us understand that? There is such a disconnect on the fluidity of these numbers, and I'm trying to put it in context. Commissioner Chesney gets a chart that makes it look like there's a bunch of beds, and so he's querying, why would we need this? And my frustration is too high with it, so could you address it?
Sure. So there's a difference between licensed beds and beds in service. So I'm currently looking at my financials here. So we have 631 licensed beds, and I currently have 421 beds in service. And so I don't know where you're pulling it from, Johnny, but so there's a 210 bed difference there, and that comes with going from semi-private to private, whatever that may be. So that may be falling into it. And as you alluded to, Judge, so we still can't do elective surgeries. We have to be able to maintain a 25% capacity in order to be able to do elective surgeries. And so we need to decant. We need to figure out how to bring more beds online. So people still have heart attacks, people still have strokes, people still have GI bleed. So there's the COVID population that is stressing the entire system. And so, but in orthopedic, a knee may be elective, but if you're walking around on knee for months and months and months and months, that creates pain. And so, and it puts our physicians back to work. So from a financial standpoint, our physicians aren't able to earn an income because they can't see the patients. And so there's a snowball effect, Commissioner, to that. And, and I don't know, being the new guy in town, I don't know what Christus has or what their capability is. But I think that their license is got a lot of beds, but as far as staffing it with the star nurses, et cetera, that's a limiting factor as well. So hopefully that answers your question.
Well, it does, and and I appreciate you being willing to answer the question, because that's all it is a question. So tell me, when you say there's 421 beds in service and you have 631 licensed, tell me why those 210 aren't in service, because this is really helping me understand this a lot.
Right. For instance, at Northwest, it was a closed hospital. And so that's what we did, was we found that capacity and brought those beds online. I would have to do a further drill down, Commissioner, to tell you exactly what happened and what cadence as to license versus how and when we took them out of service. But I can tell you that both Doctors Regional and Bay Area are 100%. In fact, they're above 100% capacity. And so I've, having to see ICU patients in my progressive care unit, or the PACU, where they recover patients usually from the OR. And so, again, we opened this site doing just what you had said, bringing extra beds online so that I could backfill Doctors Regional with the COVID positive. And so, again, I'm not sure what happens at Christus, but that's the situation currently at HCA.
So do you anticipate that those 210 beds will come back online at any point, or is that supply and demand? Or, I mean, again, I know you can't do elective surgery, so that may stop your supply and demand. I don't mean that to sound callous when we're talking about people. I'm just saying, what would bring that 210 beds back online for you? I know you haven't drilled down, you said, and I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm just curious.
Being at 100% capacity at both campuses, I'm not sure where those beds, whether I've heard that we had a rehab hospital at one point and that closed.
Okay.
I don't know. I'd have to get back to you on that, Commissioner. But I don't physically, other than Northwest, have any space to add beds on my campus.
And that's really helpful, and maybe that's the question, Johnny, that you could ask Spawn and the others, because they also, on that report, show a lot of excess beds. And that's what's confusing to me, and I've had a hard time getting answers to, is, if there is this need, then all I need to see it. And so if Spawn's response is similar to Eric's response here, that there's a reason for the fact that they can't be online. So Johnny, if you could maybe figure out how to, or I don't know, if you can tell me how to, I'll go ask the questions.
No, it's not hard. I'll get Dr. Blow to come in, and he's going to tell you the same exact thing.
Well, he can just send it to me. He doesn't need to come in.
Yeah.
I just need the answers to the
Well,
questions.
could it
That's
be
all.
that you don't have staff to cover 200 more rooms? Could that have something to do with it, Eric?
No, he
I don't
had,
understand it.
look, he had a hospital, let's take Northwest. Those are licensed. He can come in, and that's how he's done it. That's how he's put Northwest back online. It's licensed, but it wasn't operational. So the state data isn't necessarily accurate data. Like, he could have had a rehab hospital that still could be licensed, or a behavioral health, you might have, maybe it's even your behavioral health, licensed bed. The fact that they're licensed, that's what I'm saying. I'm mad because, and I'm sorry I get mad about it, but I mean, you're taking one data point and making an interpretation when it's so obvious that these hospitals have been in crisis. Today, he's at 150% capacity in his ICU, and we've seen a massive decline of over 200 patients countywide.
But Judge, I don't know why you get frustrated. I'm just asking questions because.
Well, because
this is
we've been
so
answering
fascinating.
it for but you don't believe me, so it's
Judge,
frustrating.
We haven't had this discussion at all.
Well, one thing I could say too,
Yeah, we
Commissioner Chesney, is that the alternative care sites, so these were psych beds. So the alternative care site and functioning under that type of waiver in an emergency situation allowed us to get beds online. So for me to quote unquote reoperationalize these beds will require, in the longer term, I'll have to go to the Joint Commission and get up to speed. We got up to speed from a medical surgical bed capacity standpoint very quickly. But again, they were psych beds, so I had to convert them from psych beds and put in gases and have them be available for medical surgical beds in order to see these COVID patients. And so the alternative care site is a specific designation that you're allowed to do in emergency situations under a waiver. So that is how we got these online quickly, and why it's so important to act quickly in this case.
So,
for one of the reasons.
and I appreciate it. So again, I have never, to my knowledge, been presented why there's a difference between licensed beds, because Johnny just explained it was licensed beds in the rack, which I thought those were the two things that we were using. I've never been explained why Northwest says 631 and it's 421. This is the first I've ever heard of that. If that's the same situation with Spawn, that would be great information to have. So someone can, I don't need to have a presentation. I don't need to have a lengthy discussion. I just need someone to tell me, hey, here's why it says Spawn is at this number of licensed beds and this number of used beds, and there's a discrepancy because at every hospital there is one. So that's, and if someone could just, and someone could tell me, I can call Dr. Blow myself, and that's all I'm looking for, is because I'm trying to understand why there's a discrepancy between the rack numbers, the licensed beds, and the unused beds. So that's all I'm looking for, and that will help me immensely in this. But again, Johnny, please pass on your board. I appreciate the site. And I appreciate the position they're in, and I thank them for that. And Eric, that your comments were very helpful in answering the questions today. So thank you all very much.
Are the memorial beds still licensed? Because that may be, if those are licensed, that could be a discrepancy as well. If those are currently licensed but not online.
I have to look and see.
They are. And just so you know, I get the actual census every day at 11:30. So I just looked, and Christus has right now ICU beds and med-surg beds or telemetry beds, a total of 38 left. Okay, so we have been going down in our census. There were days where we had just 2 or 3, 4, okay, sometimes none. We had to add beds. We get these numbers every day. And so 38 beds might sound like a lot, but I promise you, you get a bad weekend of COVID, those 38 beds will go instantaneously on a weekend's notice.
And which one are you looking at, Judge? Spawn Shoreline or?
Spawn Shoreline. I actually get my census in emergency management from the hospital itself. The data points you're using are not good data points. And just so you know, I've never gotten what you're getting. And that's why there's such a disconnect, is that the information that we get in emergency management through the rack, through our daily calls, our weekly calls with dishes, keeps us up to speed. So when emergency management says, we need an alternate care site, get this, it's because we need an alternate care site. It's not for fun. It's not because we want to spend money. It's not because we're trying to be doomsdayers. It's because there's a crisis going on. And every single time the doctors, tell you these are fluid numbers, you're going to have to really believe them. It can change in a 24-hour period.
Judge, and I'll send you this because you're on the email with everybody that's been sending these.
I was going to say that.
And I'll send you, and maybe you can look at this because.
Well, I don't pay attention to anything that isn't fluid, and that's not a good number.
Well, it's fluid because this is through 8/8, and so.
No, I mean, the data points on licensed beds mean nothing, because I know for a fact that there's entire hospitals that have licensed beds that aren't online. What you want to know every day is, what are your ICUs doing? That's what you want to know. What are your hospitalizations and what are your ICUs? And that data point doesn't tell you any of that.
And are the beds limited because of beds or because of staff? Because what I also hear, and I'm not arguing, I'm saying what I'm trying to dissect myself through this is, what I also hear is some of the beds aren't usable because there's not appropriately trained staff, and we don't have enough staff.
Okay, so.
So I don't know if that's
Yeah,
right or not. So does that mean
so anytime we've needed staff, we've gotten it. We've had over 200 people come and answer the call from both the state and the federal government. The issue right now is that, has been in the month of July, is that we had to keep creating and inventing. We call these alternate care sites because you are sometimes physically outside your hospital. But let me also say to you that it didn't cost the county any dollars. although it costs us all as taxpayers because the county's taking care of our indigent population. But Christus Spawn created multiple alternate care sites within Christus Spawn. They have put whole wings online that were not in play.
Right.
That is an alternate care site. So your licensed beds could be for rehab, they could be for mental health and behavioral health, they could be pediatric that have no application here at all. So when you look at licensed beds, you're just looking at a data point without any context whatsoever, and then comparing it to the RACS numbers, which are showing an availability based on a completely another denominator. So to me, it's a totally not helpful piece of information. And I mean, if you really want to know what's happening, you talk to your RAC. Your RAC deals with trauma, and they're the ones that you need to visit with personally. But typically, you know.
And it would be good to have, and Judge, and here's the problem. So I get that report that has the email embedded in it, and I can't even figure it out. I'll be the first to tell you. It's got the ventilators and so what I did was, I said, Johnny, could you just help me? I said, I'm having a hard time understanding all the terminology, all the so forth. And so all I said was, could you just pull out the number of beds that we seem to have available? So
yeah, and Johnny's a good soldier, and he gave it to you.
No, right.
But with zero context, because he doesn't know anything about
So then
that.
is there a way to ask the question to get that data better? Because all I'm trying to do is understand this. I am not trying to fight with you on everything. I'm trying to understand it because it's on the agenda and I have to vote on it. I'm just asking questions. I think this is a great location. I'm thrilled that we're not going to have to fight over Memorial. I'm just trying to get information. I'm not against this. I'm trying, because I get asked and I don't know how to answer these questions any better than the data I get. So all I'm asking for is if there's a better way, in other words, tell me how to ask for it better. Like, if I'm not asking for it right, tell me how, and I'll ask for it.
Okay, I'll tell you how to ask. Barbara, as the county emergency manager, do you believe that an alternate care site, after having all of the information presented to you, is in the best interest of the county? And the answer is yes.
I get that, but it's unfair for you to think that.
It's unfair for me to think that you might believe me?
No, that I'm just going to follow blindly without asking questions.
Right.
It doesn't mean,
Right.
It doesn't mean I'm questioning your integrity. I'm questioning your belief. It just means I was elected to ask questions about things. I'm just trying to get answers. So my question
And we've
would
had
be,
20 conversations about it here and at the hospital district, and you've participated at all the meetings, and we've talked about the necessity and the urgency for making sure that one
I don't have
exists.
the information that I'm trying to get to where I'm trying to ask you. How do I ask for it better so you don't get mad at me?
Okay.
How do you ask for it better so that you don't think I'm not believing you? I just would like to see what you see so that I can go, okay, I get it, because I now have to vote on something.
And it changes every single minute, okay?
And
So
I'm not asking for a minute update.
right,
I'm
so
just
what,
saying-
but what I'm saying to you is the data you want, really, I can give it to you, but you just heard from HCA that they're at 150% capacity after we've had literally 3 weeks of decline, or 2 weeks, I would say 2 weeks of decline in hospitalizations
This is
and
helping
ICU.
me a great deal to hear
Right,
this.
and you're gonna hear the same thing from Spawn, only worse, because you know what Spawn has? 2/3 of the patients. He represents 1/3, and
that's why it's
Spawn
so
has
helpful to
2/3.
have this. I mean,
Right.
that's what I'm saying. I don't know how to ask questions any better without you taking offense to my questions. I'm asking because I don't understand some of it. I'm trying to get it. People don't understand some of it, so I'm trying to get the information so I can go out and, as you say,
Right.
articulate, hey, this is why we're doing
Right.
this. So I am,
Right.
but I can't, I don't know how to ask a question any differently or better. I've tried the best I can without you getting mad at me about it. So, or are you thinking?
No, I
that I'm
just
not
said the
believing
alternate
you?
care site was needed 3 months ago, Commissioner Chesney, and I've been talking about it for 3 months. So forgive me, but what Jacqueline Phillips talked about, okay, that step-down unit, they're for people like that man. And there's so many other stories like that. There's so many deaths that have occurred because we didn't have these types of units. And so, yes, it's.
And the question, and you never heard me say, ever, that I was against an alternative care site. What I questioned then was Memorial the best location because we were going to tear it down?
Right, so the National Guard said it was.
Okay, but the hospital district has now come up with a better option.
Well, actually, Eric Evans
Or Eric came up with,
heard
whoever.
the call, and
Okay.
he said, and he's a new person for HCA, I had already gone to the previous person, and they were not interested. Eric comes in with a breath of fresh air for me. He has a different mindset. And also, it might have helped that he came out of Houston at a time where Houston, he really had the benefit of experience from their 19 hospitals. And so he came in at, sometimes there's just the right person in the right chair at the right time. And for me, that's where we are. So I'd like to call the question so that we can move on and we can share information. I've always been a big believer in getting information, but when you ask Johnny for a piece of information that is quite frankly almost irrelevant because it doesn't have context, he's going to give you that information because you asked for it. But if you don't put it in context, it's not valuable information. And so I think what is valuable is the constant conversations we've had about the need for alternate care sites. And it's not about today's numbers. It's about tomorrow's numbers.
And Judge, I agree with the concept of an alternate care site. The questions I had before were, was there a more permanent location, which now has been found, which I've started this conversation by saying, thank you for finding the new site. So I don't think we're miles apart on this.
No, I don't think so either. I just want to make sure.
That's it. Just
Yeah, I just want to make sure that, again, come to emergency management because we have the most up-to-date information. So whatever question you have with regards to it, it can be answered. We gladly give the information to you, and I'm going to put you on Reggie, fondly I call it Reggie's daily census for spawn.
If someone could just give it to me in a manner, and I mean, I am not trying to cause people more work. I can't get those embedded emails. That's all I'm looking for, Judge. And
yeah, and I'm going to have Hillary come and explain that unit.
We have licensed beds, but hey, here's a subcategory here, blah, blah, blah. So anyway,
We got it. We got it.
The judge, we're going to approve.
got it.
This is just really so that Johnny can go back and
That's
get
right.
the
And
details.
work all the details.
Yes.
That's it. There's lots of details to work. Okay, so Commissioner Mott has had to step out. I know he'll want to, but I've got a motion, and I'll second. And he can do it, clerk, in just a minute if he wants the record vote. I think he had to step out. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, opposed, same sign.
Go get it, Johnny.
All right, Johnny, you've got work to do. Thank you, Eric, for spending your morning here with us and for continuing the good fight there.
Thank you, Eric, for all of this,
Eric,
really.
appreciate
very
you.
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Look forward to working
Thank
with
you.
Appreciate it.
Look forward to working with you. Do you want to be in on aye on that record vote? Thank you, Commissioner Morris. I'm going to go back in order and represent that we still have number 1 and number 2. And, well, David, you're earning your keep today. You're going to have to really hold on. We're almost there. I see him online.
I understand from Julie that Corn Ferry is not going to present today, and
Right,
she's
because we
asking
already
to
did it
table.
yesterday. Okay.
Motion to table the Corn Ferry
Motion to
presentation.
table and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Great. Well, it pays to be on deck, David. You're up. It's David Quinn with Public Power Pool, and he's going to talk to us about Nueces County's electricity, including our renewal opportunities for electric service, and approve any required notices. And just want to make sure, Tyner, this is presentation only today.
We're going to be recommending no action, but we want to give the court the opportunity to act if necessary, and you'll find out why.
Right.
There's a deadline coming up.
There is a deadline, and David, I'm going to cut to the chase. I'm not ready yet because I do have some opportunities available to us through generation power that I wanted to visit with you about. And so it goes hand in hand with procuring some generators for emergencies here at the courthouse and using resiliency to help put power on the grid. Anyway, it's not for today's discussion, but
Okay.
I just need to visit with you. So today I will be mindful of the deadlines. I won't let them lapse without us getting together. But
Okay.
I just wanted you to know that. So
Okay.
let's go on. This is important. And please proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to present to you all today. I know your time is valuable and you're very busy, so I'll make this as brief as possible and open it up for questions when you're ready. My name is David Quinn. I'm the program manager for Public Power Pool. We are a 501c4 political subdivision corporation that was created by Texas counties back in 2002 with the intention of purchasing power in bulk in order to negotiate lower rates and better contract terms that are designed to protect the interests of our member counties. The presentation up on the screen shows you our current membership list. We have 49 Texas counties in the group. Membership has been growing rapidly over the past few years as more and more members realize the benefits of joining a group to protect themselves and to negotiate lower electricity rates by purchasing in bulk. Now, our record for the group speaks for itself. Since the program began, we've saved $138 million against market. That's comparing the price that is being contracted for our members in each of our 8 procurements compared to the daily settling price for electricity since 2002. For Nueces County, the savings have been $2.5 million since you all joined. Now, last time I presented to you in February of 2019, that calculation was 2.3 million. So you can see there the savings continue to accumulate over time, and that 18-month period since I presented to you last, that's a $200,000 additional saving against market that the county has benefited from. Now, the reason why I'm talking to you today is because we are about to start a new procurement. We're planning on taking the group load out to the marketplace for a new contract. Your current contract expires in December 2022. The current contract was negotiated back in 2017. And just a word about how we do that. Every time we do a procurement, we send an RFP out to every registered retail electric provider in the state. There were about 154 last time I checked. When we did this in 2017, 38 of those retailers responded. And we spent several months talking to them about idle contracts and then soliciting indicative pricing. And eventually awarded or came up with a long list and then a short list that was approved by the P3 board and awarded in June 2017. The rates that was negotiated for Nueces County was 3.48 cents per kilowatt hour. That's the lowest in our history. That means that the first year of this contract, which is this year, 2020, you're enjoying a 19.1% rate reduction compared to the rate you were paying in 2019. And that in itself is worth about $212,000. $212,000 saving, a reduction in your total costs as a result of the new contract. Now, I mentioned earlier about we're getting ready to take the group procurement out for a new contract beginning in 2023. And here is why. On page 4 of that presentation, we're showing you a forward pricing curve that tells us the pricing that we would expect to see if we were to take the counter's load out to the marketplace as part of the P3 group at the current time. You can see there, given that your current rate is 3.48 cents, that we're identifying a rate that will be available that is below your current rate as early as the second year of a new contract. You can see there 3.354 in 2024, and then dropping all the way down to 3.117 is our estimated price right now based on the forward pricing curve in 2029. The procurement proposal that we send out to members on June the 15th gives you a range of prices that we think we will be aiming for. And the ceiling rate that we identify there in that orange box to the bottom right, the ceiling rate for electricity is the maximum rate that we are allowed to procure at. In other words, if we go above that ceiling rate, we have to stop the procurement and go back to the P3 board and get them to authorize a brand new procurement. So we cannot bust the ceiling. And you can see there that the ceiling rate for the 3-year term is the same rate as what you're currently paying at 3.48 cents. Over time, based on that forward pricing curve, the longer we go, the lower the ceiling rate. Now, in the past, we have always done considerably better than our ceiling rates. In fact, the last time we procured in 2017, we executed at a rate that was 21% below the ceiling rate. And that is why we're showing you the expected rates in the column to the left. That is realistically what we are aiming to procure for the county. 3.39 cents for a 3-year contract, 3.32 for a 5-year contract, 3.25 for a 7-year contract, and 3.18 for a 10-year contract. So those are the kind of prices that we would reasonably be able to expect to be able to procure at for the county. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time, or I'm happy to move on to the next slide and see if I can talk
Yeah,
to
keep
the option,
going
the
unless
green
someone
option.
has a question. I'm just writing notes, but I know this is available to us, so this particular presentation. Go on.
Okay, the green option through P3 is a new option that we are including in our procurement simply because we've had several members indicate to us that they are interested in purchasing 100% green. There's an increasing number of renewables that are coming onto the market, and the solar and wind costs are driven down to a point where it is very, very competitive with traditional generation sources like fossil fuels. In the past, we have purchased renewable energy credits retroactively for members that are interested in greening up their power supply. One thing that we are doing this time is offering an option that members could opt into if they want to purchase 100% green, with the understanding that we would be able to procure at up to a 10% premium on the price of conventional power. Now, we don't know what the price of green is going to be until we've done additional market discovery, but we think that that is a bracket that we would be able to operate within, and that by giving us authorization to purchase up to 10% of a premium for green would be reasonable for those members that are interested in the green option. Just FYI, to date, we have only had 3 members in the group indicate that they will take us up on that option and want to purchase 100% green for a 10% premium, for up to a 10% premium.
Do you have the ports? Do you just do you don't do the port, do you? Corpus Christi?
No, we do not have
Yeah.
the port.
They do 100% green. Okay. Go ahead.
The final slide in this presentation, Judge Commissioners, just a few reasons why we're the best option for the county to purchase power. As I mentioned, we're negotiating those bulk discounts that are unavailable if you're acting by yourself in the marketplace. Our estimation is that if an entity were to try to purchase electricity by itself, acting independently, on any day that we take the group, the bulk purchase out to market, that individual member will pay 1/3 to 1/2 cent more per kilowatt hour. So we're estimating that just the value of working together is approximately equivalent to about $3.2 million each year. You know, it's a very, very attractive load proposition for the retailers, and they really cut each other up on the pricing, primarily because all of our members are political subdivisions, and it immediately removes any kind of credit risk for the retailers, which enables them to drop their price down. We really are able to secure pricing that is close to wholesale. The second benefit is that we originate the contracts. We are not taking the industry paper and procuring based on an industry contract. We have negotiated a preferential contract from a position of strength. So we have provisions in our contracts so there are no penalties for members with a minimum use. There's unlimited swing, allowing members, a large degree of flexibility and change should their consumption change at any one location. I think, Judge, you were referencing there the possibility of removing load at some locations in order to be able to access other benefits. That is all allowed within the P3 contract.
That's what I wanted to visit with you about. Yeah. Basically, it would be a resiliency, type of project where turns out that we need a bunch of generators and we only have so much money to do that with. But if we were to opt in for this type of resiliency contract, we could, yeah, basically offload power and share in those revenues.
Yes.
And let them pay for the rest of equipment and the interconnects. And I haven't brought it to court yet because we're still messing around with it, but I got a good scare. Her name was Hannah. And if we had had a major hit here and no generator for our jails, it would have really been bad. And we just can't hold on forever, thinking we're going to create money out of nowhere. So I think this is a really great opportunity to work with, and P3 would still work with the resiliency, I think, just fine. But I certainly wanted to visit with you about that.
And Judge, yes, that is all allowable within the P3 contract. We have the flexibility in our contract to allow for not only demand-side savings and innovations that a lot of members enter into with third parties, but also exploring opportunities for CP programs so that you can remove load from contract and make it available to ERCOT on an emergency basis and receive payments in return. And also load acting as a resource opportunities. Those are all achievable within the P3 contract, and we do work with members, have worked with members in the past to achieve those goals on an individual basis so that they can maximize their efficiencies and make the load work for them in those kind of situations I think you're referencing, Judge.
Yeah. Well, we'll get a chance to get together and talk about, you obviously have such a great purchasing power. That's why it says it on there. We're the best option for purchasing power. And then, the con is just, what happens when you have outages and hurricanes and things like that. So I just want to balance it all for the court and then bring it to them. And I've been wanting to do this, but thanks to Tyner, he got it on the schedule. And we're able to visit now. But let me ask commissioners if they have any questions. I know you've got one more slide, but you want to, I think we've got a question. I kind of felt it.
Sure.
Let me get a question over here.
Thank you, Judge. David, what I'd like, and what I'm telling the court is, I definitely want to explore more with the green energy. I think that it's really an opportunity for us to see what is in the market. Like you said, it's getting closer now. So I think that, now is the time to do that, especially as rates are lower. So it may not match exactly with what, you can offer or project over the next several years with the current fossil fuels. But I think if it overall is lower, that I'd at least like to have that comparison just for us to show side by side. And this may not be the year, but maybe the next time when we come back for another renewal, maybe then it gets even closer to the fossil fuel match. So I would like to see that part of a future presentation with some actual numbers once you've kind of negotiated down with them more to see what
Commissioner, that's a great question. And that is the reason why we have provided this opt-in opportunity for members that are interested in purchasing green with a 10% premium is because 10% is our upper limit on what we would expect it would cost to purchase green. Now, we had a member ask us the other day, well, wouldn't a lot of the additional costs of purchasing green be absorbed in the rate reductions that you're projecting? And it's conceivable that any increase in energy costs because of that green option could be absorbed by the rate reduction that we're anticipating looking forward. I did also want to mention, though, that we have always made our services available to members in terms of purchasing renewable energy credits for any member that wants to green up their power supply on an immediate basis. We've done that for Tarrant County and Harris County just recently. We also have a provision in the P3 contract that allows the conventional energy that has already been purchased to be replaced by renewable energy within the active contract term, with the understanding that there will be no additional cost for the member. In other words, if the cost of green power does come down and is completely competitive with conventional power costs, then we can swap it out. And that is a unique provision in the P3 contract for 2020 through 2022 that we're looking to include again in our next upcoming contract. So that may be something that's of interest to members as we move forward and as green power becomes increasingly available in the marketplace and increasingly competitive, is that we may be able to arrange for swapping out the conventional power that's already been purchased under the contract for the opportunity of new green power that becomes available.
Thank you.
And Judge, Commissioners, to go back to, a lot of these questions relating to green and to the demand side savings or being able to remove load and have backup generation and take advantage of those opportunities. As I've mentioned, those are all available. Those are all options that are protected and available to you within the P3 contract. And Judge, we're happy to pull together our experts on this and negotiate with your counterparties on any of those opportunities to make sure that you get the best deal possible.
Yeah, that, like I said, I look forward to visiting with you. I'm sorry I hadn't called earlier, but it's very pressing right now. And like I said, it's not just generation for the courthouse, and it's generation for the jail, and also generation for something we call the annex, which is another jail. And these are the facilities that really need to be protected, and they're not right now. And the longer we wait, the prices just keep going up. But we got a little bit of a reprieve recently with a grant and award, and because of the grant, it's now the right time. So anyway, I'm looking forward, and of course, it's music to our auditors' ears, because when that kilowatt per hour price point goes down from $3.48 to possibly $3.11, $3.12, that's a lot of dollars, a lot of pennies. We're about to talk pennies here in a minute. Pennies add up, and particularly with the usages that we're seeing here. We're also trying to become more resilient overall in the county, David, just so you know. We're under a huge, we haven't quite committed yet, but we're working really hard from our parks. Anytime we're updating anything, we're looking for lighting resiliency. We're looking for generation resiliency. Just everything, we have new lenses on, so to speak. And I think that that's going to help us overall. Of course, that's not really your goal, but your goal is to sell us more. But the point is that it's a little bit of both, right? And we want to make sure that we're not using that which we don't need.
Right. Well, Judge, 2 points, if I could just communicate back on that.
Sure.
Number 3 on that slide shows, we provide customized support to staff. Because the nature of our operation, yes, we have over 100 political subdivision members, but we provide very customized service to each individual entity on an as requested or as needed basis. Everything from for budgeting projections, annual audits, any bill checks that are necessary, and also any interest that you'll have in taking advantage of demand side savings or opportunities to, for example, close redundant accounts so you're not paying monthly fees on those. We do all this for each member as part of the services that we provide. Our aggregation fee at 59.3 cents is the lowest in the business. Most brokers will charge significantly more, up to $4 to $5 per megawatt hour, for providing less in terms of the service that we provide. And I would extend to you some information that, we have in the past produced what we call efficiency studies, which enables you all to take a look and identify those accounts on your account list that are the least efficient. And we will work with you to identify those and propose solutions in terms of making some of those locations a little bit more efficient to save you money in the long run. We need a little bit of information from the county to be able to complete that analysis. Really, the most essential part of information that we need is the square footage behind each meter. But with that kind of information, we can give you a great deal of analysis to help you plan and to help you identify redundancies and reduce costs as needed. And to answer the second thing you mentioned, Judge, we are not trying to drive up your usage at all. Our role as a 501c4 political subdivision corporation is to reduce your costs. That is our intention. We're a nonprofit, and our sole intent in this business is to reduce the amount of taxpayer dollars that you have to spend on your energy
Right,
costs.
I just mean that you're doing that by working on the price piece of it. While I'm just commenting that we're gonna work on both pieces, both the pricing and the usage.
Right.
So,
Finally, on the last
yeah, go
page,
ahead.
our current board of directors is Judge Whitley from Tarrant County, Judge Jenkins from Dallas County, Commissioner Dennis Bailey from Rockwell County, and Commissioner Adrian Garcia from Harris County are the 4 elected officials on the P3 board of directors, and we also have the chief appraiser from Ector County Appraisal District, making sure that all of our books are correct on the P3 board as well. We are in the process of going through P3 board elections for a new 2-year term right now. That completes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Tyner, you're welcome to chime in, or commissioners, anybody?
Judge, if we stay on board with P3, we don't do anything today.
But they need action though.
Yeah, this was just a presentation only. Yeah, I wanna have the opportunity to talk to David so he can help me make certain that what we want to do with the generations jives with what P3 would allow, because that would make a huge difference to me. And I don't mind putting it on a subsequent court, for approval. We've got lots of courts in this month, don't we?
They have a date of August 14th where they need to know whether you want to opt in or opt out.
We actually have to opt out to stay in. We do nothing.
But they have to take action though.
It's a presentation.
Let's approve it today.
Well, why didn't we but we didn't put it that way, did we?
It says approve any required notices.
Oh, any private notices?
Judge, you have my commitment that we will convene our work group, our experts, on a call with you as soon as you're ready, so that we can talk through exactly what the county plans for the future and what you would like to ensure is protected within the P3 contract in this procurement.
Yeah, what I was hoping is I was wanting to see if, are you familiar as to whether or not a county has the ability to be its own middleman?
To be a...
In other words, you're procuring this price for us. Can we act in that capacity on our own?
If the meter is in our name, we can
can't.
provide to anybody. We checked it out with,
You did?
yes, I checked it out with David.
Okay. Well, this boxes me in. I hate being boxed in. I didn't realize we had to opt out by the 14th. But again, we're not making a decision today as to whether it's a 3, 5, 7, 10, are we?
No, Judge, we are, as we go through the procurement process, we will be seeking pricing from retailers for a variety of different terms. The P3 board has instructed us to seek pricing for everything up to 10 years. So as we go through the process, we will be seeking indicative pricing from retailers that we will communicate back to the members on our P3 technical committee calls with the ultimate aim of getting a recommendation from the membership to take to the P3 board about what the best term length would be.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't want to go out 10 years, David. I mean, in 10 years, the whole world's going to look different.
Well, Judge, the reason why the P3 board has instructed us to take a look at 10-year pricing is primarily because the 10-year price really is the best price. And I think if you talk to anybody in the business right now who's trying to, put an entity into a contract, they're probably going to be making a recommendation that the 10-year term is the most advantageous.
Well, I mean, clearly, but I mean, I'm saying to you, the energy market will not look the same in 10 years that it looks like today. I don't know. I mean, it's the best deal because obviously the further the contract goes out, but we don't know what the energy market is going to look like. We could all be on fuel cells. I mean,
Have to be 10 years? Does it have to be 10 years?
no, he's just saying he's going to give us the best. He's going to give us pricing, but the best price is always the price that's you're playing the future. So it's just, the further out you go, the longer you're committed to them. It's just like any energy market. I mean, but I don't know. I hate the vortex that's COVID-19 because I feel like I'm not equipped to give a good recommendation here to the court. But we're not meeting again, David, until next week. And so we have to opt in. Could I just get any discussion here on this, to Commissioner Modis?
I would say that, then we look at a shorter term. I mean, it's maybe not the best option, but I mean, if that's your concern, I mean, if you're not wanting to look at a long-term, locking us in, but.
Well, I just didn't know what else was out there. I mean, we've been with P3 forever, and David's a great salesperson because he sees me at conferences, at least when we actually used to do things like that, and he keeps me up to date, and he's been in contact with Tyner all these years, so everybody's very comfortable with P3. But that's usually what I do, David, is I get a little bit more involved and try to figure out who else is out there, what are my options, so that I don't just opt in on a quick whim. But I'm saying to you that there's no time. We can have time to figure out whether the 3, 5, 7, or 10-year is the best once you go out to the marketplace and bring back those items. But it sounds like I have to opt in right now, so I guess.
I think, Judge, one of the considerations you may want to bear in mind is the fact that when we issue our RFP, it does go out to every registered retail electric provider in the state. Secondly, I would remind you that, P3 was originally set up by the Conference of Urban Counties.
Oh, now I feel really scared.
You're an ongoing member as well, so we are under the same umbrella in terms of driving down our costs and maximizing our efficiencies.
Right. Okay.
I'm not comfortable with 10 years.
Yeah, let's just, but I think that right now it's just to go to be a part of the, just to be a part of the RFP process to, y'all next time come to me sooner on this. What happened here?
Yeah, Judge, the original letter was back in June.
She's been a little busy.
And
yeah, okay.
I think the original letter date was June 15th. What was it, David?
June the 15th.
June the 15th. And then we had mentioned this a couple of times and
yeah, when I looked at it, I just saw December. I just didn't think that we had to make a decision.
And I think that was my problem too, because it was basically a notification that said our contract was good until December 2022.
And then I saw the agenda said receive presentation, so I didn't, quite frankly, think it was anything more than that, but.
And, Judge, I don't know that in the past that this had even come to court on these renewals.
Why does that not surprise me?
And so.
I just don't remember it.
I mean, when it was brought to my attention by David that, and last week I talked to Michael and I go, look, Michael in purchasing, I go, look, I'm not going to get accused of, sitting on my hands and allowing this to renew without giving the court an option.
I thought we renewed this once before when I was on the
You may be right, but
I think it's come to us before. It wasn't a 10-year because I hadn't been here 10 years, so.
I think it's been renewed, but, and, I mean, David, how many times have we just allowed this to continue without, I mean, we've been with y'all for a long time. David, you still on?
You've been with us since the beginning, Tyner, Judge, and this will be our 8th procurement. The procedure that we're using is the same as the one we have always used, which is we assume that you're staying with the group unless you make a proactive decision to opt out. What we have done for the past 3 procurements is actually extend that opt-out period. It used to be just 30 days. And we since extended that for the past few procurements, including this one, to allow members 60 days to review the proposal.
When was the last one?
Okay, but once again, all we're going to do today, if we decide to opt in, is we're in, and you will go to the marketplace, and then we will get a chance to decide later whether we do a 3-year, 5-year, 7-year, or 10-year rate. Is that correct?
Judge, we will be seeking pricing for all of the terms that the board instructs us to purchase terms for.
Right.
And we will be communicating that to members on the future technical committee calls and taking that back to the board for final approval about what term would be the best for the entire membership.
So we aren't tied into 10 years. Is that what I'm hearing?
So we are, or, yeah, that's what Commissioner Vaughn wants to know, whether, once we opt in, does the Board of Directors make the decision on our behalf?
Yeah, the board of directors will make a decision on behalf of the entire membership. Having reviewed the indicative pricing that we receive and the term lengths, those indicative prices are for, and with the input from the members' technical committee on which you all sit, the second Tuesday of every month and more frequently will give us feedback to take to the board about what will be the preferred term length.
When was the last time we did this?
But no, individual members do not have the option of choosing a separate term length.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
When was the last time we got into?
I would have to do some research on that, and I will do that.
And so, David, if, so they choose for us, so if, let's take the other hypothetical. Let's say we opt out. Did you say there was a 30-day grace where we can come back in?
No, once we have an opt-out judge, then we will proceed as normal with the rest of the P3 members that have chosen to remain with the group. Mm-hmm. That will be the committed load that we would take to market.
Yeah, and again, don't take this as my, I mean, you're probably the best option out there, but I'm just not accustomed to not knowing that. I like to know that, you know, there's, everybody in this whole world has a competitor. You've got one. I don't know who it is. Maybe you don't, maybe you do, maybe there is no such thing, but typically, unless you're like, I don't know, everybody has a predator in this human race, but can you figure out, again, I just did not understand that we were under the gun to do this today.
I'm sorry, Judge, it worked out like this. You know, I wanted to give the court the opportunity, but I fear, and I don't have any independent knowledge, but possibly in the past it was just allowed to automatically renew. And once I found out about the option last week, I wanted to be sure and bring it to court.
Okay, well, look, what I'm gonna do is I'd like to just make one phone call. I wanna know, for example, when I sat as a port commissioner, David, we did the same thing for purchasing power. And we always had, you know, obviously different rates presented. All I want to do is to satisfy my own knowledge so that I can, with confidence, tell the court that the range of, I think you had it at 348 to 311, somewhere around there, 311, 312, that's what I remember, is a great rate for us over the next decade.
I'm going to just table it for a while till the rest.
Just to like an hour or so.
Sure.
And I'll bring it right back. I'll take a quick break, I'll make 2 phone calls, and they'll say, yeah, that's totally in keeping with, but I just didn't know. I want to make sure that I always vet everything, and I feel weird that I didn't do it for this one, because I thought it was presentation.
I'm going to make you a hard copy of this
Yeah.
presentation.
So David, if you don't mind, if you'll take a quick lunch, and I promise to text you through Tyner and get you back on. I'll table it for like, just till we finish some of the other agendas. I'll take a quick 5-minute break, and then I'll be able to feel good about it.
Judge, if I can make a recommendation, that slide 4 on that presentation shows you our most recent 4 pricing curve for the county.
Got it.
That will probably be the best reference to make sure that the pricing that we're showing you is really what the market holds
Yeah.
right now.
I just want the court to know, and the audience listening, we're relinquishing control over the pricing, and that's okay if that's in your best interest. I just want to make sure that it is.
Tyner, thanks for putting it on the agenda.
Yeah, absolutely. We would have missed it.
I'm sorry that, I think that procurement letter was floating around this summer, and I think David talked to me and the judge about it. But when we looked at this material, it said your contract's good until 2022. Well, David called me last week and said, hey, look, you can opt out. And I called Michael, and Michael's on. And, Michael and I talked and said, we're never going to beat their price. That's kind of what we talked about. And Judge, you may know something, different than I don't. And I go, you know what? It may have been done differently in the past, but I need to get this before the court because I'm not going to get accused of allowing this to automatically renew and not telling anybody.
That's great.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did. And
Okay.
thanks, David. It's a great presentation, and it looks great. I just, like anything, just have a duty to make sure that I do my quick checks.
Judge, I will remain on the line and be available for
Okay,
when court
super.
reconvenes.
Super, thank you.
I would just urge you to remember that, when we do our procurement, it is what we consider to be the most competitive procurement in the state for electricity. We are opening it up to every retail electric provider to bid on this contract. And we just would like you to bear in mind, our history of savings for the county since you all joined at $2.5 million.
And Judge, if I remember right, I think, if I remember this right, I'm surprised at the 10-year term, but if I remember this right, I think we went through this and they were really low, but I think you're very prudent in doing what you're doing.
Yeah,
But
I'm sure it is. I
think
just
it's-
want a 5-minute little,
No, I think that's
check,
good.
check.
I sent a list over to order sandwiches. If anybody
Oh,
anybody
lunch is
wants
on
to
its
send-
way, I
okay.
think.
I just had to get it.
Some stuff too.
Okay,
Yeah,
fine.
thank
Everybody's
you.
covered, then that's good.
Okay, David, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you,
Stand by,
Commissioners.
we're gonna continue, and let me get to, let me take a look here. I'm trying to figure out what the pleasure of the court is. I was thinking of looking ahead of the agenda. Dale's got a couple of items coming up next, and then, believe it or not, Tyner's got 2 items.
What number 8 and number 7?
Do you want to do 7, 8, 9? I'd like to, we can leave the tax, let Dale, we'll finish up with the tax rate. And that way we can do 7, 8, 9, and 10, and then I take just a quick little 5-minute break. And then we'll come back, we'll finish power pool and go into tax. I don't want to leave the Amanda Lane folks, though, out. I want to try to get that in
You know
as
what,
well.
Judge?
Can we do that one?
I'm thinking that, we had the meeting and talked
Yes.
about that yesterday with you and Juan and Maria. I think we should table it and look at our options and follow through on what we said we were going to do, because we're really not going to make a decision.
Right.
What
So
do
let
you
me,
think?
so let's take B1 so we can let whoever knows on the line what we just meant by that. So on B1, let me take a motion, I'll explain it in just a moment, folks. Let me have a motion to
Table.
table, Commissioner,
Second,
and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
do you want a specific?
I'm sorry, let me do discussion,
Want
yeah.
a specific date, Carolyn?
Next week,
Yeah, let's try it next
August
19th?
19th.
Thank you.
So for those on the line who were diligent and waiting, I know that was, I think her name was Melissa, on Amanda Lane and Stonegate subdivision. So what we've done here is, we had our county attorney look at the law. You'll remember that last court, we talked about whether we could accept the maintenance on the road. And all of us wanted to do that because we had the Public Works support. But the problem is, the law is was very specific about accepting the drainage, and the drainage has quite a bit of dollars associated with it to fix. And so we asked our county attorney if there was any way we could separate the two. And unfortunately, she said that there was not. However, we're going to come back to her because we did find something under the Texas Transportation Code where there's a matter of public health and safety that we want her to look at. And actually, we didn't find it. Somebody, I think,
And Amanda Lane found it.
somebody in Amanda Lane found it. And we're gonna get it to her, and she's gonna look at that. And that's why we're asking for it to be tabled, because we're really trying to work with you, folks out there and try to come up with a good solution that works for us. However, drainage is a problem. So there's a couple of things that we're looking at. And Commissioner Vaughn set up a great meeting with Public Works, and we've even looked at the opportunity to get a particular grant that we saw that might be available. But there was kind of a fix that would cost somewhere about $100,000 to get all those driveways redone. But it only means something up to, I think, 1889. Is that right? Yeah, and so it's not a complete fix. So we wanted some extra time to present something that we thought was doable and that could be maybe funded by a grant, so that if we did use the Texas Transportation Code piece of it, that we would know, okay, and we need $100,000 worth of work, and this is how we could fund it. So it's kind of a multi-layered approach for those of you in Amanda, off of Amanda Lane and Stonegate, and we're doing our very best. It's tricky. I just want to go on record as saying, I believe the person that developed this subdivision really did have the responsibility of making certain that drainage was appropriate, and apparently it didn't work out that way. We also have asked that we work with that engineering company to see if that's a possibility. So I'll be calling you if you're listening, and to seeing if we can come up with an amicable resolution, because what we have here is not good for anybody, and it's certainly not good for us going forward. But again, some counties might say, oops, roadblock, can't do it, sorry, the law doesn't help. This county says, roadblock, back up, let's find another road in. And that's what Commissioner Vaughn's trying to do, and whoever was the brilliant person that found that transportation code provision, we really appreciate it. I'm sorry? And we're gonna send it to Laura, and she's gonna let us we're gonna give her a little bit of time, and next week she'll have an answer for you.
We'll give you a little bit of time. Go, Laura, go.
I know, sorry, Laura, just a little bit of time, 1 week, no time at all, but she's good at this. She knows, she's already researched the basics. Looks like Laura, something, Commissioner, could you send it to her?
Yes. it's
Yeah,
on my other phone.
and basically, it's a exception to the rule. So it's kind of an interesting one. The question is, does it apply here? And so that's where we are. So now I'll take the record vote on this, and all those in favor signify by saying aye for tabling till next week.
Aye.
Aye. And Melissa, I hope that gives you enough information to share with your neighbors, that we're still at it, hard, working on it. But the blockade was that the law didn't allow it the way we wanted to do it last week. And now we know. And so we're trying a different way. Okay, and so that's that. And then let me go, that was what number was that?
That was
B1. Okay, so Tyner, you've got 7 and 8, and I don't think they'll take long, but they're both very important.
Judge, as you know, we've had history with the Department of Justice since settlement agreement in 2015. You and I actually went last year and met with the DOJ, Amy Eduardo. And as you may recall, we had been through some tough times with Hurricane Harvey, and we essentially asked for concessions. You may recall, working along with Judge Neal, that we came up with this plan to request a 10-year extension under our settlement agreement due to Hurricane Harvey damage. And as you also may recall, we did get one extension for 5 years. That extension under our settlement agreement expires September of 2021. That's next year. As it does every July, is a month that I never forget about, because that's when my annual report to the DOJ is due. And I had ordered a hard copy, and Margaret, if you're listening, we ordered a hard copy of my annual report, and I'll get that to you later. My annual report to the DOJ this year is over 300 pages. I basically, though, wanted to share with you good news. Here's the cover letter that I did. This is due every year at the end of July. And with the assistance of Carol Pruitt, our DOJ approved independent licensed architect, I was able to present to the DOJ probably the most attachment O's that I've ever been able to present to the DOJ in a given year. Attachment O's are a certification in the settlement agreement signed by Carol Pruitt stating that the county has complied with the ADA. At the beginning, Attachment O was always troublesome because Carol Pruitt, who was approved by the DOJ, couldn't get errors in emissions insurance if his Attachment O certificate stated that the county has substantially complied with the ADA. Well, the DOJ told us, look, county, either you comply with the ADA or you don't. And so Carol Pruitt had to work with his errors in emissions insurance, and the DOJ agreed to put, to the best of his knowledge and belief, the county has complied with the ADA. So I present to you in my cover letter, and it's attached in my report, we got a Bill Bodie Attachment O certification. The McKenzie Jail Annex Dormitory, we got an Attachment O certification from Carol Pruitt, June 2020. Hilltop Community Center, there was a series of certifications on July 8th. I included that because I didn't know if I had that in my last year report. October 2019 was after my July report. And then the June 11th was my third certification for Hilltop Community Center. And then we've got a Bishop County Building and Community Center Attachment O certification. Padre Bayou Park certification. And I'm looking at this. I do know that I got a IB McGee Beach. I just don't have that certification yet. We've been given that verbally. IB McGee, to get past Carol Pruitt on that is just unbelievable to me. And that's quite a feat for that to pass all ADA requirements out there. So that's good news. And then I asked Juan Pimentel to give me a support letter of successful projects, and he collected some pictures for me. Y'all, that's what an ADA compliant RV hookup looks like. So it's different than the other ones, but that one has space for a wheelchair to get all the way around. And we have the requisite number of accessible RV spots out there at IB McGee. That's what accessible parking looks like at Hilltop. I mean, parking and entrance and exits. That's what an accessible bathroom looks like. That's the precinct commissioner building. We may have done that in-house for the accessible parking out there.
I think you did.
And then there's accessible parking at the Bodie building. Continued. We had a couple of little bumps, but this is what accessible parking looks like at the courthouse. We've always known we had too much cross slope out there, and we've got that all fixed. So what is this accessible? And I don't mean to take too much time, but what does this accessible parking mean to this courtroom? It means that accessible parking is the first time that this commissioner's courtroom has ever been 100% accessible. And we've been kicking that can down the road for 8 years. And so,
Yay, that's great.
With this accessible parking,
We needed a little cheer
I think
here.
I think the bathroom on this floor needs a towel holder adjustment or something like that, very minor. But I'm going to be able, with this accessible parking at the courthouse, I'm going to be able to write TDLR, Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, along with this courtroom and say, give me a full release. We finally have the accessible parking. In addition, when the Leopard Street parking is done, the Fallen Heroes Memorial is going to be 100% ADA accessible. So as soon as Juan gets that parking lot done,
I think we're real close to.
we're real close. We're going to get that one done. You know, as a matter of fact, Juan is surprising me already. That's a picture of Fallen Heroes.
Say, we're real close.
That is a picture of the adjacent to the Fallen Heroes. So, y'all, unfortunately, Carol Pruitt's approved by the DOJ, but he does his work and it costs money, and he comes down here and he gets his SMART level and he certifies to the DOJ that we're compliant. This is stuff in Agua Dulce that we did in-house. This is the 4-yard that Juan did. That's accessible parking and an accessible restroom. McKenzie dormitory. Remember, we kind of went back and forth on the accessible bedding there, but we finally got that figured out. And there's a Bishop County building, and there's an accessible restroom there. And I have blueprints here that Juan provided me just so the DOJ can see. And then if you care to see Carol Pruitt's reports, you'll have this in your book, but Exhibit A has every little detail of what Carol Pruitt examined. And like I said, there's over 300 pages of this. If you want to go in and get details.
Just show us the part where it says approved.
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is
I like it.
an attachment O certification by Carol Pruitt.
A big deal.
This is for the Bill Bodie building. So
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
So that's what a beautiful attachment O looks like.
Now, listen, so this is receive a presentation, but it's very important that we acknowledge every year that the report is done properly, that it's submitted. It's also important to acknowledge that amongst all the other duties that Tyner has, including his EOC duties, that he's still our czar for American Disabilities Act, and because of him and Public Works really working hand in hand with our other departments, we've made unbelievable progress in the last year. So much progress that we actually have a request coming to DOJ later this fall, and that's to release us. But I think that what you should know is that there's an important item that's coming up, and to continue this work, and that's to keep Mr. Pruitt with his contract. And so, is there anything else you want to show us on?
I requested hard copy for you, and
That'd be great.
we'll be passing those out.
Yeah.
I've got every annual report in my office on paper if you ever want to come and look at it. But I tell you what, this is the most attachment O's I've been able to give to the DOJ at one time.
And I want to just point out that you're diligently working. We've got a big project going on right now, which is the courtrooms. We're going to get our courtrooms ADA accessible. That's the one big thing that we've been working on, believe it or not, in the middle of COVID. We've got 2 major courtrooms, 4th floor and 5th floor, and all of that's taking place. And the other thing you should know is that we're also working on, God dog, it just escaped me, besides the courtroom, Tyner, there's something else, because of this court's willingness to get a building supervisor, for Juan, we're able to do those towel holders. There's like a whole litany of little bitty things that need to get done, and we didn't really have the mechanism to take off somebody from Public Works and say, okay, today you're going to do a towel holder when maybe you're supposed to be doing a road. So I think that the court, you should know that one of the good things that you did last year, but will be paying for in this fiscal year, is this building supervisor. And the point is that we're systematically getting more attachment O's. But the one big thing left to finish, in my mind, Tyner, you correct me, once these parking lots got complete is the courtrooms. And when we do the courtrooms and we finish those, and we're gonna finish them like quick. We're getting audio, right now, we already have a technician, specialist in audio video for the hearing impaired. We've got all the blueprints, everything we need to go. We're just kind of waiting for a few proposals.
Yeah,
And
and Judge, the idea
It's gonna
again
get
is
done.
to get those courtrooms ADA accessible. It's the two on the 4th floor and one on the 5th floor. And the idea is all the courtrooms in the tower are, it is nearly, well, it's cost prohibitive to make them ADA accessible. And what we're proposing to the DOJ is an alternative courtroom policy. And Mary Lee and court administration has already agreed with me that she's willing to help us out. At any time a lawyer, a litigant, a witness, a juror wants an accessible courtroom, we get them on the list and we get them in one of the two courtrooms on the 4th floor or on the 5th floor. McLennan County did it that way. They had a super old courthouse. The courtrooms were inaccessible, and McLennan County got the DOJ to agree to an alternative courtroom policy. And I knew the county administrator in McLennan, and I asked for that policy. And I think I already got it approved by this court and the Board of Judges. But when we asked the DOJ to approve it, when the judge and I went, well, we still had a whole another 2 years on our extension, and the DOJ was not feeling pressured to do anything. So I told this on the judge on the phone. I did talk to Amy Eduardo, who happens to be from Texas. She went to A&M, and she's been our investigator since Paula Rubin. And we talked to some extent on Friday. And the DOJ typically does not offer extensions. Go ahead.
When you said the whole letter, is that what approving it, to send it to DOJ to get it approved, or has it been approved already?
We actually made a formal request and a letter from Judge Neal requesting an additional extension, and I presented it to Commissioner's Court.
I'm talking about when you say the old report from, I guess, from Pruitt, that he signs off on it, does it, DOJ still has to approve it, or?
No, they don't have to approve that.
So once he's approved it, that's it?
Yes, yeah, there's no trigger. The DOJ approved him, and he's held to a standard as an independent licensed architect. And for him to show the DOJ, he's essentially their deputy.
Working for them.
Right.
That's why he's approved, well.
But we haven't been released overall by the DOJ yet. So it's just like one check, like that project's done. Once he says it's done, it comes off the list.
The DOJ trusts him
Right.
to say, oh, the county did it right.
And that's a big accomplishment. We should be very proud.
It's huge.
Yeah.
It's huge. So anyway, Tyner, it's a great work and it's a great update. And of course, we have so many folks living in Nueces County with disabilities. We want to make sure that that's always in the forefront of our mind. And so on number 8, you need us to do something in order to
Yeah,
ratify
Carol Pruitt's contract expired in June. I thought we had him on for one more year to coincide with our settlement agreement, and he did some work after that. And the auditor, I believe, has a trigger that they can't pay an invoice if there's an expired contract. And so Pruitt's done work since then. He actually helped me get some of my report done. And Belinda helped me do this order in order to pay for the work after his contract expired after June 18th. Got asked the court to approve that order. And then I want to, if it's permissible with the court, I want to do 1 year with Pruitt. Hopefully this is the last year for Pruitt. It's the same rate of pay, same everything. Carol Pruitt's worst nightmare at this county, just so y'all know, happens to be Teresa. She checks every single line in his bill and always finds something.
I knew I liked that girl.
And so,
Do he have some staff to it? I mean, do he have staff? I didn't think he had 4 people.
early on, it's just him now, and he's pretty much retired. I think we may be his only client. He's retired, but he used.
There's no more ADA surveyor, primary surveyor? There's no more of that, secondary surveyor? Those are gone?
Yeah, those, he is not billed for those in a long time. There could be some minor stuff, but it's mainly just him now.
To me, I see that, and I think we're paying for all 4 of them,
Early on, there was so much to do that he had those on board. He had to survey 127 polling places in 6 months. And that's when he brought all those people on board.
We're always looking at it, $250 an hour for him, that's it.
Yeah, he's the high paid. Yeah, we're not going to see much from the assistants anymore. But again, nothing's changed. It's the same contract, and this one goes to June of 2021.
And he's tough, too.
He is tough on
really
us.
tough. Yeah, he is.
He's tough on us, and
Makes us do it right.
makes us do it right. He, when we poured, go ahead. Okay, thank you.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay.
If it was all 4 of them, I probably have a question.
Okay, number 9 is the discuss and consider adopting an order granting an exemption. That's for the purpose of procurement under Texas Local Government Code. And also direct selecting the Perriman Group for economic analysis related to Census Tract 63 and 64. And really, I'm going to have to add a little bit of a contingency. It's really just contingent upon, it's really directing the county attorney to finish the process. What we want to do is just give her the authority to finish it. This was a $64,000 contract, of which the Port of Corpus Christi is going to pay 50%, $32,000. And the other $32,000 was gonna come out of, if Teresa were here, she'd give me that number just immediately off the top of her head, but it's the CJ fund. Is it 1925? No. It is 1925, okay. So it's out of the county judges fund. 1925 is what Dale thinks, and I think so too. But it hasn't even, all we wanna do is we wanna finish this ball, rolling. And so Jeff Pollock, it doesn't need to go before the Port Commission because it's under 50,000. So it's already been approved by their executive director. And it's my understanding that Jeff Pollock is the lead person. This goes hand in hand with our right-of-way coalition. This tract covers Census Tract 6364 from Rincon, North Beach, downtown, all the way to Hillcrest. Commissioner Vaughn, can you help me? Is there any other areas? It may go a little further. I don't remember.
Well, I don't remember the tracks
It's
like you
pretty
do.
close.
Yeah, it is.
It's a big area, but it's the area that has potential growth. Of course, this goes along with the right-of-way opportunities that we have when all that acreage comes down. In order to get grants for CDBG, we really need this economic impact analysis, and so that's what that's all about.
So how long is this extension?
It's not an extension, it's just an opportunity to give Laura, it's to say we want to, go ahead, Laura.
In order exempting them from the Purchasing Act, because they're a professional services contract, and also select them to do
Yeah,
this.
it's to say we're choosing the method of procurement of direct select because they're professional.
And bring you the contract.
Right, but this gets us a chance to select them and to authorize Laura to go get the contract and bring it back. And the-
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
And motion second, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then there's one more, and it's the one that always is here, and that's in case there's something going on with overtime with Hurricane Hannah. And of course, we met last week, so there may or may not be, I have to wait till Dale tells us, but I do want to disclose that there are some things that have been going on over the weekends in order to, like, for example, law enforcement and sometimes I would say coastal parks might have some. I don't think it's a tremendous amount, but Dale, that's why I have it on here for the agenda.
Yes, Your Honor. Normally on situations like you're talking about, if they're a non-exempt employee, then they're covered 100% of overtime is paid for. These are just for the exempt employees, and there are very few exempt employees in the constable's level, as well as the coastal parks, inland parks, and any others that have the case. We're still in the same period of our declaration of the Hurricane Hannah emergency situation, so it's still the exempt employees will be paid for what they've have. It won't be till the next month where we'll have to bring it for you to, if you want to continue this. We're following the policy that we've had. This is the 15 to 35 days that we put the payment in for those particular items. I don't have the total cost of this, but it's not a significant amount, a couple $1,000 for overtime for those exempt employees. So for Hurricane Hannah, I would say we are going to pay those, and there will be not a response to have you done. For COVID area, however, we do have a small amount of expense from July 25th to July 31st. Only two employees have submitted activity reports for overtime, and those are both coming from our Inland Parks Division, and they're both representing about 17 hours apiece for a total of 34 hours combined total, for a total cost of $1,234.31. So for this particular item, we would need your approval for the payment for those employees for COVID-19. However, the Hurricane Hannah will be paid.
I have a question, Dale.
Okay, go ahead.
Hurricane, is it, you said till September? I thought it was 2 weeks.
We're into that period now.
So we're saying to approve another 2 weeks?
No, right now we're in the final portion of it, so next time it'll be your authority whether we continue.
Well, we're still within the
We're
2
still within the
weeks,
2
but
weeks,
next
yes.
week you'll have
When
to,
does a 2 week end?
next week.
Next week?
Or-
Next week, yes.
Or Friday, or when, in other words, our next time to approve it is next Wednesday. I don't know when it ends, but next Wednesday we get to approve it again.
Remember, we were 2 weeks behind on our pay period, so this covers the full 2 weeks of the Hurricane Hannah that the emergency declaration allows us to do. Once we get through those period, then we'll bring that forward for you. So Hurricane Hannah will definitely be paid for all those that qualify for overtime, which is not a lot. As we saw on your burn rate, we've only spent 15,000 total, and of that, only a few amount is exempt employees. And for this particular point for COVID-19, it's for July 25th to July 31st, and only two employees have submitted reports for a total cost of $1,234.
And how much is for Hannah?
For Hannah, I don't have the exact amount for the period we're talking about but the entire expense, we've expended about $12,000 worth of overtime.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. We've got sandwiches in the break room, so I'm going to take my 5-minute break right now. Go get your sandwich, and then come back in just a second. And I want to give a quick phone call, and then it looks like, by the way, Juan Tyner is going to call us from the road. At least that's what he said. He may now be ready, but he's going to call
I'm here,
us.
Judge.
Oh, okay. Hey, Juan. Okay, so what we're going to do is just take a second to go grab our sandwiches. I'll make that phone
Okay.
call. We'll address the power pool and finish up with Public Works. We're doing very good. I think we're gonna move quick here with Public Works purchasing. There is something in executive session. The last 3 sessions, we've had nothing, guys. In fact, if you wanted to do executive session real quick, like while you're grabbing your lunch, that would also be an alternative. It's up. I think it's a good idea. It doesn't waste the double time. And by the way, since I'm the subject of the executive session, I know all about it. So I can make the phone call, and you guys can talk to Laura, okay? And so I guess I'll go ahead and gavel us out at 1:11. But before I do, I'm giving, is that okay? Yeah. Okay, all right, so I don't have to take a break, then come back in? Okay, great. So in that case, obviously, I've got to read the preamble here. We are going into executive session to discuss matters that are listed on the agenda, and this is authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, the Texas Government Code, and it's in accordance with the Government Code, Vernon Sections 551, 071, 072, 73, 74, 75, 76, 86, 87. And we're going to do this executive session to consult with our attorney, including matters relating to litigation, real property, personnel, termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and economic development negotiations. And upon completion, we're going to come back out and take any action as necessary. And I do believe that there will be action that's necessary. So we will be back, and it's 1:12 p.m. And we'll be back. Yes, I'll take it with me. Thank you. Give me just 1 second. Appreciate that. Okay. Wonder if a big bag. Sorry.
Your size, Chesney?
Oh, thank you.
Tore her off the track this morning, man.
How long do you think, Commissioner? About how long do you think?
About 15 minutes,
Okay.
I think. If we're gonna discuss something, it'll be about 15, 20 minutes. Okay, but if you don't say damn thing.
Thank you. Mike, for, your son okay? You get physical therapy or?
Yeah, we're gonna do 2 weeks physical therapy, then go back.
Hey, Tyner, this is Johnny. Hey, Tyner, I may have missed it because I had to step out in the hall and take care of something. Are they going to come back later on item 3A4? The tax rate item? Okay, I'll mute myself, or do I log back in, or what do you want to do? Okay, I'll do it. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry. Kicked you out, and I didn't, and you know, I took your stuff to sign and I left it out there. I'll go grab it again. What happens is we get up, because we're so used to doing executive sessions in my conference room, but then we remember, oh man, it's COVID. That's like the worst place to be, so then we come back over here. Sorry about that. Yes, I have, and we've been working with, I sent it to Eddie Martinez, because the RTA has money to do it. And some of it's free and some of it's not, but they had suggested the courthouse as being an excellent location, and also the fairgrounds as being an excellent location. And maybe not the fairgrounds, but like
Yeah, on the side.
on the side.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is great.
Well, anyway, the deadline to submit with
We'll do it.
electric vehicle is Friday.
Okay,
So
we'll
we
get
just
it
like-
done.
All we can, I mean, all we're required to do.
Very
is
simple.
They want us to fill out at the
Okay.
site location.
Okay,
We don't
I'll
even
get
have to put infrastructure, it's just that we would have to be considered part of their site.
I will give it to Maria immediately and get it done. That's great. Yes, almost, timer's almost. Hey, I just want you to know that while we're waiting, that Bear County got hacked into their technology this week. So if that ever happens to us, I want us to drill for a complete, like, yanking the cord.
Shut off.
Okay? So just so you know, because it was a big deal this week. Did you read about it, or? Yeah, so it's, we need to be ready for that. If it were to happen, we just pull the plug, and like, we don't wanna like, I mean, it's gonna shock us, because you're gonna see something and you're gonna go, oh my God, and then, but I think if we're all ready for it, we'll just pull the plug and recess, and that's what we'll do, until we get it back on.
What did they hack into?
The county commissioners court meeting, exactly the way we're doing it right now.
What did they do?
Pornography. Took them a while to like react, so I mean, can't be dilly-dallying with it. And apparently, that's the concern with Zoom, you know? Big
What
timer.
were they looking for?
Those are your numbers, Judge.
Okay, look, hold on 1 second, sending you something, so you can, okay, this is my numbers. Oh, okay, great. Great, great, great. Thank you. Waiting, we're just waiting on Brent. I think he just went to the bathroom. So I'm gonna go back in time, let's see. We'll go to Juan next. Is that right? Okay. Kind of, yeah, just number 2. It shouldn't take long. It's the, see it, Tyler? Did you see it? I gave you a little text. Check on it for us. That way we don't have to have a, sometimes it's good. This one's yours, Commissioner. This one has to go out. Okay, so when you're ready, Tyner, and we will get Juan in, and then we'll follow it by Michael. Juan and Michael. And somebody do a double check. I think we've done everything else, but we'll go back to the tax rate and the approval of the financial report, Dale. Okay? Oh, shoot, thank you. Yeah, the electricity, powerful. And I'm asking Tyner to ask David
Thank you.
if there's any way that there can be time given. Lynn Angerstein from the port was sending me their rates. And I also spoke with Shell. Well, I spoke with MP2, which is a subsidiary of Shell. But I'm trying to buy us just a little bit of time. Well, see, I don't want to mess. I'll just have to do it on the record, otherwise Laura gets me in trouble. Yeah, I'm gonna gavel back in. You ready, Tyner? To gavel back in? Okay, we're back on the record at 1:52 p.m. And let's take Juan to buy just a little bit of time. David, we have not forgotten about you, but we're gonna do Juan and then Michael, and then I need to visit with you in the court. But let's work with Juan. You've got one item only, Juan, about County Road 33.
Mute.
Sorry, Juan, you got to unmute yourself.
And I have some questions on that one too, Judge, whenever you're ready.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You want him to, there he is. Are you on? Is the mic on?
Still says mute.
Want to try one more time?
Juan, can you hear us? Juan, nod your head. Not getting output,
He's
hang
on
on.
mute.
Yeah, we are.
Again, Juan, try again.
It's still
Are you
set. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay. Judge, Commissioners, we're recommending the resolution between the city of Corpus Christi to formally annex the portion of County Road 33, beginning at the intersection of County Road 33 and FM 43, and to the south and running northerly until the dead end, ending near Oso Creek. This was a project that, kind of like a project that we had done, Judge and Commissioners, for rehabbing the existing road. And this happened back in July of this year. And we're recommending the resolution.
Judge, just if I can real quick, what Juan and I had talked about, and I don't know how we need to do this, Laura, this may be more of a question for you. I would like to change the name of this road before the city annexes it, because once they do so, it's going to be confusing if it's still County Road 33. My thought was to do something like London Pirates Road, since that's right there by London, something like that. So I don't want to mistime this. If there's another way that we have to do, can I do that now? Can I just say that as part of this, that says, you know, we want to rename it London Pirates Road and approve the annex, or whatever the case is. I just don't want it to be a county road, because they're gonna, yeah, I mean, you don't get a chance to change names of roads very often, but the point of it is really to get it to where it's not a county road anymore, so that people don't call us when there's problems on the road, because that gets confusing.
I think it's a question for you, Laura.
Yeah, we don't have it noticed to actually change the name.
Can I table this till next week and notice that?
We can do that.
If that's okay, and I'm sorry, Juan, Juan and I had talked about it, but we probably just didn't connect on this one, because I wanted to do it all at the same time.
Cool.
But we'll do, we'll have all the agenda items, so you can do it next go around. Next week, I guess?
Right, and so if you could put it on as, I'm gonna say London Pirates Road.
Pirates Road?
London Pirates Road.
One-eyed Jack.
Or Jag Road, what did you say, Jag? Is that?
Jag.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I thought.
One-eyed Jack.
All the pirate names.
Okay, so
Okay.
I would make a motion to table for
Okay.
next Wednesday.
All right.
With that to be on it.
All right, one, we're gonna table it for that reason, okay? Otherwise, you're really
Okay,
gonna be,
good.
you're gonna be good to go on everything. This is more of a formality to help the public prevent confusion. Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay, great. And then, Juan, that's really all for you today, I think.
Yes, ma'am, that's it.
And we've got Michael next with an important RFP that he needs to discuss with us. Maria's on as well in case we need a resource. Michael, we're going to unmute you now.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes, we can. Okay, great. This is to discuss an award, RFP number 3125-20, Grant Administrative and Project Management for Community Development Block Grant Mitigation, CDBG MIT. The selection committee met and we reviewed the proposals. We received 3 proposals on July 30th. The selection committee met on the 6th and again on the 7th. Out of the 3 proposals that we received, I think Tyner might be passing out some information. We received proposals from Tidal Basin Government Consulting, LLC, Tetra Tech, Inc., and Public Management, Inc. A couple of the proposals stood out as potential good options for us. The committee, after the first day of meeting, we decided we wanted to interview the top 2 contenders and try to get a better feel for what was going to be a good fit for the county. We judged their proposals based on their experience, their work performance, their capacity to perform. We reviewed how they're going to operate with the county in terms of the pre-award, the award phase, project implementation, and closeout capabilities. And we also reviewed their related experience on the Gulf Coast with Texas GLO and CDBG funding.
They're in a public meeting. They're back in public meeting.
Hang on, let me kill this. Sorry about that, Michael. Okay. The scoring was really close on the top 2, as both were deemed to be good options with their experience and capabilities. The group that was Tidal Basin had staff members assigned to the county that possessed direct experience with Texas GLO. The client liaison, Don Force, who I believe was on the call earlier today, I think he's on the call now, is a former director of the Government Affairs and Policy section at the GLO previously, before becoming a member of Tidal Basin. We spoke at length with their program manager, Bailey DeRuin, and their subject matter expert, Amber Madden, who both had experience in dealing with Hurricane Harvey, Hurricane Sandy, also Hurricane Ike. And they were part of a group that received an award for the city of Houston under CDBG-DR in the amount of about $1.2 billion. And so in going through that discussion, the evaluation committee unanimously agreed that Tidal Basin Government Consulting LLC was best suited to meet the county needs on this particular RFP. And therefore, we recommend award to Tidal Basin Government Consulting LLC.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second, and the discussion is, I'm very pleased that we're going to be moving forward with our CDBG applications, and this will get us going. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. I just want you to know that on the line, because I see his name is Don Forse, and he is representing Tidal Basin here today. And just so you know, we plan to work you hard, Don. We've got 8 applications that we'd like to see brought forth. Some of them are been waiting for decades to really get accomplished. They're in every single commissioner that you see here today. Every one of them has a major stakehold in these applications, and we look forward to working with you, your experts that you're going to bring forward. And I want to thank Maria especially because she's going to be in advance, making a lot of sacrifice, making certain that everything gets to court timely by October. We have a very short window, and I can't wait to get to work. I only have one question, and that's for the county attorney, and maybe for Michael too. First of all, let me do it for the record. We did right? Yeah, we did already. So for the record, Michael, is this contract ready to be executed? Or does Laura need to do anything with it? Because Don's on the line and now's the time to get us all together.
So usually after we conduct the award phase, Maria will reach out to the vendor and we'll work together with Laura's office to develop a contract with the vendor and bring that back for execution as soon as possible.
Okay, so because they've done this before and we've done this before with other grant administrators, I'm going to imagine, Maria, that contract is not too unique. It should be pretty standard since we just did a CDBG-DR grant administrator. And I'm going to ask something that really I think means a lot to getting these applications put forth. We can't get pre-application help until that contract is signed. We have court next week. I'd ask Tyner to put a placeholder for next Wednesday to bring for its ratification. That way Don knows he can mobilize his team efforts in the next 7 days to get this accomplished, answer any questions county attorney might have, but it should be pretty much ready to roll. Don, I just want to make sure that's in keeping with what you can do for us. We want to get you on board as fast as possible. Here you come. We're going to get you unmuted.
Yes, ma'am. Hope y'all can hear me. That should not be a problem at all. I will work directly with our contracts folks back in our administrative offices, and you have a firm commitment from me to get that done with as much expediency as we possibly can. I know the time frame is short. We're anxious to get started working with you guys and moving forward very, very quickly. So I will do everything that I can to make sure that's wrapped up for next week's court session.
And this is your informal introduction to our Commissioners Court, and I really wasn't joking. Literally every application has a nexus to their precincts, and so I'd look forward to you getting to know them and them getting to know you, as you're going to be one of our, principal liaisons. And like I said, look for calls as soon as we get it approved next week in court.
Happy and eager to get started, and once we get COVID behind us, I'm happy to sit down in person with each and every one of you. Thank you again.
Sounds great. Thanks. Don's team has a tremendous amount of GLO experience, and CDBG MIT is going to be distributed, those funds allocated and distributed through the GLO. And so if his name looks familiar to you, that's probably why. Okay, moving on, we've done our executive session, and now I want to go back to the power pool, and then we're going to end up with our monthly financials and the tax rate, and then we'll be done for the day. And remember, on the tax rate, it's just setting the cap. So finishing up with the power pool, we've got David here on the line, and David, I've asked Tyner to try to reach out to you in our little break to see if it might be possible to get.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, we can.
Yes, I was just commenting that I'd asked Tyner during our mini break to give us an opportunity, if there would be an opportunity. I know we have till the 14th, but I was hoping that I could get a few extra days to the 19th. I don't know if that's possible. It would have to go before your board so that I could at least create some sort of a white paper or explanation of why I have such a concern, and it would give me a chance to sit with you and visit with you with MP2 because and the resiliency people that I've been working with. So again, it's just unfortunate that I read it as a presentation and not as a deadline, but it doesn't, I'm not able to, as a judge, vote for opting in right now because I'm too concerned that the generator concept of resiliency that we have worked so hard to establish over the last few months to bring to court, it interferes with this particular model. And I recognize that you have the ability to garner the power of the whole, and that would give us good pricing going out. But we are under contract with you till 2022, so I do feel good about that. And I'm gonna go out on a limb, I'm sure you're gonna disagree with me, but our load is not that much compared to Harris County and Bear County and Nueces County. And I mean, if we really got into where the generators, this concept doesn't work for us, then, you know, maybe you'd let us back in, maybe you wouldn't. Obviously, that's not how you prefer to do business, and I get that. But I'm just not comfortable because I know exactly what I want to do with this generation power and this resiliency. And I don't see how it would work with your model under the current contract that we have without talking about it and really vetting it. And that is, the model would be to sell basically power back to the grid at certain times. And I don't know if that would really work. And I don't want to get boxed in here to that because, again, my load is different than the cumulative load. And I think I could beat 348 if I needed to go, out to the market. But I base that on only one conversation, and I want to share that with the court. But the person that's been helping me is the former CEO of MP2, and that's a Shell subsidiary. It's not like a nobody. It's a pretty big somebody. And he would bid on this contract. So he knows P3, he knows your contracts, he knows your pricing, and we've been working together on this resiliency for months here.
Judge,
And
what's your preference then?
I
think it makes sense.
If we could just wait till the 19th?
Can we do that without?
I don't know. I'm trying to pitch it in a way where he has to say yes, but I think he's gonna get, I don't know how hamstrung he is. David?
Judge, thank you. Yes, yes, we can grant that extension to the 19th, and
Great.
we'll send that over for board approval this afternoon.
So moved.
Tomorrow.
Great, okay.
I don't see any problem at all in us
Awesome.
being able to continue, extend that opt-out period for another week.
Awesome.
To
And then
give you
you
additional
and I are
time to
gonna get
review this.
together.
MP2 is one of our counterparties. We do have a contract signed with them. And the resiliency issues that you are referencing, we can accommodate within the P3 contract, and MP2 should be aware of that.
Okay, so we'll keep on talking. I got a motion, a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. I promise you, I do have some commitments after this, but you're gonna hear from me very soon. And I want to say you are gracious for letting us do this stop, start, and getting you more time. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, Tyner, I'm gonna go backwards. I'm gonna go to the monthly financial report first, Dale, and then we're gonna end up with number 4 for the day, which is a very important day, August 12th. And it's, but let's start with the financial report, and we should all have a copy of it.
And Judge, we do still need to approve the executive session items.
Oh, thank you, Laura. Thank you, Laura. At the
Judge,
very
I
end, I'll
make
do
a
that.
motion to ratify the hiring of outside counsel.
And
Darryl
Go ahead, you
Marshall,
can name
Mike
them.
Terry.
Mike Terry.
Mike Terry.
350 and 250 for the associates.
$3.50 an hour for them, $2.50 for the associates.
Great. And that's got a motion. I think I've heard a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That was our executive session item regarding for the clerk. Thank you so much. And now we'll go to the monthly financial report, which is located at A5 in your tabs.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is our monthly financial report for June 30th, 2020. This represents 75% of our year completed, 25% remaining. If we go to page 4 and page 5, you'll see our financial position for each of our funds at this time, showing our general fund being the most important of the funds of $76.5 million of assets, $27 million worth of liability, and right now $49.4 million worth of fund equity. As you know, with the information we provide you in our budget folders, we expect that to continue to go down for the remaining quarter. And at the end of the year, we expect it to be around $24 million. If we go to page 10, which shows you our self-insurance funds, which we always try to highlight for those, which is your group health funds. That's our insurance that we have for the county for our medical. This was a reasonably nice, good month because we did have an increase in our fund balance. It went up to a total amount of 606, and I just received the July numbers, and this also did go up for July. So we're doing okay for this, even though we're in the middle of a pandemic and we got a lot of expenses. We did show a little bit of an increase in those particular funds, which is a very promising idea. On page 16 shows you our revenue for the general fund. If you see at the very top, you'll see our original budget and our year-to-date budgets, and we're showing right now a total collection of our total revenue. If you look at the number, it's 92.1%, with 98.7% of the collection of our property taxes, which is very good in the time we're at the moment. The very bottom shows you the year-to-year comparison of last year to this year, showing you we did increase $3.9 million of increase in revenue from the period. We did expect that. Now we're going to go to the expenses for our general fund, starting on page 22 is where we will begin. We'll highlight those few items that show you a small little reduction of below the 25% level. On page 23, Judge, since you've added a lot more computer equipment added to your office because of all the emergencies we're going through, you're showing a little bit of over expenses on some of the funds. So you're a little bit below level, but not a significant amount. But you're that one department is on that one particular page.
Yeah, I think it's, we got laptops and for all our folks, so we could work remotely. And iPads.
On page 38, we always have to tell this because of legal aid, because of how we have to expend the rent for the period. They're always going to be a little bit area, but we show this just so everyone knows that they are below, but the reason why is because of the rent. That's the $25,000 rent at the very bottom of that level. Pardon me.
What page is that?
That's page 38.
Under 3,200.
Department 3,200. On page 40, the very top, Department 3305, our Title 4D court is slightly below some of our balances for the expenses. And that could be very well because if you see the one that's in question is benefits. If they had a change in salary or if they had a change in employee positions and someone came in from another department of the county at a higher pay group and had additional benefits for medical, that would cause that to be a problem. And they're only 0.05% difference from the 25 where we expect them to be. So we still need to keep an eye on them, but that's where they're at. On page 47, our Justice of the Peace downstairs, JP 11, Department 3600, is again slightly over. Again, the same situation. This is in their supplemental salaries as well as their benefits, where some of the cost is where the issue resides. The same is on page 49 for Justice of the Peace Precinct 22. As again, you'll see the difference on employee benefits. When someone either adds a family cost or someone comes in at a different level, that's where you'll see those balances. The last one I wanted to go to for the general funds on page 61. As we said, we have 25% of the year remaining for a fiscal year. We've expended it, we've gone through 75% of the year, but if you look at the number on the remaining percentage of the budget remaining is 37.4. So as the judge will recall, this is around 12% difference, which is very, very promising that where we're at on our budget. That's how we.
And we were 11 last month.
We're now 12.
Well, Jail, can we get to 13?
This is kind of how we're seeing of $1.5 million increases in our fund balance for our budget.
And the health insurance this month, or really we're behind, we still are in June, but on June 30th, it looked like they were still revenues that exceeded expenses.
Yes, and I just ran the
Thank
number
God.
for July. They also, the revenues did exceed expenses for July as well.
Oh, thank God. Okay, good.
Increasing that of, I think it was around $100,000. So
Great.
it's gone up to, I believe they're around $700,000 in fund balance.
So we only have 60 days left.
Yes. On page 81 shows you our reports from our departments. And the only ones we're still receiving a little bit late for, and we're working with them as much as we can, is our district clerk's operating funds. They're kind of behind. Their last report was submitted was January, and we're in July, so that's where they're a little bit behind.
A lot behind.
But we're working with them, and we're trying to get this in. And a lot of it has to do with some of the scenarios, working with Odyssey and changing some stuff and getting some reports correctly. And we're still having a little dispute with Tyler on getting the fees correctly entered into the system. So that's kind of why there's a little bit of change, because we want to make sure that the information they provided is correct. Page 84 is our P-card transactions for the month of June. For the month of June, we had $456,484 worth of P-card transactions. And if you see our burn rates, we're at almost $200,000 worth of P-card transactions. So you see a lot of our transactions go through our COVID-related expenses for some of this, but still our biggest our business expense is our maintenance, repair, building and grounds and equipment. The equipment cost should be going down because we're going to our balances of leasing our fleet. Once we get our fleet leased, that number should go significantly down, because that will no longer be covered through that particular situation. The last item is just the very end of the report on page 172, just showing you for the entire 9 months period, we spent $3.5 million for the P-card transactions for the period. With this, we do receive a rebate from our P-card. It's around $40,000. We're trying to work with them on some other items that we still write checks for several departments, and we're trying to get a virtual card through Wells Fargo. However, that's going to require bringing this to court for y'all to approve the contract to do that balances. And if we do that, then our rebates will increase. But with that, this is the monthly report for June 30th, 2024, your acceptance. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
It's very good. Does anyone have any questions regarding that report?
Move approval?
Okay.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. So I'm getting my ducks in a row here to discuss the job that we have to do today, which is very different than voting on a tax rate. So I'm going to try to be super clear for all those listening, and sometimes we have a lot of press that just, they're not maybe in the room, but they're listening. And so here's how the agenda item is styled. We are going to discuss and consider the proposals for the 2020-2021 tax rate for Nueces County, the Farm to Market, and the Nueces County Hospital District. We must take a record vote, and we must authorize the publishing of the appropriate notices. So what we're doing here today is saying we're going to choose a rate that we will not exceed. This rate means this will be the ceiling. It doesn't mean this is what we're going to do. It means this is what we cannot exceed. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Dale for his thoughts. And we've had a lot of, all week, all these budget workshops and discussions. You can still discuss, but that's what our goal is today. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows this is not the tax rate in its final form. It's the opportunity to understand where it's not going to go over. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, we've had, we've gone through 4 budget workshops. We don't have any scheduled in the future. However, we can call an emergency situation if we need to. What we're trying to do is determine at what rate we want to propose a rate. If you propose a rate above the no new revenue tax rate, then it requires publication of notices and public hearings. So with that, we'll go through some of the different scenarios we had, because we've added a significant amount of costs because of COVID-19, as well as some other fixed costs that we were required to do, that being our continuous pay for our employees that are under our personnel policy. It's 164 employees, right at $165,000. We have a labor agreement with our sheriff's office and a constable's office association, and that agreement for this year requires us an increase of $505,333. We do have a reduction in our retirement plan scenario that will be coming to court very soon, dropping it from 14.24 to 13.8. That does see a reduction of $182,135. During the last fiscal year, we've had some positions come up to the court that has been approved that requires us to do a change in the budget. Now, these positions already been approved and already filled, and that is $193,845. The next two items is some items that we can definitely include or exclude depending on the court's discretion. Right now we're recommending a limited number of new positions, and some of these new positions do show a deletion of positions or a reduction of their budget from temporary cost, and that cost is an increase of $219,785. We're also proposing a small limited number reclassification of $322,008, and the significant amount of this is some changes in our district attorney's office, our county attorney's office, as well as some other smaller departments, including emergency management, as well as some other issues. Now, those last two numbers are something we definitely can adjust. The four above those are fixed numbers, and those cannot be adjusted. So with those particular items that we have and plus additional costs, we went through some different scenarios of what we can do to try to possibly fund these items. We have several options we can possibly do. As we know, our no new revenue tax rate is an option. However, if we do that with the costs we have associated with, that would show a reduction of our fund equity, and we'll have to determine with that. With everything I've heard and gone through, I came to the point where if we're going to try to set a ceiling to try to determine what rate we want to go for. Yes, definitely we can go down from this rate, and I expect we will. But we want to set a high enough level so we have room to negotiate and get the balances with that. With that item, I am presenting to you to propose a rate that is our rate that the state allowed us to do as the 3.5% voter-approved tax rate. So I'm proposing for your discussion to propose a rate of 0.317717, which means a general fund of 0.267655, a debt service of 0.046133, and a road fund of 0.003929 for a proposed rate, this is the ceiling, of 0.317717. Also going to the same thing as we just had our discussion yesterday with Johnny of the hospital district. And we're also doing it and talking with the judge on different scenarios of what's going on with our COVID and different scenarios of trying to do health plans. We're also going to propose a slight ceiling again for the hospital district of the same level of 3.5% above the new tax rate. So we're proposing a rate for the hospital district of 0.112367. So a combined proposed rate for both would be 0.430084. With that, that's the numbers that I have gone through several times and working with several people to try to, so that's the level I believe we should do a proposed rate as the ceiling.
Okay, what's the proposed? I did not.
Okay, so we're going to have you answer some questions, but I have a favor. Could you repeat just the recommendation again? And I think Commissioner Gonzalez needed it, and I did too. I got caught writing. Just one more time, please.
I given you a paper. You should have a
Okay,
paper.
okay. I thought you were, okay. Go ahead.
You should have a paper. In the center of the paper, you'll see your proposed tax rate. And your proposed rate that I'm proposing at the moment is 0.317717 for the county.
Got it.
That being 0.267655 for the general fund, 0.046133 for the debt service, and 0.003929. Again, the total proposed ceiling of 0.317717.
Got it. Got it. Thank you. Sorry, it was sitting right here. It would have been a snake. It would have bitten me.
My ceiling was 3.2%.
Well, this is the ceiling. We're definitely going to go down from this when we go through our scenarios and finally bring you a proposed rate to be adopted. We can't go higher than this, but we can definitely go lower than this.
So the issue
This is the-
here,
This is the most we can go.
Yeah, no,
Right.
I understand that. I mean, I'm very clear, but if we're not gonna go there, why start there? If we're
Well,
gonna go to 3-4, let's start at 3-4.
because we have to give you an update, which is that we spoke with our financial advisor yesterday afternoon, and what we didn't really understand fully, I don't think, yesterday, or at least it wasn't presented in my mind, is that this does not fully fund the debt service. And therefore, even under the rate, the recommended 3.5, we would still be short probably about $900,000
Proposed we're fully funding the debt service.
for 3.5, which was the 900,000 short, 3.4?
When we did the proposal, we went a little bit down from these rates, because these again are your top rates. So this is 3.5% for your general fund, your road fund, and your debt service is fully funded to get the 3.177. However, with the discussion we've heard from the court, we want to do a final rate that's below our current tax rate. And doing that, we'll have to drop several of these numbers down to be able to get those levels.
Right.
And that
This-
includes some debt service.
Right, I'm sorry, so you're right. So the 3.5 gets us to the fully funded. And so you want to have the range of your debt is fully funded all the way to your debt is way underfunded, which would be the no new revenue rate. So this gives us the opportunity to go somewhere between the no new revenue of 0.30 and all the way to 3.5.
Yeah,
You
because
want that flexibility before you make a final decision.
Right. Well, my flexibility that I wrote down was 3.2, 3.1, and 3%, but because at 3.2, and I could say we reduce the tax because we're still making $3,219,691. It's supposed to be, again,
Again,
right?
Commissioner, we will go through those numbers when we do the proposal. As we're saying, this is not adopting a rate, this is setting a ceiling. Now, if you set the ceiling at 3.2, then you limited yourself from if an issue comes up. So we're just
Like-
trying to set a high ceiling.
Right, like, for example, I'm waiting right now on figuring out whether or not FEMA is gonna meet the threshold, and we're gonna know that on Thursday. You might have another $2 million worth of budget challenges that come up on Thursday afternoon. And you need to know that, you need to have some flexibility for debt. If we're gonna solve our problems by borrowing, you're gonna wanna know that your debt service is fully funded. So that's why Dale's given you the 3.5 as a ceiling. It's not about just the revenue, it's about what your INS fund number is. And so at 0.046, that's fully funded, but at the rate that's underneath the tax rate, it may not be. In fact, it won't be, because in order to get below the tax rate, you're below 3.5%. So your break even of fully funded is somewhere between 3.4 and 3.5, maybe?
Break even 3.4,
Even?
3.41.
Right, I think it's a little higher, 3.41. So the point is somewhere between 3.4 and 3.5 is maybe your answer, but we need a little time to drill down on it so we can play around with those numbers. You should know the road fund is the no new revenue rate is 0.0037, so you can see that the road fund at 3.5 is a little higher, right, Dale? Yeah, so we might be able to come off a little there.
And some of the scenarios I've been working up so far with, before we bring the court to the actual proposed budget for you, I'll be working with each of you and the judge as well to determine at what level we want to try to do this. And I've got a few scenarios in mind of how we're going to do this. And a few of my scenarios, the tax rate will be definitely below our current rate.
So just so you know, right now, the difference between our adopted rate today that we have and the 3.5, which fully funds, is only 0.006, but boy, is it hard to find. It doesn't seem very much, right? It's half of 1%, half of 1 cent, but it's still hard to find. It makes a big difference in your general fund. So we need to continue to work with the auditor to see, we all know what we want to do. The question is, can we do it and get as close to fully funding your interest and sinking fund as possible?
Are you saying, I think you said, whatever we do here as far as the county, then we're asking the district to do the same thing?
Well,
District what?
on today,
What we're trying to
yes.
do is, we had our budget discussion with Johnny and his staff. They talked about the no new revenue tax rate. But however, we know there's a lot of health issues coming up with COVID, as well as some other stuff coming in the near future for them, and we're just trying to give them leeways we're giving you a window of opportunity. You don't have to use it. You can go all the way down to no new revenue, but here's your opportunity.
We're raising taxes on both sides with the hospital district and the county.
Well, that's not saying that the hospital district's gonna get proposed a rate higher than the no new rate. We're just giving them a window of possibilities.
And just so you know, they have a right to go all the way up to 8%.
Oh, no, I understand.
So at we're saying you can't go any higher than 3.5. That's what we're telling the hospital district today.
3.5 rate is still below their current rate.
Right, so say that again, because that's huge.
Their
At 3.5,
3.5,
it's still
it's still
below
below
their
their
current
current
rate. Okay, so there's going to be a lowering of the tax rate no matter what for the hospital district if you adopt.
What is their rate right now?
It's
112421. The very top of your list, you'll see 112421 is their current rate. We're proposing 112367, which is right at 0.001 difference.
So again, the idea here today is we're setting caps, okay? The legislature had their idea of caps, and now we have ours, and our cap is 3.5%. We both have a right, the county of Nueces and the hospital district, because we're in a disaster twice, a double disaster, we both have the right to go to 8%. And what we're saying here today is, you know what? We not only respect the fact that we're in a difficult scenario economically, but we're saying, but because there is a double disaster, we're gonna give you a cap of 3.5%. You can't go higher than 3.5. And that's to both of us, to the court and to the hospital district. And that's the recommendation of the auditor, and then we get to hammer it out after that. And trust me, originally, when we first started budget workshop, it looked like 3.35 was gonna be a great number, and then that one inched up to 3.4. And what we're saying is, look, there's too many unknowns out there. That's what a double disaster does to you. Hannah puts a wrench in it for me, and until we know a few more things at the end of this week, I think we need to make sure that 3.5, which quite frankly is pretty conservative, most people that have double disasters are gonna go to 8 because they know that they don't wanna shortchange themselves. But we're saying that as a court, 3.5 is exactly where we wanna be as a cap.
Sure that the community knows that we get what position many of them are in, what we're all in, as a community, as a country. And for this purpose, setting that, we're not gonna go higher than 3.5, it is on now. So, for these purposes, so that we can continue to work over these next several weeks, I don't have a problem supporting this as the ceiling. Going on record that I'm not gonna go at 3.5, I wanna go below. But we need to look at the numbers and truly work them out. Like you said, Judge, if we're not able to get enough help that we anticipate from FEMA, then we're gonna be left to cover those costs. And so how else would we cover them than having to take on that responsibility ourselves, hoping the federal government will step up and do that for us. But, to move forward, I'd say 3.5 is, I'm okay with to have it as a ceiling. But, when we start getting to the actual details of it, in our upcoming meetings, that's when we can really start looking at, do we make cuts or what, what are our priorities? I mean, we've been talking about it, but we all know that it's gonna be a rush, and it's gonna be within those last hours and minutes of our final meeting to decide really where we're gonna go. I mean, that's just the nature of my experience I've had.
You've done
being
it.
on here these 3 years. We've all done it together already for the last, now 2 cycles of budgets. So we know we're gonna get there. But to say that 3.5 is at least a ceiling for now, just to continue to have discussions, I'm fine with that.
Commissioner, you're saying that you won't go 3.5, and I won't go 3.5, so why won't you start 3.4?
Well, no, I'm not saying I'm not gonna get there. I'm saying for today, I'm not gonna say no to calling a ceiling, knowing that we're gonna go below that number, knowing that we're gonna work our hardest to find what priorities are. Who knows, maybe we all may say no new taxes, but we cannot set today the no new tax rate and then find out that we have a priority to go higher in our budget.
Yeah,
That's my worry, is that we go to, we can back our way down. We could all say no new tax rate and go to that amount. But I'm not gonna say that that's our ceiling today, because then we have to go either there or much lower. And then we're really gonna be in a tough budget. So I think that we can continue our discussions. This is just the way the state legislature has created this timeline, is that we must call it now, we must set it now, but it doesn't mean that that's where we're gonna end up over the next few weeks as we finalize this budget.
And also, just for your information, we just received some information from our appraisal district. I just forwarded you a copy of the email from our appraisal district on changes in valuation of all the properties that changed, so that gives you a chance to review that. We just got the information ourselves, so we didn't have a chance to look at it, but I wanted to provide that to you. You should have, I just emailed it to you, so you should be getting that shortly.
Yeah, and what you need to understand is that if you're not fully funded on your interest and sinking fund, you better figure out exactly how close you can get. And the only way to be fully funded is to be at that 3.5%. But if you don't want to get to that point, you need to understand exactly what that number is. But you should always give yourself the opportunity to see, your ceiling should always be fully funded. To do anything else is not really giving yourself a ceiling. That's the idea here, is to make sure that, that you can do the continuance pay, the retirement plan, the prior year, which have already been approved, those position changes, the limited reclass, the limited new positions, and most importantly, those transfers that are pretty hefty, as well as what's about to be saddled with us with Bob Hall Pier and all of the issues on the coast. If you.
But can Bob off here and some of those things be done next year in the budget?
Okay, so I think we've demonstrated how people feel about closing their beaches. You cannot have surfers out there with debris that's out there. I mean, that debris removal is going to be about $1 million, okay? And I'm just letting you know, somebody will get killed out there on a piece of rebar if they fall in the water.
For that?
No, the GLO's not gonna pay for that. That's not it's our responsibility. And so what I'm saying to you is, like Hurricane Harvey, I was in that chair when Judge Neal was in this chair, and he was literally at this exact point in time. I was here the day that you guys did this, where he put a whole penny ahead because of this exact situation. That's what hurricanes and disasters do. That's why the legislature has figured out that you need to have wiggle room. And we are going way, way below where they say disasters should be as a cap, to give us time to really sort it out, to see what it is that we're gonna need. And I will tell you, I received a letter from TAC yesterday. I think I gave it to Tyner. It was really just couple paragraphs. And apparently the legislature wants to try to cap us again. And so be very careful. We've lived off a decade of lowering the tax rate. And when you keep doing that, you keep driving down your numbers, which is why the hospital district, you can go all the way to 8% and still lower their rate. Think about that. Think about that concept. You can have 8% higher than the year before and still lower the tax rate. That's because you have kept going so low. And the only thing that saved the hospital district until now is they have not had a health catastrophe. But they could have one this year. I mean, we're in the middle of one. So I think that the reason that ceiling is there is to say we won't go above it. And I consider it a great measure of being conservative to not go to 8. Because 8 is what's allowed. And 3.5 will get us fully funded on our, to me, it's all about that debt service. And you don't want to dip into your reserves too hard because that will affect your bond rating. But Dale tells me we have about 3.9 million. And so I'm comfortable beating it if we can. And that's what Dale's telling you. He's saying, hey, he's going to work with us to see if we can beat the 3.5 and get as close to be honest with you, Teresa kind of helped me with Ernest, and we think somewhere maybe Dale around 0.045, just shaving it a little of a hair. We don't know how much that would actually be, but if we shave that off, we still might be real close to feeling comfortable with that fund balance, dipping in there just a bit and getting people even just a little bit lower rate. So I know we can do the best we can if we give us a little more time. But you better well get yourself ready for what this fund is, what Hannah's about to do to us if we don't make that FEMA threshold. To me, that's, let me see here. So really, we can continue to debate the tax rate and continue to work on the best scenarios. But we can't create dollars if none exist. So this is, what's before you today, is don't go higher than 3.5. So, any questions for Dale regarding that? Johnny, you're on the phone. Any questions from you? The idea is that you get to go back to your board. It's my understanding that your board has not had a chance to discuss a possible rate, possible budget or expenditures. I know you can share with them that you were here yesterday, here today, and now they know where their floor and where their ceiling is, the no new revenue and the 3.5, if that's what we vote on. Then you all can really come up with a recommendation that you'd like to present before court for adoption.
Judge, thank you. I will do that. If I could take just a moment, I want to just go back and re-highlight one thing I had mentioned in my call with you all yesterday.
Okay.
In the expenses that we provided you all and had a discussion on, there was one major unknown, probably several unknowns actually, that were not in there, and the costs that would be associated with the ACS, anything that the district needs to do to step up to help with the COVID clinic. There's going to be work, both probably in terms of operational and capital cost that result from the Meadow study. And then there's also the likelihood that we'll need to start talking about a post-memorial campus and what needs to be done there. So the expenses we put forward yesterday were part of the picture, but they weren't the complete picture. And so, Judge, I think to the degree the court's comfortable with at least allowing the latitude of the 3.5, that would provide an opportunity to have a discussion about all those things with the court before you all take a final vote on the rate going forward.
Yeah, that'd be great. And like I said, it's kind of interesting. You can certainly share with your board and the public that at 3.5, that rate's still going down from last year. It's just, you have too much growth. And so, it's, I don't, not you personally, but it's not that much. So you wind up lowering that rate again. And that's what happened to us over a decade. We just kept lowering it because we just, kept adopting that lowest rate. And so it takes a while before you get really good growth to offset it. It's crazy. When all this is done, I want to come back in my next life as an economist. We got a lot of work to do.
Back as a collector.
Judge, you were just recently provided the copy of what we received from the appraisal district.
Yeah, I just saw it.
If we can kind of go over this real quickly.
Go ahead.
It's some very interesting items you see. For example, the very top line is your single-family house. You see there was 55,746 properties that had an increase. The average was 14,653. We had 38,920
properties that saw a decrease in value, and that averaged about $4,479. Of that, there was 3,095 properties unchanged. The average overall change of every property we're in question is only 6,572. That's not a significant amount. The largest increases come from your large apartment complexes, which is 4 lines down of 164. So majority of your single-family houses will see a slight increase, but regardless of what rate we set. But it's not a significant amount where most of your costs are for your larger type of apartment complexes or even your larger type of residential improvements. So that's kind of where we're showing you your values, how they increase or decrease from where they are. So hopefully this gives you some ideas of how we see our value increases and how we will proceed.
Yeah, this Commissioner Chesney Dale's just going over. He can do it again, though, for you.
No, I saw it. I was going to add it up later, but that's.
Yeah,
thank
so
you.
he said, obviously, that it's the average overall change. I mean, luckily for our families, it looks like unless you own a large apartment complex or any kind of duplex, you're really, that's where you might see a change. But luckily for the majority, not all, but the overwhelming majority of our single family, it'll be a lesser significance.
So you're saying that their tax will be 6,572?
No, that's the average overall increase of the value.
The value. So we're 31 cents for every 100. So you divide by 100, multiply by 31.
500 by 100 to get you $65.72, and then you multiply that by 31 cents.
Right, let me do it real quick.
But wait, and I just got it, so I may not be asking the right way, Dale, but it looks like the single-family residences are A1, A2, A4, but that shows 55,000 increases. And so, am I?
55,000 properties increase at an average for A1, which is your single-family homes. 55,746 properties showed an increase, and the average increase was 14,653.
Right.
Of those properties, 38,920 of those properties also saw a decrease in value, a decrease of 4,497 average.
How can that?
And there was 3,095 properties that were unchanged from last year to this year.
Oh, you're saying 55 went up, and then 38,000 went down.
Right.
And 3,000 stayed the same.
So if I was going to do what I was wanting to do, to find out how many people would be negatively affected by a tax increase, wouldn't I just add up the properties increased on, wouldn't that just be my total? I mean, I get there's always gonna be some that got decreased. Wait. I get there's gonna be some that are decreased, and there's gonna be some that are increased, and there's gonna be some unchanged. But the ones who got an increase in valuation would see an increase in taxes.
Depend on how much that's where it gets tricky on. Depends on how much your value went up. I'll use my property to count. When I got my notices from the appraisal district, my value went up $2,000. For me, that was only 1%. 1% increase in value for my property. So if we set a rate and we know we're looking at 3.5%, so if we drop the rate, I may not see an increase because my rate wasn't as high as what we're proposing. So there could be a chance, yes.
Yeah, and I think the answer is probably we need to, this isn't probably for today's discussion, it may be the next, because this needs to be digested before we throw out a number, right? Because if you add up just the number of increases, then I don't want to be misrepresenting and say X thousands of people are for sure getting affected when you haven't had time and I haven't had time to even look at this and do the math on it.
Well, and what I want to say is you'll never be able to answer that question from this data. There's 10 other factors. He just gave you an example. What you can say is the average overall change is 65.72. And if you take that and you multiply it that and you divide by 100 and you multiply by 31 cents, which is our current tax rate, which is what we're in the realm of keeping the tax rate the same or shaving it ever so slightly, then you wind up with about $20, okay? So you can say, if you really wanted to, but it would be actually incorrect, but you could say on average that those people that were subject to an overall change on average would see $20 on their tax bill after the year. But you have to understand that there's 10 factors that go into that you're missing from this data point. What it's telling you is that your average,
I'd really like a chance to digest this before we get to it.
We just got this ourselves, so.
Yeah, and I don't mean to cut you off, Judge,
well, I
can't
just
even-
got it too, but
No,
I
no.
mean,
Well, but there's some other factors I think that go into what you're saying, but I'm not sure I'm right until I look at it, and then I'm gonna sit down with
Yeah.
Dale. And then, but I appreciate getting this, and then, I don't, anyway.
but what you can say is from this chart is that your average overall change does not affect single families the way it affects large apartment complexes, residential duplexes, and small apartment complexes, and of course,
Because there's more value. Yeah. Right, but I mean, it's gonna affect a lot of people is the bottom line. I just don't know how yet, because I haven't had a chance to figure it out. But I mean, you're right, I mean, certainly a commercial property is gonna be more affected
Yes.
than but that's still a taxpayer, but it's gonna be more affected than a single-family home because the commercial value is higher, and normally, that's where you see some pretty good size, normally.
Right.
Jumps. So again, as you said, there's a lot of factors. I would just like to digest
Right.
it, and I appreciate getting it.
yeah, thank you to the appraiser's office for getting this. This is not normally the information that would be, as they say, compiled by them, but luckily they have the data points in order to get it. But again, what you want to know is that the average overall change represents about $20 if you do the math. And it.
On average, yes.
On average, okay? So that is something that you can look at this data, and in 3 seconds, I can tell you it's $20. Because that's what this data point looks like to me. And that's the one thing that you can say. If you want to know how many homes, you just literally take how many were increased and minus by how many were decreased, and by looking at it, it's somewhere around the 20,000 range. So there's 20,000 homes that are going to see an increase based upon, oh wait, and I have to get ready the changes. So that's 17,000 homes that are going to see a change in their increase in property value for one reason or another,
I don't
based
think
on
that-
this data.
I don't think that's right. That's what I'm trying to say is, to me, there were 55,000 properties that were increased and 38,000 that were decreased. That doesn't mean you subtract the decrease from the increase. It means that 55,000 people were still affected to the negative.
Yes.
So I don't think that's right, Judge.
Right,
So-
that's correct, that's correct.
Okay,
I'm
so
sorry,
that's what I'm trying
Dale,
to say is
Dale said, you're right, that's not the total.
So
But
that's what I'm
we have, I actually think we have a total of properties that are assessed. Give that to me just a second. Give me just a second, we do have that.
Right, if
'Cause
you
I
add up,
did
if
ask
you add
for
up
that.
column one, that would be the number of properties affected by a tax increase.
Right.
And
We
that-
have that number, though.
That
Oh,
one,
let me
I
get it.
haven't added that up yet, so I don't wanna, yeah. So, anyway, I can wait on this part. Yeah, I can-
Right, but if you're wondering if people are going to see an increase, it's fair to say some will, based on their appraisals. That's always the case. You can even have the effective rate and see an increase. The fact that your taxes didn't affect them doesn't mean when they get their tax bill, it won't. So there's something really important about that. What you want to do is give value to people. And that's the most important thing. Whether or not it affects them for $4 or $20, what people want to know is, what did you do with those dollars? What are you willing to cut to give me $0 increase? And so I would ask you, just like you asked for this information, the next time we meet, tell us what it is that you want to see cut so that people can understand what their choices are. What would you want to cut to get to that no new revenue? Because you're going to have to cut in order to do that. And you're also going to have to forego the idea that you're going to have a strong reserve, because you're going to be dipping into it to an enormous amount. There's no way you can overcome that. We've already proven yesterday in court from Corn Ferry that we're not even at 25% of market value for the overwhelming majority of our employees that are professional. So I'm just wondering, what are we going to cut? What transfers don't get made? Which projects don't get done? Because yesterday you mentioned the COs, and the COs are mainly spoken for already. So that means you'll need another borrowing, which we always contemplated. But that borrowing is contingent upon your reserves being strong. And so I say it's very important. You can have this exercise, but cut to the chase. Some people will have higher rates based on their cumulative rate, Del Mar, CCSD, and city, no matter what you do. And even if you were to go to the effective rate, their appraisal could have been so much higher that it would show, depending on what they have, an increase. cumulatively from the county, or the hospital district if it weighs different. There's so many different factors. I think that, what we are saying is that the ceiling and the floor needs to be set today. And we should do so with the most fiscally prudent concepts of economics. That is, what is fully funded and what is the no new revenue tax rate. Those are the two things that we need to work on.
Do we need a motion, Judge, or do we?
Yep. If somebody has anything for Dale.
Judge, I make a motion to set the ceiling at 3.5.
Okay, I've got a motion to set the ceiling at 3.5%. Do you want to take them individually, Laura, for each? Yes?
Okay.
So which one, do you want to do this one for the hospital district first?
Sure, for the hospital district.
Okay, for the hospital district, the ceiling is set at 3.5% by motion.
Be 0.112367.
Hold on, Laura, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Actually, say the total voter approved tax rate.
Well, it's not the voter-approved tax rate, because this year the voter-approved tax rate is 8%.
That's what it's called. It's just a proposed rate for the hospital district. And that rate would be 0.112367.
Okay, 112367. Okay, I'll second that motion. And that again this is for the hospital district, and it's a ceiling not to exceed 3.5% above the no new revenue tax rate. For the clerk, that's 0.112367. It cannot go higher than that. All those in favor,
Record vote.
a record vote, I'm sorry. Commissioner Chesney?
No.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
No.
Commissioner, I'll do Modis.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Vaughn?
Gosh. I'm really struggling over here, Judge.
Okay, I understand. This is a ceiling.
I know it. And let me just say this, because I've said this when I got on here, after I realized what was going on, because when I got on council, things had just been kicked down the road. And that's why we got into such a mess in this city where we're so far behind on everything, because nobody ever wanted to raise taxes. And I've never voted to raise taxes. I would always vote to cut. But I come over here and I see where it's the same thing. And we're so far behind not doing stuff because we just didn't do it. And we're not talking about a lot, and I want to make it clear. I'm not going to vote to raise taxes. I'm not going to do it. I think we work with what we've got, but I'm struggling here because I think what you're trying to do is you just want the ceiling. But some are going to say, well, you gave them that power to do the ceiling, not to do any more than that. So it's a hard decision. And I think I'm going to be the deciding vote over here, it looks like. I'm just going to go with my gut because I am not voting to raise taxes. I'm making that clear. But we do not have all the information that we need to make a reasonable decision. And if I were running my company and I didn't have all the information that I needed, I would wait to see till I had it. I mean, it just doesn't make sense for us not to do it. We don't know what's going to happen, and we have had 2 disasters. So I'm going to vote yes on this.
Okay, and I'll vote yes. And again, this is just a ceiling. There is no vote on your tax rate today. This is a ceiling of 3.5% for the hospital district. And this way, Johnny gets a chance to go to his board and to present what the ceiling is. They know they cannot go to higher than 3.5%. They will come up with a rate, and they're going to come in, and then we're going to vote on that rate. We're going to choose to adopt or not. In the meantime, it gives them a chance to meet, discuss, figure out what their needs are for mental health and behavioral health, and also COVID-19, and come back to us. Either way, that tax rate is going down from this year to next year. That rate is going down. So that's a good thing for the taxpayer, and it gives them the dollars that they need. And I'll just tell you, when you don't give these programs full funding out there, it costs you more. It costs us more in our jail, and it costs us more at the emergency rooms because Medicaid turns out when you're a frequent flyer, it doesn't pay you 100%. So, anyway, the next thing we have to do is, do we have to do the farm to market as well? That just kind of goes cumulatively with the GF.
all
and-
together.
Yeah, so your general fund.
Bottom ceiling, I guess?
Your general fund, your interest in sinking and road fund make up one rate, that's Nueces County's rate. And the motion will be needed to also do a proposed tax rate to not exceed a ceiling of 3.5% above the no new revenue tax rate. That number would be 0.317717. 0.317717. I'll make that motion. And,
Your Honor, that is the voter-approved rate according to the tax code of a county. That is the voter-approved tax rate.
okay, okay. But that's the one you're recommending?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, you're saying I need to identify it. I'm so sorry. I need to identify it as the voter-approved rate. Okay. Okay. And although we all agree that this year it's not the voter-approved rate, it's just that's the name of it. Remember, all these names changed this year, so they sound strange and funny, but that's how we have to refer to it, okay? All right. You have it, you want me to read it a certain way, Lisa? Okay, I'm happy to, just let me know, because I know the terminology is important, and if I don't say it correctly, I really want to, so. Okay, and so,
If we'd have gone over that number, we would be able, because y'all gave us the authority to calculate the voter-approved rate at 8% because as a special taxing unit. However, through the calculations, we were able to maintain our current level at the county level, so I'm saying that we can still use voter-approved tax rate for the county.
and that's the correct way to do it, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's the correct way to say it. All right, and so, with that as our ceiling, I'll take the voter call, record vote.
I second.
Oh, I heard him, Commissioner Modis, thank you. Okay, and so, I won't make it go the same way, I'll come the other way. So Commissioner, Vaughn? Okay, Commissioner Modis?
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Gonzalez?
For the county, though?
Yeah, the county.
Aye.
And Commissioner Chesney?
No.
Okay. All right, so we've got that done, and so here's the thing. There is no budget workshop scheduled, Dale, but here's what I know is happening. We might want to talk about it again. There's no harm in it, but I know that you can reach out to each of these commissioners, and they can reach out to you, and that's what we're going to do. If there is a need to gather again, look, it's so important, we'll do it. But what I want everyone to know is we're working very hard in a double disaster to give the taxpayer the lowest rate while making sure that our debt service is covered, that we don't dip into reserves, and that we make sure we get all the information before we make a final decision. And let me just tell you, it is my personal goal to get us as low as we can go. And that is the best I think any county can do, is to try to say, hey, we're gonna get you everything you need, but we're gonna do it at the lowest possible. And
Also,
that's.
Your Honor, on this item, since we went above the no new tax rate, you have to give the permission to file the proper notices in the paper and also
Okay.
schedule a public hearing.
Right, and we need a public hearing. Perfect. And
And we don't have to vote on the low tax rate?
yes, we do have to come back, but first, we're gonna publish in the paper. And that is, do you need a motion to publish or just authority?
I'm not,
So,
I didn't,
You need a motion you need to take action.
right, okay, so I'm gonna make a motion to follow the state law, which requires us to both publish notice and have one public hearing. Is it one or two? Well, it
this
used
year.
to be two, but
one
now
this
it's
year.
one, yeah.
And right now on our calendar, budget calendar, our budget work, public hearing is on September the 2nd, Wednesday.
Okay, September the 2nd is a Wednesday. So we're going to have a public hearing on September the 2nd, for those of you that are listening. And we're going to make that motion to have that date as our public hearing. We're going to put it in the paper, and I'll need a second to that motion.
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying, do you need a record, you don't need a record vote on that. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
What was the motion? I apologize.
It's just to publish in the paper. It's required by law to have a hearing, and it's required by law to publish the notice. Okay.
Judge, I think, I want to make sure that we're doing that correct. Let me.
All right, I'll
Checking
wait.
some dates.
I'll wait.
Okay, that's right. I was looking at August 28th. That will be our posting for the 72-hour notice for the September 2nd public hearing. First.
And only.
September 2nd.
Yes. And with that, I believe that's all on the agenda item for this particular item.
It's only one, yes.
And just for the court's information, beginning on August 18th, we plan to go ahead and ask the city to run on the TV and on our website, that we in fact will be having that public hearing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. And also, I'm going to visit with the appraisers so that we can go over these charts and find out what other data that we can give to you. But remember, we're going to use an average median of $137,000 is the average home.
3,000.
140,000 is the average home in Nueces County. And if we use this rate, Dale, we'll get them that, you know, that value of what it is if we choose, you know.
And Your Honor, I'll work with you and your staff on creating the information you need.
Yeah.
Because you want to do another town hall meeting.
We do. We want to invite the public and we want to show them all of the options. And then they can see and weigh in. And also, we're going to show them what it is that this is creating these budget challenges for us.
Those ones that show you our, as you said, our history of our tax rate going down.
Yeah. The truth is, even if you were to approve this 3.5, in 2009, it was more, your rates were higher in 2009 than they are in 2020, even if we were to put the 3.5% in. So, I mean, we got to get a dose of reality, figure out what's going on here. So, anyway.
Excuse me, Judge, the clerk tells me that
What?
there was not a vote on the last one for the public hearing.
Okay, but there was a motion made and a
Motion and a
second.
second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. I think we were in the process of voting, and then Commissioner said, what are we voting on? So sorry about that. No, I couldn't remember why we hadn't done that. Okay, all right, so as they say, let's break. We do need to adjourn properly, and we usually do this in memory of people. And I have a very special one, so I want to ask if there's anybody else.
I do, but go ahead.
Oh, it's the same person. Who do you have?
No, go ahead, Jeff.
Because I think this is someone we both knew. My friend was named Jamie Abney, and I knew Jamie ever since I was a girl who probably had a crush on him because he was beautiful. He was beautiful his whole life. He was just a beautiful person, a beautiful man. He was a wonderful father, a loving husband, and he loved the beach and he loved to surf, and he was struck with Alzheimer's at too young of an age. And he's been sick for a long time, but he passed away this week. And I think actually, and ironically, there's going to be a reception on the beach for him. And anyway, disease is so terrible, and this time is so terrible because it doesn't allow you to properly mourn. But anyway, I can't believe this. Do you remember when you were a young person and somebody would say to you that somebody died, and then you would say, uh-oh, deaths always come in threes? Remember that? Well, for me, I feel like death are coming in waves of 30. Like, I literally know, like, 30 people, it seems like, every week that are dying. And friends of friends, people that live amongst us, people I read in the obituaries. It's awful. And this can't come at a quicker end for me, but we have to remember that, that there's so many people that are suffering. And so again, I would ask that when we do these adjournments, that we remember all those that we've lost here in Nueces County to COVID-19, and all of those family members that we've lost who haven't been able to mourn properly because of COVID-19. And we've talked about this just amongst ourselves, but I think we can raise the funds privately, but I would like to have some sort of a memorial that we do, some sort of a granite stone. Maybe working with the city, we can find us the right, nice place and get a stone and a beautiful stone carver to put the names so that people don't forget this terrible time in our history. But anyway, I'm really thinking about this amazing person that I knew that was so full of life and this terrible disease took him. And I would like to let his family know that I'm thinking of them now. Commissioner Monas, do you have anybody? Commissioner Vaughn, Commissioner Gonzalez, do you have anybody?
I think I'll do mine next week. I don't know if I can do it right now, just.
Okay,
You know,
Commissioner Chesney?
Yes, ma'am, thank you, and certainly want to add my condolences to the Abney family as well. Also, Sid Smith, I know that's a common name, but Sid was one of the kind of first people I got to know in my working profession. He was an investigator here in town, did a lot of investigative work for lawyers and stuff like that, and met him through Todd Hunter. And Sid was just a jovial, wonderful guy and lived life to the fullest, and we'll miss him a great deal. Wanted to also mention, I mentioned this at our special meeting, but I wanted to mention Deborah Garcia again. Deborah has been, she was a valued member of the CCPD family for 8 years and worked as a victim advocate, and certainly want to make sure that she's remembered. And also, for those of you who've been around Hamlin, I know we talked about Jesse the last time, and Johnny Garcia. Johnny was he was a barber at the Hamlin Salon for I don't know how long. My first job out of college was working for Leon Loeb, running his shopping centers, and Johnny was, as David Loeb posted today, their longest tenured tenant before they owned Hamlin Salon. He was there for 15 years, or before they owned Hamlin Shopping Center. So Johnny was one of the guys that I met when I was fresh out of college, and he was just such a nice, gracious, and kind man. And very sorry for the loss of Johnny Garcia, for his family. Just a superman, and sorry for the loss of him. My last one today is Cecilia Cashin, and Cecilia was, many of you probably knew her. She was Christine Lamb's mom, and I believe also Larry Cashin's. And Cecilia was just again a jovial woman, and very sad for her family, and condolences to the Cashin family.
You know, Judge, I'm going to go ahead, since you mentioned Johnny Garcia, I just want to say, Johnny Garcia has been a friend of mine for over 60 years. And he was my barber, and I was one of his models. So I was really a guinea pig, but he used to call me his model so we could practice cutting hair. And it was 50 years there at Hamlin's. He cut your dad's hair.
I know, I just can't talk about it too. It's very sad.
So I promised his wife that I would say something, and he's a great guy.
He was, my mom makes my dad get a haircut more than my dad ever wants to get a haircut. But I think my dad would listen to my mom because it meant he got to go to Johnny. And, you know, it's kind of funny because, like I said just a second ago, when does it stop? You know, and when will people not understand that everybody who's trying to do the best they can, it's about stopping these deaths, you know? I mean, it's fine to think about what we agree on and disagree on, but I mean, there's so many good people dying that would not be dead but for COVID-19. I don't care if they were hypertensive, diabetic, obese, it doesn't matter what their underlying condition was. They're dead because of COVID-19, period. And that's what's so horrible about this. And Johnny, you're just going to be missed so very much.
A lot of people.
Oh, so many people.
And in
So
fact,
many
he had
people.
he was a JAG also, and he had JAG right by the chair there, and he said, when you come here, that's your JAG chair.
I know.
You know, but I'll tell you that, he loved his job. He loved he was a school. He also had a school for Barber
He did.
College.
For Barber, he had a Barber College, and he fought really, really hard, but he just succumbed.
Man, it was.
And,
I'll tell you what, it's gonna be missed by a lot of people.
let's work on that monument. Sometimes it's the living that have the hardest time with all of this, so we need something to help us reflect. Well, thank you for court today. Thank you for being here with us, and I'm glad that we're all being as safe as possible. And I will be back, I guess, next week. It's 3:16 p.m. Okay.